интеллектуалдық көздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином – это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином – бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином – это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно,
Нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином – сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином – это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином – это весело. Бином – это модно.
Бином – менің үйім.
Бином – мой дом. Бином – менің үйім. Бином – менің үйім. Бином – мой дом.
Бином – менің үйім, және сенің үйің.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл шақты біз жиі істейміз.
Нам совсем не сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином – это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере.
Бином — бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық квиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином – это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином – это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно.
Нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином — сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином – это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином – это весело. Бином – это модно.
Бином – менің үйім.
Бином – мой дом. Бином – менің үйім. Бином – менің үйім. Бином – мой дом.
Бином – менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл жақта біз жиі істейміз. Нам совсем не сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином – это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере. Бином – бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық квиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином — это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином — бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином – это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно.
Нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином – сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином – это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином — это весело. Бином — это модно.
Бином – менің үйім.
Бином — мой дом. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — мой дом.
Бином – менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Бином — это весело. Бином — это модно.
Бином – менің үйім.
Бином — мой дом. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — мой дом.
Бином – менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Уважаемые гости 6-го Нобелевского фестиваля, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим и занять свои места. Dear guests of 6th Nobel Fest, please switch your phones to silent and take your seats. Құрметті 6-шы Nobel Fest қонақтары, ұялы телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге қойып, өз орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, аударма үшін құлаққап алып келулеріңізді және аударма тілін таңдауларыңызды сұраймыз. Дамы и господа, просим взять наушники для перевода и выбрать удобный вам язык перевода. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take the headphones and choose your language.
I got something I gotta tell you, so get ready for another breakthrough. So let me show you what I mean. Cause what I got is the new thing. Listen up, I'm gonna say it all right now. Cause I just gotta let you know it's better than ever. Have you heard the word? It's better than ever. Tell the world, spread the word. You ain't seen nothing yet. It's true what you heard. It's better than ever. Cause you ain't ever seen what you about to see. Better than ever, better than ever. Yeah. Better than ever, better than ever. Yeah.
Уважаемые гости 6-го Нобелевского фестиваля, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим и занять свои места. Dear guests of 6th Nobel Fest, please switch your phones to silent and take your seats. Құрметті 6-шы Nobel Fest қонақтары, ұялы телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге қойып, өз орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, аударма үшін құлаққап алып келулеріңізді және аударма тілін таңдауларыңызды сұраймыз. Дамы и господа, просим взять наушники для перевода и выбрать удобный вам язык перевода. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take the headphones and choose your language. Уважаемые гости 6-го Нобелевского фестиваля, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим и занять свои места. Dear guests of 6th Nobel Fest, please switch your phones to silent and take your seats. Құрметті 6-шы Nobel Fest қонақтары, ұялы телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге қойып, өз орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Уважаемые гости 6-го Нобелевского фестиваля, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим и занять свои места. Dear guests of 6th Nobel Fest, please switch your phones to silent and take your seats. Құрметті 6-шы Nobel Fest қонақтары, ұялы телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге қойып, өз орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Уважаемые гости 6-го Нобелевского фестиваля, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим и занять свои места. Dear guests of 6th Nobel Fest, please switch your phones to silent and take your seats. Құрметті 6-шы Nobel Fest қонақтары, ұялы телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге қойып, өз орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Уважаемые гости 6-го Нобелевского фестиваля, просим вас перевести телефоны в беззвучный режим и занять свои места. Dear guests of 6th Nobel Fest, please switch your phones to silent and take your seats. Құрметті 6-шы Nobel Fest қонақтары, ұялы телефондарыңызды дыбыссыз режимге қойып, өз орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, аударма үшін құлаққап алып келулеріңізді және аударма тілін таңдауларыңызды сұраймыз. Дамы и господа, просим взять наушники для перевода и выбрать удобный вам язык перевода. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take the headphones and choose your language.
Уважаемые гости Саммита Педагогов, мы готовы начать. Просим всех занять свои места и ждать церемонию открытия. Спасибо.
Without such freedom,
идите смелей, товарищи.
now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Дорогие участники, вы готовы к открытию Нобелевского фестиваля? Прошу вас взять свои телефоны и начать запись трансляции. Сейчас будет важное объявление. Уважаемые гости, я рад приветствовать вас на 6-м Нобелевском фестивале и Саммите педагогов. Я создан искусственным интеллектом по прообразу великого ученого и любознательного человека, доктора Альберта Эйнштейна. Хотя дорогого доктора Эйнштейна нет с нами, но его наследие будет жить всегда. Наука, образование и инновации – это то, что будет двигать наше человечество вперед. Я уверен, что фундаментом Казахстана должно стать общество знаний. Я рад, что Нобелевский фестиваль проходит в Казахстане, и очень жду, когда один из участников получит свою Нобелевскую премию и войдет в зал славы первооткрывателей. Я благодарю наших ключевых партнеров за поддержку науки, образования и инноваций в Казахстане: Министерство науки и высшего образования, Министерство просвещения, Акимат города Астана, генеральные партнеры фестиваля: Алтын Кран Foundation, Ауэзов University, Бином School, стратегические партнеры: YPO Казахстан, Камаладдин University, официальные партнеры: BI Group и компания Platonus. Прошу вас занять свои места и приготовиться в удивительное путешествие в мир науки и инноваций. Я приглашаю к сцене Максата Курбенова, основателя Nobelfest и модератора пленарной сессии.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники, құрметті Nobelfest қатысушылары. Мен атым Мақсат Курбенов, мен Нобель фестивалінің бас директорымын. Ғылым және инновация фестиваліне қош келдіңіздер. Сегодня у нас неофициальный день, суббота, поэтому я очень прошу всех быть активными. Я очень рад, что вы все здесь собрались. У нас мероприятие в этом зале проходит уже 3-й день. Кто-нибудь был вчера и позавчера? Можете похлопать, если были? Супер, спасибо большое. Я надеюсь, вам понравилось. Этого мероприятия бы не было бы прежде всего без вас. Я всех искренне благодарю. Давайте мы будем начинать. Добро пожаловать на 6-й Нобелевский фестиваль. Саммит педагогов проходит как часть проекта Nobel Fest. Мы начали этим заниматься в 2009 году с командой привозить впервые в Казахстан нобелевских лауреатов. Тогда о Казахстане еще мало знали мировые ученые. И мы начали привозить их, делать лекции в университетах страны, в странах Центральной Азии, для того, чтобы приучать общество, популяризировать науку, образование, знания, как самый, наверное, главный и ценный ресурс для каждого человека. И несколько лет назад я уже хотел проводить саммит педагогов, саммит учителей, но не мог найти нужных партнеров и важной, как бы сказать правильно, я занимаюсь этими событиями очень давно, и мне всегда хотелось, чтобы каждое мероприятие несло какой-то важный и ценный опыт и ресурс для каждого участника. Поэтому мы сделали саммит педагогов в формате не форума. Тут не будут простые сессии, мы от этого полностью отказались. Цель саммита — создать учителей, группу учителей, тренеров, совет учителей, которые будут распространять знания саммита педагогов уже в отдаленных, во всех районах Казахстана. Для этого мы это делаем не просто для того, чтобы создать форум. Почему это мы делаем? Я сам родился, моя мама сама учитель, педагог, работала в разных школах, поэтому я понимаю ваш труд, очень сильно ценю и искренне считаю, что вы — это элита всей страны, поэтому я хотел бы вам выразить свою большую благодарность за ваше участие. Саммит педагогов проходит впервые в Казахстане. Мы также будем проводить большую премию Teachers Summit. Teachers Summit премия будет проходить в формате «Учитель Казахстана» в рамках глобальной премии «Учитель мира». Ежегодно лучших учителей от Казахстана будут номинировать на глобальную премию стоимостью в $1 миллион. И я хотел бы здесь поприветствовать в зале. Сегодня сидит человек, который вошел от Казахстана в этом году в топ-50 учителей мира. Ишангалиева Айгуль находится здесь. Хотел бы поблагодарить наших спикеров. В Казахстан прилетели 15 финалистов и обладатели премии Global Teacher Prize, лучшие учителя мира, а также педагоги, представители разных университетов, которые сегодня участвуют в Казахстане на нашем саммите. Большое вам спасибо. Мы также, одной из целей саммита — это создать остров знаний. В каком формате это будет проходить, Мы хотели бы, если вот нас поддерживают наши партнеры, и Binom School, и BI Group, и Министерство просвещения, мы хотим в Казахстане создать такой проект, как «Остров для педагогов», чтобы каждое лето на 10 дней, на неделю педагоги могли собираться на каком-то курорте в казахстанском и совместно с лучшими учителями мира проводить тренинги. И чтобы дальше эти все педагоги могли уже становиться тренерами и передавать свои знания в своих городах, селах, аулах. Вот зачем мы это делаем. Поэтому без лишних слов позвольте мне начать это прекрасное мероприятие. Здесь теперь я быстро буду читать. Очень важно для тех, кто не был у нас вчера и позавчера, у нас здесь уникальный формат. Работают в одном зале 3 сцены, то есть одновременно вы сможете слушать трех спикеров. Я сейчас объясню, как это будет проходить. У нас будут работать 3 сцены. Главная сцена здесь, это сцена педагогики. Будет работать сцена STEM, сцена инклюзии. Поэтому здесь в зале будет осуществляться синхронный перевод на казахский, английский и русский языки. Давайте мы начнем вот со сцены STEM и поприветствуем ее. Сейчас они включат ее. Пожалуйста.
Добрый день.
Это
сцена
сзади вас.
STEM, и мы начинаем в 1:30.
Следующая сцена у нас сцена инклюзивного образования.
Добрый день, меня зовут Мадин. Это сцена инклюзии. Мы начинаем работу в 1:30.
Дорогие участники, после обеда звук и выступления спикеров будут передаваться только через наушники, чтобы сцены не мешали друг другу. Поэтому рядом с каждой сценой выдаются также наушники. Просим всех взять их, потому что звук будет идти только в наушники. Теперь вы видите, насколько инновационно мы подошли к проведению Nobel Fest и Саммита педагогов. Все участники в одном зале. Работают 3 сцены. Если хотите послушать что-то другое, просто переходите к сцене и через эти же наушники сможете слышать выступления спикеров. Не нужно менять наушники. Перед каждой сценой все настроено для вашего удобства. Просто передвигаетесь ближе к понравившейся сцене, и наушник улавливает сигнал и транслирует звук сцены. На этом я объявляю саммит педагогов открытым. Желаю всем успехов. Я думаю, будет очень интересно. Всех благодарю за участие.
Добрый день, уважаемые учителя, гости. Большое спасибо, Максат, за ваше приветственное слово. Спасибо, что делаете науку и образование в Казахстане лучше, прогрессивнее. Уважаемые учителя, дорогие гости, я так рада приветствовать вас сегодня здесь, на этом замечательном 3-м дне нашего Нобелевского фестиваля. Для меня это большая честь стоять на сцене перед вами и объявлять наших замечательных спикеров. И, конечно же, без промедления, для приветственного слова на эту сцену я приглашаю первого вице-министра Министерства просвещения Республики Казахстан Жумадельдаеву Наталью Васильевну. Поприветствуем!
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Я приветствую всех участников этого большого форума и всех наших гостей, и зарубежных, и наших. Я приветствую в нашей столице, в сердце Евразии. И вы обратили, наверное, внимание, какой прекрасной погодой встретила Астана всех наших гостей на Нобелевском фестивале. Я прошу прощения из-за плотного графика. К сожалению, министр просвещения не смог участвовать и поприветствовать вас. И поэтому от лица Гани Бектаевича, от лица всего министерства я желаю вам творческих больших побед. Уже объявление того, то, что сегодня будет в интерактиве работать сразу 3 площадки, это уже говорит, что огромное творчество, да, вложено в то, чтобы провести этот семинар. Как только сказали, что сегодня здесь собрались лучшие педагоги, ученые, для того, чтобы поделиться своими лучшими педагогическими практиками. Сегодня из вас, когда вы приедете во все свои регионы, когда вы уедете в свои родные места, вы создадите большую критическую массу педагогов новой формации, которые мыслят по-другому. Даже когда я посмотрела на программу форума, я увидела, что абсолютно новые, креативные идут темы, и сегодня это целая большая глобальная академическая такая масса, и здесь абсолютно перемешались и культуры, и языки, и подходы педагогические, но самое главное, что во всей этой коллаборации на первом месте стоит педагог, который сегодня совершенствует себя для того, чтобы прийти в класс, прийти в аудиторию к своим студентам и дать самое лучшее тем, ради которых мы совершенствуемся, ради которых мы едем за 3-9 земель, чтобы собрать по крупицам самые лучшие педагогические практики. Я желаю вам успехов, и я рада, что сегодня я один из членов вашего глобального педагогического сообщества. Удачи вам!
Большое спасибо вам за такое замечательное приветственное слово. Ну а я, дорогие друзья, хочу напомнить, что сейчас мы с вами присутствуем на открытом национальном саммите педагогов. И следующего человека, который выйдет на эту сцену, я уже спешу объявить. На эту сцену выходит главный CEO, прошу прощения, BI Group Умаров Асхат Асанович. Поприветствуем нашего дорогого гостя.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги. Для меня большая честь называть себя коллегой. Я рад участвовать в таком замечательном мероприятии, очень полезном. Вы знаете, мой опыт руководителя давно меня убедил, что бизнес, по сути своей, это такая череда ошибок и просчетов. И иногда между ними случается какой-то успех. Так вот, ключевой элемент этого успеха – это тот навык обучения на ошибках и познания чего-то нового. И только обладая этим, ты достигаешь успеха. И этот навык закладывается в первую очередь педагогами и родителями. И я вам благодарен за этот труд. Я как тоже сын педагогов, рос в семье педагогов, знаю, насколько это тяжелый и иногда, кажется, неблагодарный труд, потому что материальное воплощение успеха детей ты видишь через десятки лет. Но на самом деле, я думаю, вас в первую очередь мотивируют те моменты радости, когда ребенок узнает что-то новое, да, у него глаза горят, и он умеет делать то, что не умел раньше. Особенно это важно, я думаю, в текущий момент, век диджитализации всего и вся, клипового мышления, когда приходится бороться и конкурировать за внимание ребенка. И мы, кстати, как бизнес уже с этим сталкиваемся, это ощущаем. Я вам желаю на этом мероприятии поделиться опытом, узнать что-то новое и в первую очередь вдохновиться, продолжить этот непростой, но благородный, благодарный путь. Спасибо.
Большое спасибо. Давайте проводим бурными аплодисментами Асхата Асановича. And, you know, it's my honor to invite to the stage Rajit Disale, the recipient of the prestigious Global Teacher Prize in 2022. Let's welcome Rajit Disale with a round of applause.
Very good morning, Astana, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished educators, and esteemed guests today. I'm deeply honored to stand before you all at the Nobel Teacher or Nobel Peace Teacher Summit happening in Astana. This gathering is a testament to the transformative power of education and remarkable dedication of educators all over the world. When we speak about education, we speak of hope. Hope for a better tomorrow, hope for a more equitable world, and hope for the realization of facts, and the hope for our fullest human beings who has the greatest potential to make this world a better place. Teachers, you are the torch bearers of this hope and the architects of the dreams of our students. As we reflect on the profound impact of education, let's remember that it goes beyond the classroom and textbooks. It's about instilling values of empathy and compassion, resilience in our students. It's about fostering critical thinking and nurturing creativity. It's about empowering every learner to find their unique path in the life. We're living in the world of unprecedented challenges and opportunities as well. From the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia, and to the rapid advancement of technology like AI and ChatGPT, the role of education has never been more critical. We must adopt, innovate, and inspire in equal measures. But let's not forget that education is not just about overcoming obstacles. It's about leveraging opportunities. Our students are digital native, digital citizens, and change makers of tomorrow. They are the generation that will shape our responses to the climate change, advance the medical discoveries, and foster peace in the world that surely needs it. So what is the role in guiding these future leaders? It is to instill them the values of humanity, empathy, and responsibility. It is to teach them the power of collaboration, the beauty of diversity, and the importance of ethical leadership. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to the education, for your dedication to the shaping youth minds, and for your role in making the world a much better place. Let's march forward and united in purpose, inspired by profound potential of education. Thank you so much. May this Nobel Teacher Summit be a source of inspiration and collaboration for you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Disale. Thank you very much for your warm words and emphasizing the role of education. And the last but not the least, I would invite to the stage, welcome to the stage, Keisha Thorpe, Global Teacher Prize winner 2021, life changer, motivational speaker, and education coach. Please welcome our dear guest to the stage.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, teachers, friends, Kazakhs, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be here in front of you today. This meeting is a chance to talk about the power of new ideas. Over the next few hours, you will be hearing about the game-changing ways in which teachers are actually practicing policies to change the world. And you'll be hearing from the incredible people who are making these changes happen from the classroom all the way up to the cabinet. As a teacher, I know that these new ideas are needed now more than ever, because all around the world, children and young people from the poorest and most vulnerable backgrounds are losing out on the right to education. In low and middle income countries, over half of 10-year-old children are unable to read a simple text. And in the world's richest countries, there's a sharp divide in the quality of education that rich and poor children receive. This means that our world is wasting the potential of hundreds of millions of children. As a teacher, I've faced these issues firsthand. I've been teaching for 20 rewarding years. My students are mostly immigrants and refugees whose families have fled poverty and conflict. They've come to the US for a new start in life and to find new opportunities, just like I did. I'm actually a native Jamaican. So in many ways, my students' stories are my story. So when I became a teacher, it was important for me to find a way to reach all of my students. To do that, I realized I had to do things differently. That's where new ideas came in. But the first thing I knew I had to make was the 3 big changes. Firstly, to change my mindset. So I redesigned my curriculum to make sure it was more culturally relevant for all of my diverse students. Secondly, I taught my students to believe in themselves and to believe in their own potential. I've told them, do not let your past affect your future. And finally, I've made sure that all of my students have a future waiting for them when they leave school. I've worked incredibly hard to help students, not just in my classroom to have a better chance at life, but students all across the world, because education is a human right, and all students and all children should have access to it at all levels. So together, myself and my sister, Dr. Tricia Thorpe, we created a nonprofit organization, US Elite International, to give low-income students and at-risk students across the globe access to scholarship opportunities that would help them to attain or earn a college education debt-free. All children deserve the chance to be the best they can possibly be. But in order for the world's poorest and most vulnerable children to reach their fullest potential, education needs some new ideas. That is why I'm taking my best practices across the world, which is why I'm also here today, bringing together other award-winning teachers to share their funds of knowledge with other teachers to build their capacity so that they're able to offer quality education to all children, because all children deserve to have a quality education. I am leading a mission to reskill and upskill 1 million teachers to help transform Education 2030. Students need education. Education needs teachers. And this is why teachers will always matter. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thorpe. And now let's move forward to the movement that we've been all eagerly waiting for, the presentation of the Global Education Citizen Award. I would like to introduce you to this award. The Global Education Citizen Award is given to individuals who have demonstrated exceptional dedication and service to the field of education, particularly in the context of Kazakhstan. This award is a testament to the profound impact these individuals have had on the educational landscape, not only in Kazakhstan, but on a global scale too. Today, we recognize 3 outstanding individuals who have made unparalleled contributions to education in Kazakhstan. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Keisha Thorpe and Dr. Tricia Thorpe to the stage to present the Global Education Citizen Award to our esteemed laureates. Please welcome. Для получения награды о которой я только что говорила, на сцену я приглашаю первого вице-министра Министерства просвещения Жумадильдаеву Наталью Васильевну. Награда будет на имя министра просвещения Республики Казахстан. Наталья Васильевна, пожалуйста, подходите к нам на сцену. Давайте поприветствуем еще раз.
Поблагодарить вас за внимание. И я думаю, что работа и руководителя ведомства, и всего министерства, и всего педагогического сообщества будет направлена для того, чтобы и в дальнейшем оправдать эту награду и это внимание по отношению к нашему педагогическому сообществу. Большое спасибо еще раз.
Thank you.
Поддержим еще раз бурными аплодисментами. Это очень большая награда, которая подчеркивает значимость образования и науки в Республике Казахстан и не только, по всему миру в том числе. И наш следующий лауреат – исполнительный директор Білім болашағы Кадырова Шолпан Маратовна. Приглашаем на сцену. Данная награда присуждается людям за большой вклад в образование и науку, всем тем, которые поддерживают развитие педагогики, образования в Республике Казахстан.
Спасибо всем. Ұстаздарға рахмет. Биномға рахмет. Global Teacher Prizeға рахмет. Мен үшін үлкен сюрприз болды. Шын мәнінде алғысым шексіз. Осындай премия осы жерде отырған барлық ұстаздарға бір күні бұйырсын. Барлығыңызға рахмет.
Поддержим. И третий лауреат, третья награда вручается учителю, мастеру, можно сказать, мастеру информатики школы Бином имени Кадыр Мырзаали Тамабековой Саулет Махатовне. Я хочу отметить, что эта почетная награда вручается в рамках нашего саммита для учителей. Это большой показатель того, проводим нашу дорогую лауреатку. Большое спасибо. Как я уже сказала, это большой показатель того, насколько большую роль играет образование в мире, в стране и в жизни каждого из нас. Она присуждается за вклад в сферу образования и науки. И мы надеемся, что с каждым годом у нас в Казахстане таких наград будет становиться все больше и больше. Now we move on to a critical discussion that directly impacts the growth of teacher in our educational system. Дорогие друзья, я спешу сообщить, что буквально через несколько минут после замечательного ролика, который вы увидите на экранах, мы объявим пленарное заседание, пленарную сессию, на которой вы сможете послушать дискуссии наших уважаемых учителей и людей, которые вложили, которым неравнодушна сфера образования, которые вложили вклад, сделали определенный вклад в эту сферу. Большое спасибо. Давайте обратим внимание на экраны и просмотрим ролик.
I got something I gotta tell you, so get ready for another breakthrough. So let me show you what I mean. Cause what I got is the new thing. Listen up, I'm gonna say it all right now. Cause I just gotta let you know it's better than ever. Have you heard the word? It's better than ever. Tell the world, spread the word. You ain't seen nothing yet. It's true what you heard. It's better than ever. Cause you ain't ever seen what you about to see. Better than ever, better than ever. Yeah. Better than ever, better than ever. Yeah.
Первый университет быстрых профессий представляет кейс новой книги Филиппа Котлера «Стратегический партнер Noble Fest. Диплом от профессора Гарварда. Как стать лидером своей жизни. Как развить свой личный бренд».
Грамотный разработчик умеет.
В современном маркетинге ты должен уметь
2 направления, 6 программ: IT, фронтенд, бэкенд, блокчейн, маркетинг, диджитал, медиа, креатив, знания от успешных практиков, стажировка в крупнейших компаниях СНГ, 100% трудоустройство, ориентир на перспективу, то, что нужно каждому в современной реальности.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Здравствуйте еще раз. Насколько я знаю, в течение прошлых 2 дней для вас, дорогие учителя, проходили интенсивы, воркшопы, сессии с лучшими учителями мира. Вам понравилось? Большое спасибо за такую обратную связь. Я надеюсь, что знания, которые мы получили за эти 2 дня прошедшие, обязательно будут воплощены, обязательно применятся в нашей науке, в сфере образования. Ну а сейчас давайте перейдем к пленарной сессии, которую я объявляла. Now we move on to a critical discussion, as I emphasized before. And the topic of our plenary session today is how administrators support teachers to grow. The discussion promises to shed light on the pivotal role that administrators play in nurturing the talents and professional development of our educators. We have the privilege of having a panel of esteemed experts with us today, each with a unique perspective on this vital subject. Let me introduce them to you. Keisha Thorpe, the Vice President of US Elite International 2021 Global Teacher Prize winner. Let's welcome one more time. Next, we have Dr. Carlos Biada. Dr. Carlos Biada, please welcome co-director of Next Generation Learning Challenges. Our next expert, Ержан Әубәкіров, Ұстаз Про және Құндылық оқу орталықтарының педагог зерттеушісі, Білім инновация халықаралық қоғамдық қорының бірінші вице-президенті. Қош келдіңіз. Joining us today is our next expert. You already know him, Rajit Disale, the 2022 Global Teacher Prize winner. Let's welcome Rajit Disale one more time. Наш пятый эксперт Гульнара Салмен, международный эксперт, основатель Ассоциации школ международного бакалавриата стран Кавказа и Центральной Азии, директор общественного фонда Teach for Kazakhstan. And let's welcome Dr. Trisha Thorpe, CEO and President of US Elite International, a distinguished university professor and an education speaker and advocate. Let's welcome Dr. Thorpe. Дорогие гости, на этой пленарной сессии наши уважаемые эксперты обсудят важный вопрос. And now it's my honor to hand over the moderation reins to an expert in education, Dr. Trisha Thorpe.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. As our esteemed moderator mentioned, today we are going to touch on the topic of how administrators support and help teachers to grow. And so all of my panelists here are in some way, shape, or form have been a principal, administrator, or director of their school. And so the wisdom they're about to impart on you, I am sure that you will take it, have lots of takeaways, and so I really advise you to listen keenly as they share with you, particularly if you're an administrator today. So, the first question I have for my esteemed panel, and I'm going to start with you first, Mr. Disdale. How do you foster an atmosphere where teachers feel supported, empowered, and also valued?
Hello, am I audible? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Trisha, for asking me the question. I'm so happy to be here. I always wonder, my kids coming to school every day, wake up early morning, and they were so excited to come to school and enjoy, have a fun. I wish my teachers too, wake up early morning, being excited, going to school and work together under the guidance of principal. And this culture can be created in the schools if a principal creates such an environment for teachers. And teachers should feel that they're valued, they're respected, and they're supported. So it's very critical for a critical role of an administrator to create such an environment. The way teachers are creating in the classroom, they respect every student. I actually, painted a quote on my classroom. And the quote is that, in this class, mistakes are expected, respected, and celebrated. So this is the way I organize my classroom, and principals should be doing the same thing as administrators should be doing the same thing with teachers. Teachers, they are the human beings, right? So they can commit mistakes, they can make mistakes. We should accept them the way they are. But in order to create an atmosphere where teachers feel they're valued, I think a couple of things as a principal or an administrator we should be doing. The first thing comes in my mind always is like professional development of teachers. It's always matters. The way I talk last couple of days in Binom schools, and I always saying teachers, try to be a teacher of 21st century, because this generation of 21st century being nurtured by teachers of 20th century using that 19th century curriculum and 18th century techniques. It's a huge gap between, teacher's style of teaching and student style of learning. So we need, as being an administrator, we need to focus on professional development of all our teachers. And at the same time, embed them some skills of collaborative learning. Teaching never happens isolated. It's always happened collaboratively. And the way students are learning, we need to teach our students how teachers can teach collaboratively. A couple of things teachers can, administrators can do. At the same time, teaching or mentoring new teachers in our classroom, in our schools is also important. Just like senior teachers can be a mentor of new coming teachers, giving them atmosphere, sense of belongings here. I think these kind of a couple of small things always matters to create that, teachers are being valued and respected in our classroom. This is the way I think principals can create an atmosphere of where teachers can feel they are valued and important to the schools and to the administrators as well.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I'll turn to you, Yerzan, if you have anything to add to that.
Thank you, Keisha, for your question. First of all, I'm very delighted to be there in this such wonderful scene, and I want to greet everybody because such kind of conferences, festivals, I believe that it will give a big impulse to professional development,
Yes.
Teacher inspiration, and their motivation. That's why it's very great. Thank you very much. And coming to your question, I worked several years as a principal of the school, and this question is directly about maybe my experience. I think the most important thing at school is the school culture. School culture, because it's the fundamental of everything. It's for parents, for students, for teachers. And in the school culture, first, the principal must pay to foster the feeling of support. I think the principal should pay attention to communication, to effective communication with teachers, even not with teachers, with all stakeholders. Second is building a relationship. Because without real relationship, without, for example, let's take about formal meetings. I want to give some example. We hold weekly meetings, maybe monthly meetings. We have at school, like Petsavet we call it. These meetings somehow conduct as a formal, and one only maybe principal just speaking, and then maybe but nobody contributes to the school's theme or school problem. At that sphere, the principal must conduct a real effective communication with teachers, must listen to them. When the teachers are listened, they feel that they are valued. I think the first one, this is very important. Second, the vision. We have to set a clear vision for everybody at school. The teachers must understand where the school is going, what the principal wants from us. And if the teacher understands her or his role in achieving this vision, she will really do everything to reach it, because they understand that they are a part of the big they are the part of the big goal, and everybody will do their best. And last, it's about the principal leadership. leadership is also important. I call it mostly buildership, not the leader, mostly builder, because the builder can cast a vision that's always compelling, that everybody will be willing to join to this goal. I think this sort of thing is very important to foster an atmosphere of support and empowerment.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And while you are listening, I know you probably don't have a Padlet or a tablet with you, but do take notes on your phone because they're sharing some really, really great information here. And so I want to mention culture, right, that we've heard twice here. Building a culture, making sure that empowering your teachers, creating a vision for them, creating space for collaboration and professional development, building your teacher, buildership he mentioned, right? And some of you probably have never heard of it before. I have not heard of it. Instead of leadership, buildership, working together and fostering that culture so your teachers can grow. So thank you so much for sharing that, because when you create that vision for your teachers and you value them and you respect them, that only increases their productivity and increase classroom outcomes from their students. Which brings me to the next question. How meaningful is teacher evaluation? Right? While we're building these teachers, we're providing professional development for them, we're creating value for them. Now we have to evaluate them on what we have given them. So how important or how meaningful is teacher evaluation, and what is your process for evaluating your teachers? And I'll go to Dr. Beato, and then I'll go to Mr. Gondara.
Hello, and thank you again for having us here. I think teacher evaluation is extremely important, is a way for us to measure the success of a school. But I think that what has happened in education lately is that the principalship has turned into a lot of other things than just instruction. There's a lot of operational things that are happening, at least in the US, and that has taken away a little bit from the real value of evaluations. So ultimately, I believe that principals should be building in structures and systems where teachers feel supported along the way. It's not a just one-time thing to be evaluated, but rather along the way build many sessions with teachers where you see a few minutes of interactions with students, give quick feedback, and allow yourself to see a teacher to grow, and then leading to a formal evaluation. This piece around culture is really important. You need to professionally develop teachers to be able to build the classrooms that you want to see. And the only way that you can do that, honestly, is being a model instructional leader as a principal. And so one of the things that I did was I led an after-school club and actually lunch club around AP Spanish, because Spanish was the course that I taught as a teacher. And so in order for other teachers to see me in that capacity as an instructional leader, I opened up the space for my teachers to be able to see me as an instructional leader. And I think that that's really important. We have lost a lot of that in education, in present society, and we need to go back to that. We need to go back to a space where learning is purposeful and engaging for students, and it's still rigorous. You don't let go of that rigor, because kids need to be prepared for the future. And if we don't prepare them in that way, then they're going to go out into the world and be lost.
Thank you. Gonara.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Khairul kun, khairul tang. Hello to everyone. I'm happy to be here and also privileged to be on the stage with such an amazing people. I'm actually English language teacher, and with the 14 years of experience, and I have been in a different leadership positions at Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools for about 10 years. And now I'm doing Project Teach for Kazakhstan, and I think it's an honor to share here about Little Bit project. And then, moreover, I have done my master's degree on teacher evaluation, teacher appraisal process, so I have a lot to share about this here. I would like to say about Teach for Kazakhstan, the project that I'm doing. I've never thought that I will start doing social innovations besides teaching, and I thought that teaching is my whole life career. But Teach for Kazakhstan is about recruiting and selecting the promising and the best university students from the top university of Kazakhstan and abroad to bring them to teaching. So as a public fund, we recruit, select, educate, give the postgraduate certificate of general education to the engineers to become teachers and send them to work at the rural areas for 2 years. This is the worldwide fellowship with the name of Teach for All. We have Teach for India,
Yes,
probably
yes,
you know
I
it. Yeah, Teach for Kazakhstan, Teach for America, Teach for China. It has in 60 countries, and we are happy to launch it this year. And I want to say that about 5 of our fellows are sitting here in this room because Nobelfest is actually very supporting us so much. So I would like to welcome them here and say that engineers can become teachers of mathematics and the physics, economists can be teachers of history, geography, and they are doing it now in 10 schools of rural areas of Karaganda region. So that's what I'm delighted about. And about meaningful of teacher evaluation, why it's that meaningful. First of all, it is unfair to assess students but do not assess teachers. So I think we have to assess it, but the way how we organize it is it's way not the way we should do that. I mean, particularly in our country, we have more summative assessment, which is like attestation, attestation, which we do like once in a 3-5 years time. But we do not do the formative assessment. How about supervision? How about giving the feedback? How about sharing the goals that Yerjan was sharing? The school has the mission, vision, values certain. How do we really implement it? Do we really understand how we are doing this? And this all should be as a part of the supervision. And then should come the evaluation part. And this all should be collected as a data. And then should come the judgment part where we say, hey, teacher, you are not good teacher. You are doing bad thing. This is not the way you should do that. That's how it should work. So it should have these 3 stages, which is supervision, evaluation, and then the judgment. In that way, it is very, I would say, safe for teachers and for the administration. It is very, it is about culture, when everyone can actually visit each other's lesson, give feedback, be very effective in the way they do, and they all know it. For that one, of course, school should, in order to make it more meaningful, school should have clear standards. School should have common understanding. When we say, you can have clear standards, but one teacher understands it this way, teacher, let's say leader, she again goes to the classroom, says, that's not the best lesson. And then goes to the next teacher leader, says, this is not, so we should have common understanding what is the best lesson. How should we do that? How should we implement particular values in the classroom? And then we should have trained educators who know how to assess particular lessons or give feedback. This is probably the most important things. Besides that one, I would also pay attention to the things like a social capital. We also need to consider teachers' social capital, because nowadays teachers are mostly focused on their teaching and they don't know what is happening in the world. They're just there in the classroom and they even don't know what is happening in the education system. So social capital, professional capital, human capital, all of those things should be kind of mixed together, and they should be placed on a clear standards that can be clear to all teachers, which will actually set up the culture. Thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Wonderful.
And her program is a really great program, Teach for Kazakhstan. And if you have any questions about that following our session, I'm sure she'll be able to share more with you, and you can see her after, right?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Great. So my next question is related to decision-making in schools and how are teachers included in that. So what area in your school do you as a teacher get included in the decision-making? What area do you include teachers in the decision-making? And I'll go ahead and I'll start with Mr. Disdale, then I'll turn it over to Ms. Thorpe.
Okay. I still remember my early days when I was administrator, and I was taking more than 100 decisions in a day. My mind was really exhausted. Every day at the end of the day, I was going back to home, and I took like 2 or 3 hours nap. Clearly exhausted. But then I thought of like, instead of taking decisions at my own responsibility and accountability, why don't I involve teachers in decision-making environment? But my teachers were actually reluctant to do that, because when you take a decision, and they were afraid of like what if something went wrong? Who will be responsible for those things? Who will be accountable for those things? So I told them that don't worry of the result, even though decision, like sometimes it might be good, correct, sometimes it might go wrong. But first thing is that you should start taking decisions. In the classroom, we took decisions like who should be talking, who should not be talking, who should be answering, who should not be answering. So we take those decisions as the teachers. But when we become administrator and our administrators ask us like, you are now in charge of this department. So suddenly the teacher starts feeling, oh no, it's like added burden on me. So what I did, I figured out some areas where I could involve teachers in decision-making or service area. So a couple of areas were like designing school policies for students, for parents, setting up the rules of the classrooms as well. Then I also involved them in the budget allocation. That was really, important decision. I really think so, because initially I was the only person who was allocating budget, but I'm not expert of all those things. I can't understand what teachers need in those classrooms. Yesterday you mentioned that there should be budget for the teachers community engagement, right? So that's a good idea. You being a teacher, you feel that there should be budget for parent engagement. And I involve my teachers in that area. What kind of areas where we should be spending money? So teachers come up with their different ideas, that's like yours. One of my teachers one day suggested me like, we should have a budget for evaluation, Ranjit. I said, wow, very nice idea, but where are you going to spend it? So he said like, I don't want to use that formative assessment. I want to go beyond that. I want my kids to go in the field, in the community, and let them understand the problems and let them think how they can solve those problems. I need funds for those field trips. That's a good idea, I think. So this is how I involve them in my decision-making areas. I also involve them in school improvement initiatives. Because teachers know whether our schools is performing well or not. What are the areas we are very strong? What are those areas where we are weak? If we involve all the teachers, basically, if we involve all those teachers in that school improvement initiatives, I think the better team, collaborative work happen, and we might see the better results as well. So these are a couple of areas where I actively involve my teachers to make decisions, be accountable for their decisions, no matter what is the result. Dare to take a decision.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sale. So I've been a teacher for 20 years in the classroom, and I'm now actually an administrator. So I've been on both ends. And so I always think that the best administrators always, at the beginning, include teachers in decision-making of a shared vision for what your school is supposed to be. Because teachers have to have that buy-in for the school to be successful. Mr. DeSale talked about budget. That's one of the greatest things as well. How do we allocate the funding based on what our needs are? And I think a lot of times teachers are left out of the decision-making process, but they're the ones that are in the classroom and really know what the needs of their students are. So they're the engines in the school, so they have to make sure, administrators have to make sure that teachers are involved in decision-making at all levels. The school that I teach at is a community school, and so one way that, and this is actually my former principal as well. So One of the ways he included teachers in decision-making is by forming a steering committee. And on that steering committee, you have teachers, community members, you have students and parents, and we all sit and talk about what are the areas of needs in our school and how to allocate that budget to make sure that everyone in our school, including parents and including the community that our school serves, everyone actually benefits from the decisions that are made for these funds. We talked about learning resources. Teachers should be able to make those decisions. Curriculum, teachers need to be included in those decision making because they ultimately impact the outcomes of students. They should also be involved in decision making for infrastructure. We talked about that earlier this week. What should the school design look like? Students, parents, teachers, everyone should be involved in those kinds of decisions. When we also talk about how we engage parents, as Mr. DeSale says, we are the ones that interact with the students more than anyone else in the building. And so we are on the front line in between students and home. We are that bridge, not the administrators. So we don't expect the administrators to call 2,000 homes, right, or 2,000 parents. And so teachers have to be involved in how do we engage parents and what is enough engagement for teachers to handle, because we know that sometimes it can be overwhelming for teachers. So we need to be involved in the decision-making process in all aspects of the school.
Great, thank you so much. And I'll just summarize that real quick. So essentially, the decision-making is not only up to the administrators. It takes teachers, parents, and the community at large, and everyone plays a role into building the community school and making it prosper. So I'll go ahead now and ask, why are principals important? We just kind of talked about some of your roles as principal, but really, why are principals important, and how do you help your teachers who are struggling?
I'll be happy to take that. So the principal, the teacher role is one of the most important roles in a school building, the most important role in the school building. And the principal should be, in essence, the #1 teacher leader in a school building. Yes. And so at the end of the day, it should be educators leading a school building in general. No separation by their title. So I think that one of the things that I have done is including teachers in all of the different processes in the school building, from evaluation to designing new clubs and committees, including teachers in all types of decision-making process. One year, we got $100,000 to be a community school. And the first thing that I did was create a committee, as Ms. Thorpe said, and build a committee with students, parents, teachers, and admin that would inform what that $100,000 would be used for. Because me alone, I don't get to see what is happening in the classroom every single day. And ultimately, it is the teacher, it is the parents who are seeing what kids are getting for homework at home, who are really understanding what is missing in the classroom and what is needed. And so through this committee, we would do surveys, think about the things that are not going well, and where there was an opportunity for growth. So one of the things that I did for teachers exclusively was build a system of evaluation, going back to that question, where it was a process that was very interconnected. It wasn't a one-time thing. We would show up to classroom, my AP and I, to do informal observations, not to say, got you, we got you, teacher, but rather to say, we're gonna see 10 minutes of instruction, we're going to see how it's going, and we're going to give you feedback right away. And I think that's one important element of giving quick feedback as teachers are implementing instruction, to be able to build a solid instructional culture and core in a school building. But the principal has to be ready to set systems and structures in place and allow teachers to inform those systems and structures. If something is not working, we should all be able to collectively make decisions about what is not working and how do we make it better.
Cool. Ms. Golnara?
Yeah, I just, thank you, Carlos. I mean, you mentioned everything, but for me, principal is a person who actually owns the brand, keeps the brand, person who actually leads everything, the way he communicates with people, the way he treats children, the way he sets up everything is actually example how should things be in a classroom. So I think how the important thing for me, I think, is to be able to communicate well with the teachers, to share with them everything that is happening in your side, because teachers usually, again, as I told, they teach, they think about their classroom, and I think it's important to principals sometimes share what is happening in her side to have bigger picture, because principals usually have that big picture or helicopter view about everything that is happening. And in that case, when you communicate it effectively and teachers can actually share a lot of things, help, suggest, move actually some things more quicker than principals can do sometimes. So yeah, principal is amazing and an important person, but without teachers and the students, I think he will not be that important. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, we kind of just touched on how you help struggling teachers. Now, I want to know, how do you motivate teachers? How do you keep them engaged and help them to feel important and wake up every morning and say, this is an important job. I feel great about being a teacher. And by the way, this week we celebrated World Teachers Day. So I want to let you know, all the administrators here, all the educators, all the teachers, happy World Teachers Day. And we appreciate you all.
So
now
I think I'll jump in really quickly and respond to that. How administrators motivate teachers to be their best selves. I think one of the first things that most teachers don't get is autonomy. Like, we need some autonomy. Give us leadership positions, trust us to lead, and trust that we have the skills to do so. And if we don't, then give us the training necessary to do so. Empower us. A lot of times we think we go into the classroom and we teach students how to, well, we go in with our positive selves and we teach students how to affirm each other, but sometimes we don't get that back. And so even as adults, we need affirmation. Like you said earlier, coming into the classroom, it's not a I got you moment. I want to write something down because you didn't do something right, and I want it as evidence to weaponize against you. But coming in saying that there are areas that you can improve on and relay that in a constructive way, in a positive way, so that the teacher feels confident about wanting to grow, about wanting to stay in the profession. And I think that's why so many teachers leave the profession, because they don't get that level of support. So we need constant affirmation. We need that constant training, that constant support from our administrators. Even a smile, right? So we want our administrators to model the level of professionalism that they want from us. Treat us with respect. Show us that we're valued. Show us that they care about us. You know, one of the ways that my principal here, my former principal here, we call him the food king, because we get breakfast all the time. We get breakfast for no reason. We get lunch for no reason. We get T-shirts for no reason. Well, I wouldn't say for no reason, but it's just his way of showing this is how I love and support and show you that I care.
Tricia, I just want to jump in, you know. The way Keisha is now, you have been commenting on your principal nowadays, and we just celebrated World Teachers Day, and we also how to start a World administrators or principals day to celebrate here, to recognize the work they are doing, leading the way their entire team. Is there any international or national principals day?
Today, let's make it today.
Let's make it today.
Or we could call it World Educators Day.
Yes.
It includes everyone.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much for sharing that. Okay, so I'll go ahead and ask, how important is teacher-administrator relationship? I know Ms. Thorpe was talking about her former principal and the type of relationship that he fosters within his school environment. Now share with me, how important is that relationship between administrator and the teachers? I'll go ahead and talk.
Can I answer?
Yes.
I will jump in. As I told before, I think the relationship between the teachers is the bedrock for everything, because depending on the relationship, you can just drive the way you want. Listening and everything, school culture, as I told, plays the important role in this in this place, because if you want to reach the way you want, the people working with you, around you, they must understand your vision, and without clear communication, without delivering this goal to them, you cannot reach. That's why the relationship will play the fundamental role in this, I think.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Can I
Yes.
say, as a principal, I have a responsibility for every single person that I hire. And so it is important to me to be able to cultivate and bring out the best in every single person in my building. And so it is my responsibility to make sure that I have great relationships with all of my staff. And I'll tell you that over the years that I was at the school, there were only a few teachers that left, and it was because they were leaving the state, they were going back to school. It was not because they didn't like or do well in the environment they were in. We created the structures for them to be successful, and in spaces when teachers were not being great teachers for the students that we were providing support for, English learners in this case, then, we amicably separated ways because we understood that they were not the best teachers for that population of students. And so I think, and I will repeat this again, as a principal, it is my responsibility to be able to cultivate those relationships and to be able to help build teachers to their next level.
I just want to add one more thing. I think to help the good relationship will help also the school principal's evaluation. When teachers can be part of that evaluation, when they can give feedback about things that work and things that don't work. And it's not only about principals, it can be school administrators like vice principals, deputy directors, and all the things. And it will give them the ownership that they are part of this culture, that they can really influence. For example, sometimes some principals never answer to your mail. They read and they forget to simply say reply, I got it. And when some teachers can write feedback saying that, I always write you but never get feedback. And then you start replying, because then you know your blind spot also. So I think to building the relationship is also always taking them on board on everything that you're doing. Also makes strong relationships, and it's clear then if you have effective principal is actually about having good relationship and the good retention.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for sharing. And we've been talking a lot about what principals can do to have really great teachers show up for them every day. Right? And so some of those are some of the positive influences and some of the way we grow teacher excellence. Now, just kind of take a step back. Let's think about the negative impact What about the negative impact on the school's culture, the climate? How will that affect the teacher-administrator relationship, right, in a negative way, if there is not a great relationship between the teachers and the administrators? What are some of the negative impacts? I'm sure they all want to know, right? Because we're all trying to grow our teachers in excellence.
Well, as a teacher who have been in a few different schools and also a few different school systems, I've experienced a myriad of different types of leadership. And I realized that some of those leadership was just not for me, or some of those environments were not just for me. And I think one of the negative impact of not having an administrator supporting teachers is that, you know how we are teachers, we're quick to form a clique, right? The teachers form clique, and as a former teacher union building representative, I know too well how those are. Teachers form cliques, they file grievances, and you do everything to bring the house down. Because if you're not happy, then it becomes a toxic environment. They talk about the principal, they talk about teachers, and then they bring it into the classroom. And ultimately, you have teachers who get so disgruntled that they throw all professionalism out the door, and they tell students about their problems. And then we start having behavior management problems in the classroom. The performance goes down, teacher performance goes down. We have affecting students' performance. And so there are just a myriad of negative things that impact that school culture and climate when teachers are not happy. If administrators want us to show up as our best selves for students, then they have to create, like Dr. Beata said, a warm environment for us, so we can go into the classroom happy and create that warm environment for our students so that they also can have an opportunity to experience us as our best selves. And that's when we start having great performance outcomes from our students.
Can I jump in? There is a word, toxicity. Maybe you heard everybody, toxicity. This word is used in the chemical sphere, exactly, but we can also use it in the sphere of education. If there is a not good relationship, the toxicity will arise in a school environment, school culture. And as a consequence, a lot of things will happen. First, from my experience, what I heard maybe mostly from my colleagues, the risk-taking. You know, risk-taking is very important for young teachers, exactly. If the principal do not listen and do not care about teachers will not take a risk to do something, to do something new, to implement new strategies, new practice at school. Second, what may arise is there will not be an honest dialogue between the teachers, between the principal. There will be more back-channel talks, where everybody talks, just decides something, but in reality, it will not work. Then the last very important thing is the punishment. The punishment will be used more than recognition or rewards. All these stuffs will really affect the quality of education for everything. This exactly I can call it the toxic culture will arise.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Did you want to share?
Yeah, absence of trust, I think. That's the trust should be the biggest, the huge letters everywhere at school. So that will probably help the whole school community and culture to decrease the negative things, because I think every principal, everyone is working to decrease that negative impact, the relationship at school, because it's everywhere, kind of, and it's not easy to like cut it. So we try every time to do it, but it's always happening there. So trust should be there, so everyone can trust each other, say that this is not the way you're doing, this is what we've agreed to do, it should be like done like that. So I think trust should be the key thing.
Okay, so trust is a key thing. And I'll just move down the line and you can tell me another key thing that you think should be positive in building that relationship. I'll go to you, Mr. Disdale, and then I'll go down the line.
Oh, it's very difficult to find, positive things here if we don't have any administrative support for the teachers and students. But to my opinion, I think there will be like more teacher autonomy. They might have more freedom to do whatever they want in the classroom. I'm talking in the classroom only. Teachers might feel that being more like doing the work the way they want, whatever they want, they might say that. There might be more innovation and experiment happening in the classroom. Maybe teachers, like sometimes teachers say, hey, principal, we will go for this. I like this idea. Let's try. And principal might not accept that fact, right? But if he's not supporting, then teachers might start taking decisions, responsibility that I talk about, or accountability. Then the new kind of innovations and experiments might be happening. That might be the positive impact when we don't have any administrative support to the teachers. And I guess teachers might be, I'm talking about just a little bit about negative impact, because I don't have any positive impact. Just like, just imagine a classroom without teacher support. How students will feel and how they will learn or how they will develop other things, right? So principal is really important key pillar of the school system. So teachers might feel stressed if they are not getting support from the administrators. They might be dissatisfied the way they are doing, and they might not be performing well if there is no any kind of a support. So it's maybe chaotic situation in the in the entire school. So it's very important. Rather than talking about a lot more positive impact, but there might not be too many positive impact. There are a lot of negative impacts.
Okay, great. So trust, support.
Toxic.
Another positive impact on teachers. I'm going down.
Can you repeat the question?
I just want you to tell me a positive impact for teachers when they really feel supported by their administrators.
They will, I think, the important is the quality of education will improve. The parents will be everybody will get from it. Parents, teachers, I don't know, even the country, government, everybody will get an impact from it. That's why the impact is very great, I think, will be great.
All right, thank you.
I would say the impact it has the possibility of increasing student achievement. No direct correlation yet in the research, but I can say honestly what this brings is a collaboration to its deepest level. And so when you have an environment where there is trust, collective vision, where there is collective decision making, you are building the utmost environment for students and teachers to be able to live within and to create the best possible learning culture.
All right, thank you. And I would like to add collegiality. When there is great support from administrators and teachers feel that we all support our principals, we all support each other, we all become friends inside and outside the classroom. Some go on to marry their coworkers. But when there is such a, when teachers feel supported, they show up, and it's also great for your emotional well-being because burnout is real, and that creates a lot of teacher turnover. So my positive would be collegiality. Great, great. Thank you so much for sharing that. And then I will go to ask now, what role do principals play in teacher professional development? And I'll turn to you, Mr. Yerzan, because we talked a lot about evaluating teachers, and we hear over the last few days here at Nobel Fest and the Teachers Summit, we have been engaging teachers in some really great sessions, and I think they really do appreciate it. So now tell me, what role do administrators play in teacher professional development?
From my experience, I want to put attention to one very important thing is, as a principal, first of all, we have to understand the needs of the teacher first. Without understanding what she or he needs, just giving or sending them to any kind of professional development course, it will be failure, no effect. That's why, in my experience, I use skill will matrix. You know, you heard maybe about it. I try to understand what is the missing point in her willingness or capability. Because some teacher show a good lesson, She's very wonderful. She has 15 years old, 20 years old experience in teaching. She's a master teacher. But sometimes when you attend her lesson, you see that the lesson is not well. There is negative feedback from parents, from students you see, or from your colleagues, administration, your vice principal. When you understand, she has a problem, will problem she has. She has problem with family, maybe with staff, or just everything connected. And without understanding it, just sending her to some kind of conference, it will be failure. That's why we have to understand where is the problem, in will problem or skill problem. Then depending on this matrix, the matrix consists of 4 parts, you know, skill part and the will part. You will tailor. First, you will solve her will problem. It may be, as I said, it's a family problem or whatever. Then you can do whatever is saying. Second, as Keisha said, the autonomy, I think it's important. As a principal, I have to give autonomy for teachers. You know, maybe some teachers, there is 2 kinds of teachers. Some do not need autonomy. Some, they say, just show me what to do, and I will do. But maybe some teachers, in my experience, I saw them, they need autonomy to change the curriculum somehow, or to provide, to conduct the lesson somewhere else, not at the school. And the principal must help them, must guide them, must organize in a place. Last one is the feedback. For me, it's the feedback, because ongoing, regular feedback also will help teachers to improve and to do their best.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to share?
Yeah, I would say that a principal also has to be humble enough to say when they don't know something also. So for example, I didn't know anything about restorative practices when I started as a principal, and I had to get outside experts to come in to teach us all in the school building what restorative practices were. And it wasn't a one-time thing, it was a continuous learning process. And I think what the research says about professional development is that it cannot be a one-time thing. It's an ongoing process. And so if you teach about differentiation at the beginning of the school year and scaffolding, you have to continuously build that in to all of your different processes. So when you go into a classroom and observe for 10 minutes, you're observing specifically around differentiation and scaffolding. When you do your evaluation at the end of the year, you give specific feedback around scaffolding and differentiation. And in that way, you build in a professional development structure that actually connects to the collective vision of the school.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And what I hear them saying about as well is willingness and capability, right? Are you willing to get the training that you need to develop and to develop your teaching skills for the classroom? And remember, we talk about the modern day 21st century classroom, where technology is at the epicenter of our classroom. Internationalization of education as well, and globalization. How willing and capable are you to step into
the future with your students and show them that you care about them learning and moving them into the 21st century modern day classroom. So yes, willingness and capability is very important. And also, teachers have to take responsibility as well, right? For your own learning and your own career growth. And if you find that maybe your principals or your administrators are not as in tune in what you need, take the step, take the effort to tell them what you need. As they mentioned here, decision making is critical, and they all agree that in decision making, teachers are a very important part of that decision making. So empower yourself and ensure that you be a part of the decision making and ask for what you need to develop yourself as a teacher in moving into the 21st century classroom. Okay, so I'm going to now ask, as we talk about that, we talk about teachers taking initiative, right, in their own career. It's all about mindset as well. So how do you facilitate a growth mindset for your teachers to wanting to come to you and have the capability and willingness to say they want different things in the classroom or they want different things from their administrator? How do you facilitate that growth mindset? And I'll turn to you first, Mr. Beato, and then, oh, go ahead, Mr. Yerzan.
Okay.
And then Mr. Beato.
As I said before, first, to model the growth mindset in teachers, the principal should accept or should, how can I, appreciate failure. Because without appreciating or without accepting failure, teachers will not change. Exactly what I say, what I understood. Teachers, they do not resist change. Exactly. They resist loss. That's why we have to show them that when they are changing, when they are achieving something, they will not lose what they have. If we show them, if we help them to understand this, they will change. Because growth mindset is everything is depending with changing, you know. There's a lot of things, sending them to conferences, just giving feedbacks, everything is, but it's all the time simple things. Yeah. But first of all, everything happens in the mind and the relation between the principal and the teacher. That's why we have to foster it. Show them if they change, they will not lose anything. Even they will improve. That's, I think, it will be very important.
Thank you. And I'll just get a final comment from you. Then we'll turn to our audience and get some questions.
Build a culture of celebration. Celebrate all of the good things that are happening in the building constantly. So as a part of my school, we had daily announcements. I created daily announcements on a daily basis, and I asked teachers to input into the daily announcements, and we celebrated each other every single time we could and we had an opportunity. And in creating that process of celebration, what we did was build pockets of innovation where teachers were able to say, oh, I'm getting really good at this, at using technology. And so then we created our teacher TED Talks. That was one of the final things that I did as a principal. And through those teacher TED Talks, there were opportunities for teachers to build professional development. They were 20-minute professional development experiences for teachers to see each other in practice. And we did that on a monthly basis.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
So much. So now I would like to ask our dear experts to answer a few questions from the audience. Yes, thank you so much. Дорогая аудитория, уважаемые учителя, у нас есть возможность задать несколько вопросов нашим экспертам. Пожалуйста, подготовьте. Если у кого-то уже есть готовый вопрос, вы можете поднять руку, и к вам подойдут. Or I would take the advantage of being a moderator and ask first question. It's going to be a more philosophical question for you. You have an extensive experience in the field of education. You have expertise and many different achievements. what inspires you to develop the sphere of education? Thank you so much.
To all of us? What's that for me? Any one of you.
I can. I mean,
Could you repeat the
for
question?
me, what inspires is, I mean, as the project Teach for Kazakhstan, we work with the schools, with the children that are in the rural schools in the remote areas. So what motivates me or what inspires me is the children that are at school, no matter in the city or in the rural areas, but the way they want to learn, inquire, they want to have a better life. That's what probably inspires me, and inspires also the fellows of the project Teach for Kazakhstan who decided to change their life and really move to the remote areas of Kazakhstan, like from graduating the top universities. That's what inspires me a lot, and it motivates me a lot, and I want to work even more than I'm working. That's what inspires me. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maybe someone else wants to share your thoughts.
I guess I'll share. I think
Thank
what inspires me about children, I've gone over this a million times in my head, and to be very organic and honest, one of the things that really inspires me is helping students to break the cycle of generational poverty. Because for me, education was so transformational in my life. And so as a teacher, I want to always pass on that legacy of education. We have so many different things that inspires us and people who inspires us. But for me, I don't think any child chooses poverty. And so when we have an opportunity to empower ourselves and to empower students to have a better future and to give them the things that they need in order to have a fair chance at life, I think that's what inspires me every day. And to just see them in my classroom have that aha moment for themselves, or to come back from college and say, Ms. Thorpe, you were one of my hardest teacher, but thank you for being that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for emphasizing the role of education also. Now let's give the chance for the audience to ask few questions. Пожалуйста, у нас уже есть первый вопрос из зала.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Raihan. I am principal in primary school, Kadam School. And my question is, please, just few tips for the teachers who are sitting here about the workload. What did you do in order to actually to help teachers to cope with the workload? Thank you so much.
I think I'll go ahead and answer. I think this is an administrator question,
Yeah.
but I think I'm on both ends, but I'm going to respond as a teacher. I always say hard work is not hard work. So when you're doing work from your heart and you see the changes that you're making in students' lives and you become so satisfied, you feel just energized and empowered. And so when you come to school every day, you see other teachers pulling hair out, and they're like, why are you so happy? What's going on? It's because you have changed your mindset. You don't see your students from a deficit perspective, but you also see what they bring into the classroom, and you use it also as an opportunity, what they bring into your classroom, as an opportunity to learn more about yourself. So if you look at learning as a two-way street, every time you come into the classroom, you empower yourself, your students, and that also takes off the workload. One of the things I did with the classroom, the open classroom lesson that I shared, is that I gave every single student in the class a responsibility. And that, in essence, automatically reduces my workload. I put them in groups to work together so that I don't have to I only facilitate the group and facilitate learning, so that I don't have to go specifically to every single individual student and tell them what to do, but they're also empowering each other and sharing and making decisions and learning together. So that, in essence, reduces a lot of my workload on a daily basis, and also when I'm planning, it makes me take myself out of planning and push my students a lot more. So have student-centered classroom where you empower your students, because that takes off a lot of your workload.
I just want to respond.
Yes,
Yeah.
sure.
So Kisha made really critical point and the tips and tricks for the teachers to manage that workload. Initially, when I started teaching, and I was feeling really stressed. As I told you, like I was taking hundreds of decisions and a lot more work. So what I did, one day I make a note of all the works I am doing right now in 1 month. And at the end of the month, I sat down and I just looked at my list of work I did in the 1 month. And then I figured out what are those areas where I can include technology to do this work. And that's the way I use technology. Now technology, it can be done using technology. There should not be human touch to these kind of works. So you can find such a ways where you can use technology. It can be done by technology. Just nowadays, a lot more work can be done by using ChatGPT and AI tools. And it can just, you know, if you're feeling overburdened and other things, you can just use that ChatGPT. By the way, I just, you know, last night, I asked ChatGPT to just prepare my 3 to 5 minute speech. I'm going to speak at Nobel Fest and just give them the prompt. So this is the way you have to manage the work.
So you cheated.
I just want to add one thing. Thanks for the ideas. Being a teacher is very, very hard work, and you have a lot of things to do, starting from the teaching till the paperwork and all the administrative invigilating and all that stuff is amazing, like amount of work. So now what I like nowadays is the tendency, do not manage time, manage your energy. So maybe as a teacher, you have to revisit how you manage your energy. Maybe find something that always like gives you energy, maybe reading, singing, sports, eating, cooking, whatever, that gives you energy so you can come and do the rest of the work with different attitude. So that might be another. And also, for me, the best teacher is the teacher who can reflect all the time. So I think teachers need to reflect on the things, how they work, what they do. Maybe they really do not have that much work, but because they think that they have, and it's just the, you know, that cloud above your head, and you're thinking, I have to do this and that. So it's about managing really energy and trying to really set up the exactly deadlines that you have to do. And I know some teachers, I personally, who can do everything on time and very effectively. And you're like, how she does it? And that if someone can do that, it means that you can do that too.
Can do that, right.
So yeah, maybe you just don't need to do some things that are not important, or you can do it in the last moment. So
Thank you so much. We still have a few questions from the audience. Let's give the chance. Пожалуйста, следующий вопрос из зала.
Может, да, вопрос задать? Ага. Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Спасибо, что сегодня нас пригласили, мы участвуем в этом, мне очень понравилось. Я хотел у зарубежных именно у наших коллег спросить о том, что сейчас наше поколение, дети, которые у нас сейчас, мы же говорим же, Z, дети, которые только идут на инновационное развитие. Но есть у нас проблема, есть воспитание и образование. Это два близнеца, друг другу. Я хотел задать зарубежным именно экспертам то, что именно как бороться с кибербуллингом, как в их странах борются именно с кибербуллингом, пожалуйста. Этот вопрос у нас сейчас в Казахстане очень актуален, потому что у нас сейчас много именно проблем с этим происходит. Я хотел именно какое решение у них именно в их странах происходило насчет именно кибербуллинга.
Yeah, I could speak to that. So, and let me take this off because I hear myself. So one of the things that we implemented at my school was restorative practices. So when students know and understand that the automatic thing is not going to be suspension, but rather you might have to write a letter or say sorry in public to another student, or a classroom that you might have disrupted based on your behavior. It's one of the things that allowed us to build a very strong culture for students where we barely had any cyberbullying. We did have like 3 over the course of 5 years that were huge to us. But because we implemented an environment centered on culturally responsive practices, restorative practices, it allowed us to not have to deal with that because kids were in advisories. So we had a one-person model. That means that teachers had about 12 students to 15 students that they were in charge of. We had advisory every single day, and through that advisory, we tended to some of those social emotional needs that students may have, and that may prompt them to act in a specific way in silence behind a computer. And so I think that was one of the most effective things that we could do. It all starts with school culture. It all starts with how you're building relationships in your school building or not. And if you're not, you can expect for cyberbullying to be a very big thing.
Thank you very much for sharing your ideas. Maybe another question from the audience.
Good morning, dear colleagues and guests of our summit. I'm an English teacher from Pavlodar. My name is Ainura. I have just one question. How does artificial intelligence impact learning today? Thank you.
Well, I'll go ahead and answer that. I just came out of teaching summer school, and of course, summer school is for the students who did not do well throughout the whole school year, and now they only have just a short time to just pack everything in, and they become overwhelmed and they become stressed, and the first thing that they do is they go to ChatGPT or find other means of cheating. And our students, honestly, don't cheat very well. And when you create an environment where you have relationships with your students and you also know what their capabilities are and their levels of language, it's easy to know what is their work and what's not their work. So one of the best things to do is build relationship with your students, create authentic assessment that tells you exactly what they're capable of doing. And create a school environment where students feel like they can ask for help, build those structures of support in the school where students have a writing center. I know at our school we had like math session. So during advisory, there's a specific teacher who says, okay, I'm going to create like a small math academy. And he recruited other high school students in higher grades to tutor the students who are in 9th grade and 10th grade who are having challenges in algebra. And they go into the cafeteria and they all go in there and they support each other. So when you create an environment and build in those levels of support, teach students to be ethical as well in your classroom. Teach them what it means to be honest, because some of them, they've never had that. So whatever your expectations are for learning and whatever expectations you want for your students to exhibit, you have to teach that to them and also find ways of enforcing it. And also just let them know that in the real world, when they're not honest or when they break ethical laws, there are real consequences. So build those things in. Okay, I did.
Thank you so much.
I just want to add to what Kishi has said, and she rightly mentioned that ethical use of technology and artificial intelligence might be the best possible scenario that we need to teach our students in what way they should be using any kind of a technology. But here I would like to mention one statement or make statement like any technology will not replace a teacher, right? We were in the era of like artificial intelligence, we were in the era of 3G, 4G, and a lot of buzz was happening when the computers were introduced first time, and it was said now computer will replace generation of youth, but it didn't happen. In the same manner, AI will not replace teachers, or teachers will not getting replaced by this, but teachers. I'm not just finished my statement. Technology will not replace the teachers. That's true, but teachers, those who are using technology, may replace those who are not using it, right? So students might have opportunity and chance to learn from a teacher who uses technology more ethical way, much better way, and the teacher who is not using technology and just teaching in traditional way. So that might have the opportunity or maybe the option for students to learn from a teacher who is using in better way. So we need to talk about artificial intelligence, how it is going to impact learning of students. It might have, we don't know yet because we are just in the initial phase of that artificial intelligence in the classrooms. But maybe in next couple of years, I heard that some European countries right now have banned artificial intelligence using those AI and ChatGPT in the classroom. So this kind of scenarios might happen regularly. But the point that Keisha mentioned is really important, that ethical use of technology, maybe in terms of AI, that's maybe the best possible scenario to avoid our students and guide them in much better way the way they can learn from using the technology.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to comment on the two things about cyberbullying and the artificial intelligence. In our literature, we have words related to upbringing and education, whereas in international documents, you will not see it. It's mostly about holistic education. It's just one word, which is education, which actually has everything inside of it. So, I mean, if I have a right, I think we need to more move to the holistic education where we do not actually divide upbringing and education. It's all actually about one thing. And in terms of the cyberbullying and artificial intelligence, school should have clear practices, clear standards about what is cyberbullying, what should we do, and everyone, and also about the honesty, academic honesty policy or whatever. And it should be very clear to everyone, to teachers, students, parents, community, and everyone should have common understanding what it is like and what is the school's position about that. If you want to be in that community, please follow the rules. If you don't want to do that, you are not part of the school. As a teacher, you are not part of the school. As a student, I know that it is obligatory education, compulsory one, but as a school, as a principal, we can move those things forward and we can position our attitude towards that, and we need to move that. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will bring to the totally unexpected results. And moreover, I would like to say we always talk about artificial intelligence, whereas about 40% of the children of our country are located in the rural areas and remote areas. They don't have access to internet. They don't have mobile phones. So let's do the small things that can really work, rather than talk about things. But I know that maybe the community here is a little bit more with the different environments, but still, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for participating in this plenary session, for sharing your insights, knowledge and thoughts with the audience and with us. Thank you again. Дорогие друзья, давайте поаплодируем нашим уважаемым экспертам. Они поделились такими замечательными идеями и знаниями. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Давайте проводим со сцены под аплодисменты, под бурные аплодисменты наших экспертов. Дорогие участники, учителя, перед тем, как мы прервемся с вами на обед, который продлится до 13:30, я хотела бы напомнить, что наш зал, как вначале было сказано, нашего сегодняшнего мероприятия, превратится в 3 сцены. То есть главная сцена будет находиться здесь и 2 сцены позади вас. Поэтому, пожалуйста, не забудьте свои вещи в этом зале, и мы просим вас, пожалуйста, всех пройти на обед, чтобы освободить этот зал, и мы могли трансформировать его в 3 потрясающие сцены. На каждой из них будут выступать спикеры, и затем будет сессия вопросов и ответов. И не забудьте, пожалуйста, наушники. Спасибо большое, ждем вас всех в 13:30.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл жақта біз жиі істейміз. Ну, нам совсем не сложно отвечать на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином – это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере. Бином бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық квиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином – это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином – бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином – это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно, нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином – сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином – это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином – это весело. Бином – это модно.
Бином – менің үйім.
Бином – мой дом. Бином – менің үйім. Бином – менің үйім. Бином – мой дом.
Бином – менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
got something I gotta tell you. So get ready for another breakthrough. So let me show you what I mean. Cause what I got is the new thing. Listen up, I'm gonna say it all right now. Cause I just gotta let you know it's better than ever. Have you heard the word? It's better than ever. Tell the world, spread the word. You ain't seen nothing yet. It's true what you heard. It's better than ever. Cause you ain't ever seen what you about to see. Better than ever, better than ever. Yeah. Better than ever, better than ever. Yeah.
Первый университет быстрых профессий представляет кейс новой книги Филиппа Котлера «Стратегический партнер Noble Fest. Диплом от профессора Гарварда. Как стать лидером своей жизни. Как развить свой личный бренд».
Грамотный разработчик умеет. В современном маркетинге ты должен уметь
2 направления, 6 программ: IT, фронтенд, бэкенд, блокчейн, маркетинг, диджитал, медиа, креатив, знания от успешных практиков, стажировка в крупнейших компаниях СНГ, 100% трудоустройство, ориентир на перспективу, то, что нужно каждому в современной реальности.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі. Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл жақта біз жиі істейміз. Ну, нам совсем не сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином — это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере. Бином — бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық куиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином — это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином — бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином — это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно, нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином — сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином – это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином — это весело. Бином — это модно.
Бином — менің үйім.
Бином — мой дом. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — мой дом.
Бином — менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл жақта біз жиі істейміз. Ну, нам совсем не сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином — это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере. Бином — бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық квиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином — это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином — бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином — это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно, нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином — сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином — это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином — это весело. Бином — это модно.
Бином — менің үйім.
Бином — мой дом. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — мой дом.
Бином — менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық, техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл жақта біз жиі істейміз. Ну, нам совсем не сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином — это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере. Бином — бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық квиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином — это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином — бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином — это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно, нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином — сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином — это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином — это весело. Бином — это модно.
Бином — менің үйім.
Бином — мой дом. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — мой дом.
Бином — менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл жақта біз жиі істейміз. Ну, нам совсем не сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином – это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере. Бином бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық квиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином — это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином — бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином — это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно, нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином – сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином — это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином — это весело. Бином — это модно.
Бином – менің үйім.
Бином — мой дом. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — мой дом.
Бином – менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл жақта біз жиі істейміз. Ну, нам совсем не сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином — это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере. Бином — бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық квиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином — это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином — бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином — это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно, нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином — сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином — это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином — это весело. Бином — это мод.
Бином — менің үйім.
Бином — мой дом. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — мой дом.
Бином — менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл жақта біз жиі істейміз. Ну, нам совсем не сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином — это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере. Бином — бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық куиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином — это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином — это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно, нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином — сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином — это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином — это весело. Бином — это модно.
Бином — менің үйім.
Бином — мой дом. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — мой дом.
Бином — менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Әуезов университеті Қазақстанның жоғары оқу орындарының көшбасшысы. 80 жылдық тарихы барысында бәсекеге қабілетті мамандарды даярлау дәстүрі қалыптасқан. Бүгінгі таңда университетте білім берудің 3 деңгейі бойынша 300-ден астам білім беру бағдарламалар әзірленген. Университет инновациялық білім беру бағдарламаларымен бірге заман талабына сай материалдық техникалық базамен жабдықталған. Әуезов университеті идеядан инновацияға, сапалы білім, жарқын болашақ кепілі.
Неге таңдауым бином болды? Почему бином? Бұл жақта біз жиі істейміз. Ну, нам совсем не сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Бином — это кабинеты, оснащенные суперсовременным оборудованием.
Все школы бином бесплатны, никаких специальных экзаменов для поступления не требуется.
Бином кітапханасында 5000-нан астам кітап бар.
Бином — это образовательные форумы и встречи с лучшими в своей сфере. Бином — бұл қазақша интеллектуалдық квиздер. Мұнда біз ой мен логиканы дамытамыз.
Школа бином — это постоянная мотивация стремиться к успеху.
Бином — бұл спортты салауатты өмірді қолдайтын орта.
Бином — это учителя, которые объясняют урок интересно, нестандартно и очень понятно.
Бином — сан қызықтың ордасы.
Бином — это друзья, с которыми у нас общие интересы и стремления.
Бином — это весело. Бином — это модно.
Бином — менің үйім.
Бином — мой дом. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — менің үйім. Бином — мой дом.
Бином — менің үйім. Және сенің үйің.
Дамы и господа, приветствую всех еще раз. Дамы и господа, еще раз приветствую всех. Все отлично. Прошу прощения, секундочку. Дамы и господа, я надеюсь, меня слышно. Я еще раз повторю, остальные сессии уже начались, поэтому, пожалуйста, наденьте свои наушники, вы будете слышать меня очень хорошо через них. Подходите ближе, садитесь сюда, и вы будете меня отлично слышать. Вы можете выбрать канал на казахском языке, осуществляется синхронный перевод, либо на русском языке, либо на английском языке, какой вам удобнее. Ну что ж, мы начинаем, я думаю, без промедления. Дорогие участники, я хотела бы пригласить наших следующих спикеров на эту сцену. Это будет интересный спич об инженерии. Инженерия или инженерии. Инженерия для меня очень такой большой термин, который включает в себя много всего нового, необычного, интересного. И давайте позовем все-таки на эту сцену наших дорогих участников. Они выступят со своим спичем на тему развития инженерного образования в школах. Встречайте, Максим Игоревич Сушков, исполнительный директор Red Robotics Education, и Ольга Николаевна Лагвинова, кандидат педагогических наук, руководитель направления методических разработок отдела развития комплексных образовательных проектов Red Robotics Education.
Спасибо.
Пожалуйста, сцена ваша.
Добрый день, коллеги. Большое спасибо за то, что пришли, за то, что готовы послушать про инженерное образование. Я еще раз представлюсь. Меня зовут Максим Сушков. Я возглавляю направление Red Robotics Education в рамках холдинга «Арман». Это большой международный инженерный холдинг, который отвечает за разработку инженерных систем, телекоммуникационных систем в том числе, и вместе со мной Ольга Николаевна.
Да, добрый день, коллеги.
Да, здравствуйте еще раз всем. Давайте начнем. Начнем с того, что я позволю себе коротко экскурс в историю. Расскажу, почему мы, инженерный холдинг большой, с большим объемом производства, решили прийти в школы. Для чего, какая цель, собственно, какую цель мы преследовали. Мы, как любое крупное промышленное предприятие, достаточно давно испытываем кадровый голод в сфере инженерии. Я думаю, это ни для кого не секрет. Сейчас найти инженеров в любой стране мира очень трудно, в Казахстане особенно, будем откровенны. И мы, естественно, начинали работу с вузами, сделали даже собственные именные стипендии, старались привлечь студентов старших курсов к себе на производство. Честно говоря, не очень работающая стратегия оказалась. Почему? Когда мы стали копаться, мы выяснили, что на самом деле мотивированных студентов по техническим специальностям очень мало. То есть со всего потока действительно можно найти квалифицированных будущих специалистов буквально единицы. Мы стали разбираться, почему же существует такая проблема. Оказалось, что, как нам рассказали сами вузы, уже в вузы или в колледжи, к сожалению, приходят низкомотивированные будущие специалисты. Ну, давайте так, откровенно говоря, да, если выстроить некий там рейтинг приоритетов профессий, я думаю, вы лучше меня знаете, что там будет в топе явно не инженер, да? Там будет юрист, там будет программист, там будет переводчик, там будет сотрудник Министерства иностранных дел. Инженер будет где-то вот ближе к концу этого списка. Стали разбираться, почему, и выяснили, что на самом деле большинство школьников, они даже не знают о том, что такое инженерия. И проблема кроется, на наш взгляд, даже не в самих вузах, да, не в самих колледжах, а в школе, которая в системе среднего и высшего профессионального образования, к сожалению, не дает необходимый объем замотивированных, заинтересованных абитуриентов. И тогда мы приняли для себя решение, что нам нужно идти в школы и пытаться помочь школам выстроить образовательный процесс в сфере инженерии. Вот, собственно, как мы пришли к школам. И сегодня я хотел бы вам подробнее немножко рассказать, как мы видим инженерное и технологическое образование как раз в рамках школьной системы. Мы занялись глубоким ресерчем этого вопроса. Ну, наверное, все вы знаете, что школа направлена на то, чтобы дать некие фундаментальные знания детям. В принципе, наверное, все помнят песенку, в советское время была очень популярная «Учат в школе». Да? Все ее помнят, чему учат в школе. В наше время пели, учат, как контрольную списать, как девчонок целовать. Я думаю, что это не оригинальный текст, у вас наверняка там есть другие фразы. Но не суть. Самое главное, что школа должна была в нашем понимании, да, готовить детей к жизни в современном обществе. Во всем многообразии этого, да, и действительно контрольная — это тоже часть жизни общества. мы стали изучать, сколько времени чему в школах уделяется. И вот здесь я сейчас передам слово Ольге Николаевне. Ольга Николаевна, на ваш взгляд, вот сколько в рамках основной системы образования сейчас уделяется фундаментальным дисциплинам времени?
Да, Максим Игоревич, конечно, школа всегда передает знания, накопленные предыдущими поколениями. И ни для кого не секрет, на протяжении многих тысяч лет школа именно к этому и стремится. Передать академические знания, математика, языки, родной государственный язык, история, философия, физика, химия. И каждый год программа усиливается, увеличивается. И, конечно же, 80 и более процентов этого учебного времени отводится на передачу базовых глобальных академических знаний.
Спасибо большое. Да, действительно, казалось бы, хорошая цифра. Да, 80% времени в школе мы посвящаем таким важным дисциплинам, как математика, чтение, язык, литература, история и так далее. Но у нас возник в этот момент вопрос. Являются ли эти дисциплины и все ли в полном объеме они являются необходимыми для жизни в обществе, в реальном обществе, да, в повседневной жизни? Очевидно, что да, но только когда идет связка с практикой. Да, то есть та же геометрия, которую мы все прекрасно знаем, да, про параллельные линии. Геометрию мы каждый день применяем в нашей жизни, срезая угол. Да, идем, у нас треугольник, мы срезали. Так вот, привязка к практике вот таких фундаментальных знаний, к сожалению, на наш взгляд, в школах выстроена очень слабо. И в принципе практикоориентированных дисциплин в школе, вот как показывают наши исследования, очень мало. И на наш взгляд это одна из важнейших проблем. То есть когда мы готовим детей к жизни в обществе, мы мало ориентируем их на практику. Ольга Николаевна, на ваш взгляд, сколько времени сейчас посвящается практикоориентированным дисциплинам в школе?
Максим Игоревич, конечно, педагоги с вами поспорят. Математика нужна, чтобы деньги считать, русский язык, чтобы поставить подписи, а не плюсик. Нужно читать, нужно знать географию, ориентироваться. Вроде бы это тоже на практику. Но мы сейчас говорим о другой практике, о практике применения знаний. Не всегда школьник понимает, где он применит те или иные знания. Например, да, я не знаю, теорию вероятности, да, тригонометрию Лобачевского и так далее. Мы говорим о тех знаниях, которые нужны каждый день. Ориентация в обществе, обществознание, да, понимание всех социальных процессов, умение сделать какие-то простые вещи своими руками, прибить гвоздь, пришить, я не знаю, пуговицу, подшить брюки, приготовить себе ужин. Ну, допустим, еще включить стиральную машину, запрограммировать ее, да? Посмотреть, как работает
умный пылесос.
Там, да, умный пылесос запустить. Всему этому нужно научить тоже ребенка. И на это отводится, к сожалению, в школе не так много времени. Да, 10-15% учебного времени мы посчитали это просто математически от общего количества часов за весь класс, за уровень с 5 по 9 класс, и выявили вот обществознание и художественный труд или технология, дизайн-технологии в разных странах по-разному называется. Но отводится не так много времени. Эта традиция сложилась на постсоветском пространстве, собственно говоря, где-то после реформы советской школы 60-е годы, трудовое обучение, обслуживающий труд для девочек, технический труд для мальчиков. Мы, собственно, с этим и живем уже много-много лет.
Получается, на самом деле, вот наши исследования показали очень парадоксальную ситуацию. С одной стороны, как мы говорим, школа должна готовить нас к реальной жизни. Да, с точки зрения там, тех профессий, которых мы выберем, да, с точки зрения банально знания законов, потому что когда мы заканчиваем школу, мы становимся полноценным гражданином общества, да, мы должны это все знать, мы должны в этом разбираться. А времени в школе этому уделяется всего 10-15%. Нам кажется, здесь такой первый парадокс, да, который, ну, на наш взгляд, необходимо исправлять. Но есть еще один вопрос. А на наш с вами взгляд, мы задались этим вопросом, когда дети должны вообще выбирать профессию, кем они станут в обществе, какую роль они будут играть. Ведь вроде бы как есть вуз, да, то есть по идее там в вузе мы определяемся, но если мы отмотаем немножко назад, мы поймем, что ребенок выбрать вуз, по сути, должен уже в классе в 9. То есть на самом деле к 13-14 годам ребенок должен понимать, кем он хочет стать. И опять же возникает вопрос, как он это поймет, если Мы этому не обучаем. Ольга Николаевна, вот тоже возвращаясь к цифрам, да, расскажите, пожалуйста, здесь
Да,
сколько
это
детей?
очень важная проблема для многих государств мира. Многие школьники выбирают профессию, потом учатся, переучиваются и всю жизнь не могут себя найти. Желательно, конечно, в школе им показать максимально возможный спектр профессий, специальностей, где они могут себя реализовать. В том числе поговорить о том, что на протяжении тех лет, пока он учится в школе, меняется мир вокруг. И значит, ребенок пришел в 1 класс, и только через 11 лет мы его выпускаем. Если мы вспомним, что было с технологиями, вообще с миром 11 лет назад, мы с вами уже сейчас, да, понимаем, что мы живем в другом мире совершенно, да, тогда не было многих технологий, которые есть сейчас. Чему же учить ребенка, чтобы он выбрал профессию, специальность и не ошибся или максимально приблизился к своим способностям и был успешен, и был рад своей профессии и с удовольствием жил в этом мире?
Да, да. То есть, получается, да, чуть чувствуете, да, проблематику? Будь добр, пожалуйста, после в 15 лет определись со своим будущим, но мы тебе об этом не расскажем. Но если расскажем, то чуть-чуть, да, 10-15% времени, на наш взгляд, это странно. И здесь я обращусь к такому больше уже сейчас глобальному вопросу. Вы, наверное, все слышали, что такое индустрия 4.0, да, что мы сейчас находимся в таком, ну, уже фактически даже не переходном периоде. Все, можно констатировать, что индустрия 4.0 действительно эпоха наступила. И вот обращаясь, наверное, к одному из главных идеологов этой концепции, Клаус Шваб, да, директор Всемирного экономического форума, очень четко подметил, что в основе развития государства в эпоху индустрии 4.0 лежит человеческий капитал. То есть для того, чтобы мы с вами в эпоху современных технологий, цифровизации экономики, для того, чтобы мы смогли с вами выстроить успешное, эффективное общество, выстроить экономику, которая будет развиваться опережающими темпами, да, мы должны готовить к этому человеческий капитал. Мы должны начинать максимально рано детей посвящать в то, что такое цифра. Мы должны максимально рано детям объяснять, что такое роботизация, что такое интернет вещей, что такое коптеры и прочее, прочее. И возникает вопрос, как мы в школе можем это делать. И здесь я обращусь опять же к Ольге Николаевне. Вот какая дисциплина, да, за это, по идее, должна отвечать?
Ну, на самом деле, вот урок технологий, труд, трудовое обучение, ручной труд в конце 19 века был введен в нескольких странах мира. В Великобритании, Финляндии, затем в царской России. И задача была подготовка детей рабочих к работе на производстве. И с тех пор этот предмет так и циклично перестраивался в связи с перестройкой производства. Да? Ручная обработка материалов, ручной труд, затем станки вводятся в Советском Союзе, в котором мы с вами все родились, как еще уже говорила, производственное обучение, обслуживающий труд, технический труд. Это тоже подготовка к индустрии того века. Да? А сейчас у нас уже другая индустрия, индустрия цифровая. А мы с вами продолжаем работать и учить детей к работе ручными инструментами, электрифицированными в лучшем случае. А пора уже учить, наверное, работе с цифровыми двойниками. Поэтому, конечно, не отметая то, что есть хорошего в советской школе, то, что уже в содержании образования накоплен вот этот большой опыт работы с материалами, с обработкой материалов, с умением созидать руками, нужно уже вводить и цифровые технологии.
Да, и вот, собственно, наверное, один из ключевых ответов на все наши вопросы, когда мы докопались до сути и выяснили, что на самом деле в школе детям продолжают рассказывать про технологии 20 века, про инженерию 20 века, конечно, очень трудно рассчитывать, что ребенок после школы захочет пойти в инженерию. Ну,
Максим Игоревич, я даже перебью. Ни о какой инженерии на уроках труда
тем
речь
более,
не
да.
идет.
Да, да. То есть, получается, нам очень трудно потом вузу или колледжу доказать, что действительно инженер — это круто, действительно это технологично, это хороший статус, это хорошие оклады, это хорошие перспективы. Дети об этом не знают. И именно поэтому, да, инженерия в этом списке, с которого я начинал, он находится где-то внизу. И именно, на наш взгляд, с этого нужно начинать. Мы как инженерная команда, в первую очередь, да, мы понимаем, что человек, который к нам приходит, он должен обладать на самом деле огромным спектром компетенций, которые должны у него формироваться. И причем мы говорим даже в первую очередь, наверное, не о хард-скиллах так называемых, да, а о софтах. То есть это проектная деятельность, это менеджмент, это коммуникации, взаимодействие с специалистами других профилей, это системное гибкое мышление, потому что инженерные задачи, которые решают наши инженеры в условиях современной технологии, это абсолютно нетривиальные задачи. И здесь работа идет не по какому-то заданному алгоритму, здесь многовекторная работа. И эти все компетенции, они закладываются как раз в школьной скамье. Поэтому то, что вузы, то, что колледжи выстраивают образовательный процесс по инженерии, это, конечно, хорошо, это замечательно. Но пока мы не выстроим, не зададим фундамент, мы, по крайней мере, как работодатели, например, да, если говорить о нас как работодателях, мы, конечно, будем недополучать постоянно и в качестве, и в количестве. Именно поэтому мы считаем, что необходимо обращаться к школе. И вот этот разрыв между тем, что требуется государству, бизнесу, обществу, требуется самим детям, в конце концов, и между тем, что сейчас дает система образования, вот этот разрыв необходимо решать. И когда мы вот такой итог, такой вывод для себя сделали, мы поняли, что вот этот урок технологии, о котором говорила Ольга Николаевна сейчас, да, он требует глобального перезапуска. Он требует пересмотра как с точки зрения содержания, с точки зрения форм подачи. Мы все знаем прекрасно, что поколение альфа, да, которое сейчас растет, это совсем другие люди. То есть там даже банальный учебник, который мы пишем, он должен быть составлен совсем по-другому. Это QR-коды, это уже VR-технологии, AR-технологии, другая подача информации, другой объем текста даже. Потому что эти ребята считывают информацию кратно быстрее. То есть если мы с вами, наше поколение, это условно можно назвать Pentium 3, да, то там уже квантовые компьютеры. Вот, разница приблизительно такая. Вот на решение вот этого, построения вот этого мостика, содержания и то, что требует общество сейчас, как раз и направлен наш проект. Мы разработали совместно с командой методистов новый подход к уроку технологий, пересобрали его содержание с опорой на современные технологии. Причем, что важно, не только на какие-то базовые технологии, которые есть, ну, там, та же робототехника. Да, понятно, что это некая базовая дисциплина, но есть какие-то нишевые решения для атома, для атомной промышленности, для нефтегазовой промышленности, добывающей промышленности, транспортных систем. Это все интегрировано в наш подход. Мы заложили изменения не только содержания, но, как я сказал, подачу информации. Всю систему пересобрали. И сейчас мы, Ольга Николаевна вам чуть поподробнее расскажет уже о том, как в нашем видении должно выглядеть технологическое образование в школе. Для непедагогов, сразу скажу, будет очень много профессиональной терминологии, поэтому будьте готовы. Для педагогов, я думаю, что будет очень интересно послушать. Ольга Николаевна, наверное, вам слово тогда.
Да. Спасибо, Максим Игоревич. Коротко о себе.
Да,
назад.
да.
Назад. Коротко скажу о себе. Я больше 20 лет отработала в школе учителем технологии. И, собственно говоря, занималась то, о чем я и говорила. Шили фартуки, ночнушки, юбки, готовили, вышивали, вязали. Все те технологии, о которых мы с вами хорошо знаем и которые очень редко теперь используем. Ну, наверное, только что женщины готовят. Но вот по поводу шить, вязать, вышивать, наверное, уже нет на это времени. А главное, сейчас уже этот ресурс у нас обеспечен легкой промышленностью. Это во-первых. Затем я защитила диссертацию. Свои наработки как учитель я изложила в своем исследовании и всегда сомневалась, а правильно я это все, вот выводы сделала, ну и все такое прочее, потому что мы всегда в этом сомневаемся, да, правильным ли мы путем идем, потому мы учим детей или нет. Так вот, выпускники недавно собирались, которых 8 лет назад я выпустила из школы, и они мне сказали спасибо большое. Ольга Николаевна, как вы думаете, за что? Не за то, что я их научила шить, вязать. Они сказали, спасибо, вы нас научили ставить цель. Вот этому мы посвящаем сейчас урок технологий. формированию
добавлю
разных
важная ремарка, да,
компетенций.
команда инженеров. Очень часто, кстати, у инженера есть проблема, да, вот этой компетенции не хватает. Когда ты приходишь к нему с задачей, вот у меня там руководитель R&D, долго его учил, приходишь к нему с задачей, обрисовываешь проблему, и вот неумение поставить цель, к чему он должен прийти, очень часто рушит всю цепочку. Да? Поэтому компетенция, умение заниматься целеполаганием, конечно, в инженерии это одна из важнейших вещей. Извините,
Да.
пожалуйста, да, что перебил.
На самом деле, Максим Игоревич как инженер и я как педагог, мы тут нашли общие интересы. Вот то, что я хотела вложить в учебник, в инновационный, ну, мне не хватало ресурса именно инженерного. А тут пришли инженеры, которым не хватает педагогических, методических ресурсов. Поэтому я ушла из вуза, в котором я работала 8 лет после школы. И мы сейчас совместно с холдингом сделали инновационный учебник. Я не побоюсь этого слова, потому что заложены очень многие задачи, которые поставлены инженерным образованием, которые поставлены современной жизнью. И я вот остановилась на этом слайде, чтобы вы прочитали. Мы вот текстово, наверное, не очень это правильно, в презентации много текста, да? Но тем не менее, мы определили базовые инженерные компетенции, к которым мы должны привести ребенка. Почему инженерные? Кажется, зачем нам инженеры 25 человек в каждом классе? А я скажу, уже эта жизнь каждого человека связана с инженерными компетенциями. Неважно, будет он строителем, продавцом, водителем, домохозяйкой. Инженерные компетенции, они нужны всем, потому что мы сейчас живем в другом мире, в мире цифровых технологий. И мы не стремимся вырастить 25 инженеров в каждом классе. Хорошо, там будет 2. Остальные получат базовые навыки жизни в современном мире.
Дополню, я думаю, что вы прекрасно понимаете, врач сейчас связан с инженерией, да, это высокотехнологичная профессия, по сути, да, с манипуляторами, с умением им управлять, там, с программированием и так далее. Ну, транспортные системы, да, беспилотные транспортные системы. Вот скоро понятно, что водитель, как классический там шофер, он пойдет, но он будет управлять целым роем машин, да, которые у него на карьере, например, работают. Поэтому, да, действительно, фактически каждая профессия в будущем, она будет связана с инженерией. Поэтому, да, это должно быть, конечно, каждому доступно.
И поскольку у нас достаточно большой пул экспертов и ученых с учеными степенями разрабатывал урок технологии, мы решили сделать такой подход. Назвали его экосистемный. Да? Вот все, что связано с экологией, это связано с комфортом, с добротой, с отношениями такими мира и добра. Вот эти отношения мира и добра они должны быть на каждом уроке технологии. Урок математики у нас серьезный урок. Урок русского языка и другие уроки. Там есть контрольные, есть у нас выпускные экзамены. Урок технологий позволит ребенку расслабиться, обнаружить свои способности и их совершенствовать или развивать те, которых у них нет. Урок технологий должен приносить добро, счастье и мир в душу ребенка. Они должны приходить с удовольствием, с ожиданием чуда от каждого урока технологии.
Можно немножко дополню. Я думаю, что многие здесь присутствующих знают, отлично знают Шалву Аманашвили, да, принцип гуманной педагогики. Вот важно, что в уроке технологии заложены на самом-то деле, как бы это странно звучало, те же принципы, да, ориентированность на личность ребенка и желание ее раскрыть максимально гуманными методами, а не стремлением поставить его во что бы то ни стало за станок, извините. Да.
Вот в экосистемный подход, в эту схемку мы заложили целевой компонент, да, то, что у нас всегда, для чего учить, какие цели образования, содержательный компонент, чему учить, и, конечно же, методический, как учить. Потому что иногда мы знаем цели, есть у нас содержание, но как достичь, как развить вот эти компетенции, о которых мы сейчас так долго вам говорим. Да, это, во-первых, ученикоцентрированное образование. Это возможность самореализации, возможность выбора, как учиться и чему учиться в заданных рамках. Оговорюсь, конечно же, у нас школа. Это наличие условий, которые мы создаем в школе, создаем на каждом уроке. Это тщательный отбор содержания. И содержание у нас определяется ядром компетенций. Ну и, конечно же, методы обучения, которые позволяют ребенку раскрыть свои способности. И методом проб различных, да, мастер-классов, в которых они будут участвовать, проб себя в разных технологиях, они и определят, а к чему лежит душа, чем я хочу заниматься. Возможно, они пойдут в доп. Образование, а возможно, дополнительное образование пойдет в школу. Вот под пунктом 7, обратите внимание, интеграция формального и неформального образования. Сейчас школа уже давно открыла свои границы. Мы уже говорим, что школа получает информацию, и ученик получает не только из учебника, из учителя, да, очень много цифровых ресурсов, различного дополнительной информации, и в том числе доп. Образования, кружки различные. И мы это все готовы интегрировать на урок технологии. Цель. Вот главная цель, глобальная цель, которую мы ставим нашим урокам технологий. Это самореализация каждого ребенка в мире цифровых технологий. Не зря мы перечислили здесь несколько, наверное, 2 десятка, 2,5 профессий, так скажем, основных.
Это я добавлю, это еще бесперспективных профессий. Сейчас понятно, что
Да.
в ближайшие лет 10 список профессий, особенно перспективных, там колоссально
Я думаю,
вырастет.
к этим всем профессиям добавится цифровой, да, или
Да.
проектировщик, или еще какие-то там у нас компетенции. Сейчас много на эту тему пишут, и вы можете назвать эти все новые профессии, которые возникают ежеминутно. Но для того, чтобы этой цели достичь, что мы должны сделать? Это базовые знания и умения в сфере цифровых технологий, инженерные компетенции, под которыми мы понимаем не те основы инженерии, да, а именно компетенции инженера как лидера, как руководителя, как коммуникатора, как умеющего работать в команде. Это метакомпетенции, методы познания. То есть мы учим не только, как собрать робота, но и учим, как правильно думать, как его собрать, как правильно рассуждать, как прийти к этому выводу, почему это так, а не по-другому. То есть дети осваивают методы исследовательской, методы креативной деятельности. Ну и, конечно же, идеальный вариант – это осознанный выбор своей профессии.
Вот осознанный выбор, на самом деле, это один из ключевых моментов. Очень часто сейчас, я думаю, вы лучше меня знаете, выбор кружка того же, да, технологического, проходит по принципу, он просто был ближе, папа, мама сказал, школьник, друг зашел на этот кружок, поэтому я тоже прошел на этот кружок. После этого кружка, так получилось, я поступил в колледж на эту специальность, но замотивирован ли я изучать там те же аддитивные технологии? Да, не знаю, так получилось по жизни. А потом, выпускаясь, мы уходим на менеджеров по продажам, я не знаю, еще каких-нибудь, да, и в результате отток огромнейший отток, даже при том, что пропускная система среднего профессионального образования, высшего образования достаточно высокая, большое количество, если так можно сказать, в штуках выпускается технических специалистов, но до профессии доходят единицы. Дальше.
Ну и, конечно же, содержание. Охватить все цифровые технологии, которые существуют в мире, просто нереально. Поэтому совместно с инженерами мы определили ядро цифровых технологий. Вот ту базу, на которой можно наращивать любую технологию, в принципе, которая сейчас существует. Можно наращивать любую профессию, любую сферу деятельности. Во-первых, это черчение и 3D-моделирование, которые из черчения выходят. Почему черчение? Уважаемые коллеги, вот вы сейчас воспринимаете, собственно говоря, вот такой чертеж. И таких чертежей, схем у нас с вами в телефоне, в телевизоре, в компьютере, дорожная разметка, дорожные знаки, очень много символов, графической информации существует сейчас в мире. Без нее невозможно. И поэтому очень важно не столько научить чертить ровно линию, сколько читать и понимать эту информацию, выраженную графическим языком. Понимать чертежи, сборки
частая
и
проблема.
Читать их.
Очень мало даже ребят, которые приходят к нам уже работать, очень мало кто способен прочесть документацию. Да, когда спрашивают, почему черчения во многих школах либо нет, либо преподается, так скажем, оставляет желать лучшего, скажем корректно, да.
Следующее – это электроника. То есть на чем базируется, собственно говоря, вся цифра? Это специальные датчики, устройства электронные, которые позволяют программировать робототехнические конструкции, устройства, автоматизированные системы, и так далее.
Я здесь дополню, понятно, что электроника это включает в себя электротехнику, схемотехнику. Я бы здесь добавил, здесь важный момент, конечно, это конструирование. Куда понятно, что любая роботизированная система, она требует и знания основ конструирования, те же беспилотные системы, даже интернет вещей все равно, хоть это и беспроводная передача данных, все равно там элемент конструирования тоже присутствует. Поэтому электроника, электротехника, они постоянно идут в связке с конструированием,
Ну и, конечно же, компьютерная графика и переход уже на те технологии, которые сейчас у нас в руки не возьмешь. Это AR и VR-технологии. Ну а также графический дизайн, который очень популярен, и школьники с удовольствием занимаются. Причем, проектируя различные визуальные объекты, они начинают ими даже торговать в интернете. Такие вот случаи у нас тоже есть. И я не могу сказать, что все эти технологии друг с другом несовместимы и оторваны. Да, мы изучаем модулями, чтобы сконцентрировать внимание на том или ином блоке. Например, станки с ЧПУ. Без черчения и моделирования мы не можем его запустить в работу. То есть сначала ребенок проходит весь цикл, изучает в том числе и свойства материалов, и только затем обработка, потому что станок заменил нам пилу, наждачную бумагу, дрель. И это сейчас выполняет робот более качественно и быстро. Мы должны это показать ребенку.
Дополнил бы, естественно, здесь по умолчанию мы не стали вписывать, имеется в виду, конечно, что присутствует программирование, как сквозная нитка, потому что фактически любая технология, она требует знания основ программирования, но мы его не пишем, потому что программирование сейчас это как знание языка родного, то есть без него просто никуда, поэтому оно лежит всегда в основе изучения любой технологии. Единственное, что очень важно, если уж там акцент про программирование, обращаю ваше внимание, что когда мы учим программированию, мы не должны привязываться к отдельно взятому языку. Программирование – это инструмент, в котором есть достаточно большое количество подинструментов и решений. И задача, чтобы ребенок, так же как и с технологиями, он обладал всем спектром в идеальном мире, что он умеет программировать под эти задачи на этом языке, под эти задачи на этом, так же как и с технологией, под разные задачи используют разные технологии.
Ну и вот коротко вот такая схема у нас выстроилась по возрастам. Их можно, конечно, распределить по классам, но пока примерно вот такая вот модель. От ручного черчения, графики, конструирования и программированию, такое базовое по робототехнике. Затем постарше это моделирование уже умеющих чертить руками, и обладающих определенными навыками графики. Переход на 3D-печать. Программирование и более, так скажем, серьезное – это управление беспилотниками. И старшеклассники, конечно, уже уходят больше в программирование и в освоение станков с ЧПУ, программирование более сложных устройств, таких как, например, умный дом.
Да, ну или уже полноценное 3D-моделирование, что достаточно сложно, Но важно, обращаю внимание, в этой схеме вы можете увидеть, что здесь, по сути, может формироваться такая, скажем, индивидуальная траектория. Мы потом, если будет интересно, чуть позже расскажем, как управлять этим процессом в рамках класса, потому что кажется, что задача сложная, когда у тебя 30 учеников, а каждый идет немножечко по своей траектории. Здесь тоже решение мы разработали, оно есть, но сейчас не будем на нем останавливаться. То есть самое главное, что каждый ребенок может идти по своему вектору.
И по поводу сложности материала. Вот у нас уже есть пробные образцы учебников. Подошла дама и сказала, я никогда это не освою, это очень сложно. Я говорю, давайте посмотрим учебник. Я пролистала 1 класс, я говорю, ну и как? Она говорит, ну если так, то, конечно, все понятно. То есть подача материала максимально адаптирована на базовый уровень, потому что мы работаем с массовой школой, хотим, чтобы этот учебник, эта программа была у всех. Это не для элиты, это не для кружка, не для отборных детей, а для каждого мальчика и девочки, кто интересуется и кто хочет стать более счастливым, удачным, более востребованным специалистом в современном мире. Это коротко о содержании. Каким образом у нас еще содержание выстроено с точки зрения методики? То есть содержание – это вот начинка у нас, цифровые технологии, которые мы заложили, которые предполагаем освоить. Проектный цикл по освоению технологии, каждой технологии. Дети повторяют этот цикл, постепенно осваивая саму суть. Когда я скажу метод проектов, вы скажете, ну вот, открыли нам Америку. Методу проектов более 100 лет. Да, вспоминаем Дьюи и других ученых. Но мы знаем, что из Америки он пришел в Европу, из Европы в Америку и вернулся в педагогику он из менеджмента и из управления. И поскольку я много лет в школе работала и этот метод внедряла, привносила какие-то свои авторские, ну, наверное, наработки, у меня сложился вот этот вот цикл. И когда учителя, вот коллеги, я выступала на семинаре, говорили, это невозможно. Я почему невозможно? Вот у меня 90 детей, и каждый ребенок делает 4 проекта в год. Каждый индивидуально. Потому что у ребенка вырабатывается самостоятельность. Если в 5 классе тяжело, в 6 легче, в 8 классе мне уже дети закрывали рот. Ольга Николаевна, ничего не говорите, вы нас сбиваете. То есть они научились продуцировать идеи, они научились ставить цель, составлять план, работать по этому плану. А я только вот ходила посмотреть, кто что, и вдруг помочь нужно. Они закрывали, чтобы никто не подсмотрел, потому что это их идея.
Здесь я дополню, ведь на самом деле проектная деятельность, да, там сейчас agile есть, там много разных терминов, каждый придумывает свою философию, но в основе логика всегда одна. И неважно, там ты в сфере интернета вещей разрабатываешь какой-то проект, да, или в сфере аддитивных технологий, сам проектный подход, сам принцип, он идентичен. И когда мы начинаем с 5 класса ребенку присваивать такой подход с пониманием, что такое целеполагание, с постановкой задач, выстраиванием процесса, с разбиением на этапы проведения ресерча и так далее, в 5 классе, как Ольга Николаевна сказала, действительно, ну, через боль и страдания это проходит, да? Но к 8-му, к 9 классу мы получаем с вами специалисты, которые уже 4 года занимаются проектной деятельностью, причем с упором на реальное оборудование.
4-5 проектов в год, да? Ребенок выполняет запросто.
И я думаю, что немногие из нас такой объем проектов реализуют. Назад?
Назад. Я еще не прокомментировала суть. Вот педагоги, наверное, меня поймут. Если мы про теорему Пифагора должны ребенку рассказать, он ее никогда в жизни не видел. Он первый раз услышит из уст математика. То на урок технологии ребенок приходит, он уже видел все приборы. Он брал в руки все материалы, все пищевые продукты. Поэтому, обращаясь к личностному опыту, мы ему предлагаем подумать, а что это, а как это, кто это создал, когда создал, почему создал. Тем самым стимулируем его когнитивные функции. Он начинает думать и рассуждать.
Добавлю, внизу строчка важная, обратите внимание, предпринимательство. Да?
И изобретательство.
Да, и изобретательство. В рамках проекта мы еще детей заставляем обращать внимание на то, что продукт в современном обществе должен быть монетизирован. Это важнее, что понятно, что не каждый продукт, сразу оговоримся, да, но дети уже со школьной скамьи должны понимать, что вот, возвращаясь к целеполаганию, да, правильной постановке цели, цель зачастую не сам продукт, да, а цель в дальнейшем его донесения до конечного пользователя. То есть монетизация – это важнейший момент, умение выстраивать предпринимательскую
Максим Игоревич,
деятельность.
я вас перебью. Конечно, не каждый ребенок вот сразу имеет такой склад мышления предпринимательский.
Безусловно.
Но он всегда понимает, что вот это вот, если он делает, и это кому-то нужно, он будет отвечать за результат своего труда. Он будет понимать, что это важная вещь. Я ее сделаю хорошо и качественно, иначе мне будет стыдно за этот результат. Если ребенок делает потому, что сделать, он всегда вам скажет: Ольга Николаевна, это я вам дарю. Он не хочет это даже домой забирать, потому что эта вещь ему не нужна, он понимает, что это бесполезная какая-то вещь. Он ее зачем-то склеил, собрал, нарисовал, поэтому он быстренько дарит учителю, чтобы дома не вызывать вопросов. Я думаю, вы с этими ситуациями сталкивались. Если ребенок сделал осмысленную вещь, мотивированно вложил туда все свои душевные силы, все свои способности, то, конечно же, он бежит домой показать маме и папе, какую интересную штуку он сделал, или придумал, или изобрел. И вот, собственно, это результат. То, что мы в старших классах, конечно же, у нас есть такой цикл, идет рядом, портфель предпринимателя и портфель изобретателя, где мы предлагаем ребенку: а вот подумай, а где это можно использовать? Мы работаем на потребности, да? Вот у тебя есть потребность в новой авторучке. Какая должна быть? А можешь ли ты это внедрить? А предложи. Мы не делаем авторучку, мы говорим, положи это в портфель изобретателя, а это в портфель предпринимателя. И только в 9 классе, пройдя много-много этапов, я не буду их все называть, мы предлагаем сделать бизнес-план. Когда уже много циклов, все это отработано. Когда он уже, в принципе, готовый предприниматель. И я думаю, что вы уже прочитали, время у нас не так много про все рассказать, но вот этот вот цикл, да, от контекста, от личностного опыта, от проблем и ситуаций на предприятиях мы, конечно, в 8-9 классе вводим, выдвижение гипотез, нахождение решений, составление плана. Это большая аналитическая работа, а мы показываем, как правильно анализировать, как правильно думать, как правильно рассуждать, а не только собрать, сделать, склеить. Как правильно думать.
Я вот здесь ремарку небольшую ставлю. Вчера было очень хорошее выступление у Серикбая Бесикеева, рекомендую его тоже послушать. Он приводил как раз примеры того, что дети способны в этом возрасте создавать продукты, востребованные обществом. Там были приведены интереснейшие примеры, там порядка 10 кейсов, да, дети в 15 лет создают прорывные технологии, внедряют их в жизнь общества, эффективно внедряют. То есть, казалось бы, 15 лет, то есть, ну, куда ты идешь, ну, такие кейсы есть, дети на это способны. Просто наша задача дать им возможность, дать соответствующие компетенции и навыки.
Ну, еще буквально одна строчка – это интеграция с другими предметами. Да? Мы на уроке робототехники обязательно покажем физику, химию, биологию, да, механика, бионика и так далее. То есть дети понимают, где же им теперь нужны все эти знания академические. То, что мы с вами говорим в педагогике, функциональная грамотность.
Да, да.
Вот такой у нас урок технологий, так он у нас выглядит, некая модель, поскольку у нас есть научная база, методическая база, принципы, все это у нас расписано. Вот такой вот схеме я ее попыталась разложить. Что главное — создать хорошую образовательную среду. Вот тот экосистемный подход. Да, обеспечить интеграцию с другими предметами, обеспечить понимание, где применить, а возможно, где монетизировать. Проектный цикл я вам, собственно говоря, описала. Но еще немаловажной составляющей — это техническая. Все понимают, что обеспечить урок технологий сейчас достаточно дорого. Вот техническое обеспечение – это достаточно серьезная вещь. Либо это закупка всех устройств, которые вот, они нужны для того, чтобы работать, либо это создание симулятора. Я сейчас передам слово Максиму Игоревичу.
Да, это вот один из профитов симбиоза, да, команды инженеров, команды педагогов. Мы со своей стороны подключились к задаче разработки образовательного оборудования, разработали как раз для детей адаптированную всю линейку базового оборудования, которое необходимо для внедрения вот этого урока. То есть и конструкторы роботехнические, причем, обращаю внимание, да, конструкторы роботехнические должны быть с открытыми пинами, с цифровыми аналоговыми портами, то есть чтобы дети понимали, что такое электротехника, схемотехника, конструирование, с огромным сетом датчиков исполнителей. Это 3D-принтеры, беспилотники, интернет вещественных ЧПУ. То есть нашей командой был, собственно, разработан весь комплект этого оборудования, адаптированный, опирающийся на ту концепцию и на тот подход, который нами разработан. Ну и, конечно, в любом случае, давайте так, все школы мира мы не оснастим. Мы, конечно, к этому будем стремиться, да, все школы Казахстана мы не оснастим, к сожалению. Поэтому нужны цифровые двойники. Мы разработали с своей стороны платформу, чуть позже там покажу пару скринов, если будет интересно, куда мы интегрируем данное образовательное оборудование, куда мы интегрируем оборудование реального сектора экономики, с реальных производств, чтобы дети могли уже в школе видеть, с каким оборудованием придется столкнуться, работать с ним, не боялись его поломать. Банальная техника безопасности здесь, да. Понятно, что когда ты хочешь поработать с турбиной, да, ну, ребенка к турбине подпускать страшно, да. А в цифровой среде это достаточно легко все обеспечить.
Минуточку. И хотела бы еще вот на что обратить внимание. Понимание всех этих цифровых устройств. Это не просто для того, чтобы собрать по инструкции ту или иную модель.
Да.
Модель — это как модель научного познания. Это модель той системы, которая может быть воплощена в реальном производстве. Да? И понимание, то, что мы делаем не игрушку, а некий прототип, то, что мы делаем не для того, чтобы запустить, порадоваться и отдать туда другим детям, делаем это для того, чтобы понимаем, что беспилотники это у нас наблюдают за экологией, занимаются сельским хозяйством, помогают пожарным, помогают военным, инженерам, медикам, доставка спасательного круга. И дети придумывают еще миллион вариантов применения этой техники. И это инновационные дидактические средства обучения. То же самое о симуляторах. Вы знаете, что дети у нас любят играть в игры. И то, что мы еще долго будем соображать, где там, кто, что, они уже быстро в этой среде ориентируются. Поэтому работа в симуляторе, вот Максим Игоревич сейчас листает симулятор, она позволяет потренироваться в сборках, потренироваться, причем это, я не знаю, наверное, компенсирует многие расходы, потому что, симулятор. И вместе с тем педагог может поставить те задачи, обучающие, дидактические, которые он не сможет поставить с реальным оборудованием.
Да, причем...
Поэтому здесь мы еще методисты рассматриваем не только как техническое обучение, но и как дидактические пособия.
Да, все верно. То есть за счет такой платформы можно интегрировать, я еще раз говорю, любое оборудование, и с подключением электроники, с программированием. Самое важное это, конечно, практическое применение, потому что цифровое двойник, конечно, никогда не заменит оборудование вживую, но если у нас есть качественные полигоны, на которых можно проверить, как ребенок собрал, запрограммировал, спроектировал, то это отчасти компенсирует отсутствие оборудования физического. Давайте я вернусь немножко назад, наверное, на чем мы остановились.
Да, уважаемые коллеги. И вот, собственно говоря, мы определили, вернее, проблему, определили способы решения, и вот тот целевой компонент получения инженерных компетенций. Тут мы у инженеров спросим, удалось нам или нет.
То есть мы сейчас с вами на самом деле в рамках выступления немножко смоделировали классический урок технологии. Мы нашли проблему. Мы ее проанализировали, провели с вами небольшой ресерч, мы предложили решение, собственно, и это решение в идеале сейчас, может быть, после нашего выступления, мы должны понять, насколько общество как раз это решение готово воспринимать, и надеемся, что вы готовы воспринять. Но если в целом говорить о том, что мы как инженеры ждем от такого урока, от его внедрения в систему образования стран мира. У нас сейчас с несколькими странами мира идут переговорные процессы о запуске этого проекта, где-то мы уже начинаем его запускать. Мы ждем, что мы получим как раз на выходе из школы замотивированного специалиста с широким набором софт-скиллов, в первую очередь софт-скиллов, с инженерным мышлением, с проектным подходом, с умением заниматься целеполаганием, с развитыми коммуникативными навыками, с лидерскими качествами, что немаловажно. Лидерские качества, к сожалению или к счастью, в инженерии, они имеют огромное значение, потому что зачастую инженер работает сам по себе один очень редко. Это команды, которыми надо управлять. И очень часто в этих командах нет лидера. От этого проект сыпется. Вроде бы у тебя есть финансирование, у тебя есть оборудование, у тебя есть все, но нету лидера, и все рассыпалось. Поэтому такие важные компетенции, формируемые в рамках этого урока технологий, на наш взгляд, и позволят системе среднего и высшего образования дать специалиста, уже замотивированного, подготовленного, начинающего специалиста, конечно же, которого уже гораздо проще подготовить и замотивировать в дальнейшем на работе на предприятиях. Про оборудование мы уже останавливаться не будем, я думаю, мы уже коротко рассказали. Давайте такой подведем итог того, что получается, как мы видим эту концепцию. То есть мы со своей стороны совместно с командой методистов разработали весь учебно-методический комплекс, который для этого необходим совместно с инженерами, максимально практикоориентированный, с развитием необходимых hard и soft скиллов. Это учебники, это учебные пособия, это курс повышения квалификации, это поурочное планирование, что немаловажно, потому что понятно, что для педагога такие вещи критично важны для организации образовательного процесса. Это комплект оборудования базового, который позволяет хотя бы это ядро цифровых компетенций, о котором мы говорили, сформировать. Это цифровые двойники, которые упрощают организацию образовательного процесса, которые снижают финансовую нагрузку, в том числе на образовательные учреждения. И вот это собрав комплексно, мы рассчитываем, конечно, что такой подход комплексный, экосистемный позволит перезапустить инженерное образование с учетом требований современной эпохи индустрии 4.0.
Да, я думаю, у нас получится.
Да, поэтому спасибо большое за внимание.
Коллеги.
Если есть вопросы, мы готовы ответить.
Большое спасибо, дорогие наши спикеры. Попрошу вас взять.
Я так понимаю, в зале есть вопросы. Давайте мы, наверное, тогда переключимся.
Да, сразу попрошу нашу аудиторию. Попрошу нашу аудиторию, всех, у кого есть вопросы нашим уважаемым спикерам, поднять руку, и к вам обязательно подойдут. А пока я хотела бы поблагодарить вас. Большое спасибо. Я как человек из такой гуманитарной сферы, человек гуманитарных наук, мне действительно было очень интересно это послушать.
Спасибо.
Все так простыми словами вы объяснили. И я сама вот даже задумалась о том, чтобы начать что-то изучать из этой сферы инженерии.
Здравствуйте.
Пожалуйста.
Добрый день.
Меня зовут Зайтуна Джандосова, я юрист, журналист. И вот я хотела бы узнать рекомендации наших уважаемых спикеров по поводу того, чтобы внедрить в старших классах и в университетах методику кайдзен-планирования. Дело в том, что наряду вот с технологиями я считаю, что в школьной сфере и в университетской сфере необходимо говорить также о духовных ценностях. У меня есть на ютубе подкаст Зайтуна Джандосова «Принцип простоты» о духовных ценностях. И один из моих героев – это подросток, ему всего 16 лет, его зовут Ильяс Абылкасенов. Он с 12 лет внедрил кайдзен-планирование. Причем он вел и ведет до сих пор YouTube-канал, у него там 17 тысяч просмотров. Благодаря этому кайдзен-планированию Ильяс смог изучить хорошо литературу, музыку. Он пишет стихи, он пишет музыку. За 2 месяца он выучил почти самостоятельно полет шмеля на пианино. То есть благодаря кайдзен-планированию у него освободилось очень много времени свободного. И я думаю, что вообще я как журналист уже 15 лет работаю в жанре интервью с гениальными людьми Европы, Америки, Казахстана. И я 15 лет провожу опрос среди молодежи, студентов. Я говорю: ребята, назовите имена современных казахстанских поэтов, писателей. И зачастую я не получаю ответ. Но один из моих героев, Нагашбек Капалбекулы, он долгое время был директором музея, он сказал, что когда он учился в школе-интернате, то в школу-интернат часто приходили писатели, поэты. И вот благодаря Мухтару Ауэзову, разговору, будучи подростком с выдающимся классиком Мухтаром Ауэзовым, он решил для себя, что станет писателем. И он написал 27 книг. И поэтому мне хотелось бы, чтобы в школе больше внимания уделяли вот литературе, современной поэзии, классике. И поэтому всем, кому интересно, педагогам, вы можете посмотреть интервью с Ильясом Абылкасеновым на моем подкасте на ютубе «Принцип простоты» Зайтуна Джандосова, как использовать кайдзен-планирование подростку.
Спасибо.
Я думаю, что вам будет интересно. И вот ваше мнение. Скажите, пожалуйста, насколько это с вашей точки зрения целесообразно?
Да, большое спасибо за вопрос. Конечно же, управление временем, управление собой и своими делами, поступками – это очень важно. Мы сейчас говорим о массовой школе, и это не старшеклассники. Да? У нас программа робототехники с 3 по 9 класс. Безусловно, мы учим и экологическому мышлению, и нравственному отношению к технике и последствиям технологических решений. Какое решение к чему должно приводить, может привести. То есть это моральный аспект технических, технологических решений, безусловно, у нас в технологии также есть. Ну и с планированием, спасибо, мы, конечно, рассмотрим эту технологию обязательно. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Я думаю, у нас есть время еще для нескольких вопросов. Это был такой всеобъемлющий вопрос с контекстом. Я попрошу вас задавать лаконичные вопросы. Мы очень ограничены во времени. Большое спасибо.
Здравствуйте. У меня вот такой вопрос. Вот очень интересный материал, проект очень интересный. Я так поняла, вы хотите его расширить, да? Я думаю, что в Казахстане это возможно, мне кажется, больше как проект, ну, первые шаги делать в инновационных школах. НИШ, там, БЛИМ инновация и так далее. В обычных школах, понимаете, немножко не сохраняется инклюзивность, мне так кажется. К примеру, девочки. Они придут, я, допустим, за проекты в технологии, да, я не учитель технологии, я учитель математики, но девочки всегда хотят там что-то такое, бьюти или там что-то, какие-то цветочки красиво там это делать, да, то есть такие проекты. А я тут посмотрела, тут в основном рассчитано на подготовленную аудиторию, в основном, ну и девочки, если инженеры, они их не... Но мальчиков. И, допустим, в советское время же тоже в основном космос все поднимали же вот эти школы при МГУ или там при Бауманке, вот эти все наши казахстанские РФМШ, да. Я думаю, они основывались же на таких школах, углубленная математика, где много часов физики. Вот как вы думаете, как ваша программа? Просто у нас все это будет сверху спущено, и вот эти дети, у которых немножко гуманитарные, да, наклонности, они, например, будут сидеть на технологии, может быть, страдать.
Я можно сейчас немножко Ольге Николаевне дам ответить на этот вопрос. Я просто задам вопрос. Как вы думаете, в индустрии моды много технологий? Я думаю, что очень много, да. Пошив — это далеко, да давно уже не нитка с иголкой. Да, пошив — это станки. Соответственно, дизайнер-модельер, когда разрабатывает там, новую одежду, да, скорее всего, эта девочка возвращается там, к делению.
Максим Игоревич, это даже не так начинается. Я была вот в сериальном процессе, там приходит человек, 3D-сканер сканирует фигуру человека, тут же программа разрабатывает индивидуально ему выкройки,
да?
Плоттер идет там дальше печать этих выкроек, дальше идет ткань и раскрой этих выкроек. Это делают роботы. И программисты, и вообще исполнители, дизайнеры,
дизайнер-модельер это должен, да, все учитывать,
и
конечно.
мы работали с педагогами, конечно, показывали мы эти станки, показывали 3D. Ну, меня только что гнилыми помидорами не кидали. Ольга Николаевна, что вы делаете? Наши дети разучатся вообще придумывать. А вот девочки, а вот цветочки. Я говорю, хорошо. Какая разница? Вот 3D-принтер печатает машинку или заколочку. Он бусину печатает или гаечный ключ. Девочка сидит за красивым компьютером, да, и придумывает свои идеи. Знаете, на Олимпиадах сейчас, вот на многих международных, девочек по робототехнике ровно столько же, сколько мальчиков. Столько же на 3D-печать выходит, на 3D-моделирование, компьютерную графику. Это те профессии, которые позволяют даже работать дома.
Или можно я дополню вот тоже? Да, даже банально возьмем профессию дизайнер интерьера. Да? Сейчас современный дом — это умный дом. Дизайнер интерьера, он всегда закладывает и технологичную составляющую вашего дома. Где какая проводка проведена, где какие датчики должны быть расстановлены. Это тоже элемент интерьера дизайна. Это тоже, ну, будем так, если уж делить по гендерному принципу какие-то профессии, то это тоже отчасти как бы, да, женская профессия чаще всего. И здесь тоже нужно знать технологии. Поэтому, ну, на мой взгляд, сейчас очень трудно, и с каждым днем будет все труднее разделить на то, что девочкам, то, что мальчикам. Это все.
Потому что 3D-печать есть и печать тортов, и печать зданий, и печать двигателей, и все что угодно можно напечатать. А главное, можно создать прототип, который предложить уже реальному производителю.
Большое спасибо. Я на самом деле согласна с вами полностью. Сейчас стираются границы, вот, деления между мужчинами и женщинами. Все хотят заниматься разными профессиями. К сожалению, мне подсказывают организаторы, что у нас уже заканчивается время. Большое спасибо нашим уважаемым спикерам.
Было...
Спасибо большое.
Я думаю, если будет время, они обязательно ответят на ваши вопросы. Вы можете подойти.
Спасибо.
Большое спасибо. Дорогие друзья, уважаемые учителя, я думаю, сессия была очень интересная. Мне вот очень понравилось узнать про инженерию больше. Ну а сейчас я бы хотела объявить нашу следующую сессию, на которой выступит очень известный учитель в Казахстане со следующей темой. Начало олимпиадного движения в вашей школе. Встречайте на сцене Муамер Гюль, победитель национальной премии «Учитель Казахстана 2019», номинант премии Global Teacher Prize 2020 и рекордсмен книги рекордов Гиннесса перед вами. Давайте поаплодируем, встретим нашего уважаемого учителя.
Evet. Basтай vereyim de. Саламатсыз ба? Менің аты жөнім Муаммер Гүл. Математика мұғалімі болып жұмыс істеп жатырмын. Окей? Дауысым келеді ме? Келеді. Вот. Жақсы. Benim tema Starting Olympiad Movement in Your School dedi. Yani mekteplerde olimpiyata hareket kalay boladı. Sol turalı aytamın. Kışkine ben interaktif jasaymın. Arasında sorak koysam sizler atlet verseniz jaksı boladı. Okey? Давайте. Bugünkü bizim temada osu nerseleri biz ötemiz. Olimpiyat kalay dayındık jasayımız. Olimpiyat kalay dayındık jasayımız. Nige olimpiyat dayındayımız. Olimpiyatta coordination kalay boladı. Sol soraklara cevap veremin. Okey. Tamam, jaksı. Birinci sorak men bastayık. What do you think about olimpiyat dedi. Olimpiyat turalı ne oylayımız? Sol turalı bana atlet aytatın var mı? Olimpiyat turalı. Daha aytınız. Mikrofon. Bulay aytıp ediniz. Bulay aytınız. Ya. Bastaydı. Түсіндім. Да, түсіндім. Да. Басқа atlet var mı? Olimpiyada туралы. Да. Жарыс дейсiniz сразу. Жарыс. Competition. Түсіндім. Басқа бұлай creative answer керек бана. Жақсы жауап. Айтыңыз. İzdeniz. Ya. Başka? Айтыңыз, да. Понятно. Понятно. Atletler kıyın. Sizden kelgen atletler benim kıyın atletler. Ben kışkine onay atlet gerek. Esep çıkarı, competition bunlar gerek emez. Jaksı bir ait. Mıyı damutu kışkine jakındadık. Motivasyon çok. Жетістіктері жету. Окей, жақсы, ben айтайын. Olimpiyada деген осылай. Deep thinking in any topic. Yani любой bir temada, kez kelgen temada terin oylağı. Düşündünüz mü? Yani olimpiyada degende tek kana bilim yemez. Tek kana sabah yemez. Sportta da boladı, müzikada boladı, artta boladı, her yerde boladı. Kıskaca olimpiyada negizinde bizim ömrümüzde boladı. Ömür var mı? Ömür. Sürgen ömrümüz olimpiyada degen. Jaksı mı? Түсінікті mü? Bunu kabuldayımız mı? Davay, bunu kabuldasak yüreğimiz. Buna da bu olimpiyada turalı kışkine ta soraklar bolsa. Ayttık oy, olimpiyada degen bir temada, любой temada terin oylağı. любой bir temada terin oylağı için bizge ne gerek? Ne bolu gerek? Kak? Kızılşuluk. Kızılşuluk gerek, dürüst kızılşuluk. Yani interesta bolu gerek. Okey, üçüncü sorak. Interesta bolu için ne gerek? Sorak, yok. Kızılşuluk ayttık. Kızılşuluk için ne gerek? Ne bolganda kızılşuluk boladı? Ha? Freeze interest na. Yani interesa değilsiniz, interesa. Ya interesa kızıkçılık benim şey birde siyahtır. Problema yemez. Tapsırma yemez. Prosto ömürmen baylaştırınız, ömürmen baylaştırınız. Motivasyon olsun, motivasyon yemez. Jaksı körü, kim ayttı? O süper. Bes, sizge bes. Da kızıkçılık bolu için jaksı körü gerek, jaksı körü gerek. Okey, jaksı körü için, 4. sorak. Jaksı körü için ne gerek? Kızıkçılık var zaten, şu kızık. Motivasyon gerek, ya motivasyon gerek. Motivasyon bolu gerek. Ot, biz kaytalansak, bir nerseye motivasyon bolu için ne gerek? Jaksı körü gerek. Jaksı körü için ne gerek? Kızıkçılık gerek. Kızıkçılık bolsa ne boladı? Terin oylağı boladı. Solay. Yani kıskaca öte onay nerse negizinde. Biz ömrümüzde jasaytın bütün nerseleri biz terin oylayımız. Biz prostatak, mesela kitap okuanda biz prostatak kitap okumayımız. Oylayımız, terin oylayımız. İli bir tamak jigende, tamak jiyimiz koy, tamak. Terin oylayımız. Tamaktan lezzet alamız. Sünüktü da, jaksı. Hazır erkarayı keteyik. Ta da adamlar kelip jatır da, sol için jay aytı batırmın. Okey, buna yerde biz yazdık, inclusive education diyen. Bunu köp adam biletin çıkar. Şunu hemen öteceksin bilmeyin. Prosta yazdım ben buna yerge. Sol yerden ben kişilerini eteyim. Anglish'ın saytak, inclusive education is not only about students with disability değil koy. Disability, bir yeri jetmeytin, siyahtı nerseler. Da, bunlar nige, bunlar adamın kerek bolgan nersesiyle cumusteydi. Yani bulay aytayım. Misal bası öteceksin isteydin adamlar. Yazadı koy, bright and genius adamlar diye aytayık. Onlarda da negizinde, onlara da bir nerseler kerek. Sünüktü mü? Yani onlara da kerek nerseler. Yani onlar tek kana bası isteydi, jaksı onlar beğerin tüsünedi, beğerin jasaydı diyen söz yok. Onlara da ne kerek? Bir zatlar kerek. Onların da cumus isteği için işte jagaday göstertiyor kerek, siyahtı nerseler. Münacerden keti vereyik. Basında aytıp kettim koy. Olimpiyata negizinde life of steel, yani bir ömrün bir neyi? Yolu, tarz. Kazakçasını ayet almadım da. Ömrün bir neyi? Solay. Solay olayı kerek, yani olimpiyada solay olayı kerek. İşte buna olimpiyada neler boladı? Buna yerde var. Okusanız göresiniz. Teamwork, bir adam biledi. Collaboration, passion misali. En mağızı nerse. Sabır degende Kazakça. Sabır bolu kerek. Sabır bolu kerek. Yani ömürde de solay yemez, sabır var. Biz doğamız, ölemiz. Arasında sabır var bizde. Sabır men ömür sürüp jatırmız. Sırazı ölmeyimiz misal. Kışkına baskaca aytıp atırım da. Davaydı. Yazdık. Work with position, love with all your heart, life to the fullest dedi. Yani en mağızı nerse osu. Yani sabır bolu gerek, onu yürekmen baylanıştırı gerek. Yani jaksı körü gerek. Cumus istegen cumusunuzu jaksı körü gerek. Bir adam cumusunu jaksı körse, onun ömrü jaksı boladı. Yani ömrün eğer vaktinden jaksı bir lezzet aladı. Sola yemez mi? Bizler misali ömür sürüp jatırmız koy. Kanday mamandıkta bolsa, sol mamandıkta ömür sürüp atırmız. Jaksı körmeyetin mamandıkla cumus istesek, bizim ömrümüz vıkıştı boladı. Ne boladı? Jaksı bolmaydı. Ha? Bırak jaksı köresin nerseymen aynalaskanda bizim ömrümüz jaksı ötedi. Bunu niga ayttım toşuna bilmeyim de. Prosta bu olimpiyada turalı kıyın nerse yemez, onu jaksı körü kerek, sonmen aynalası kerek, işin aytıp atırmın. İşte o benim aytatın en mağız nerselerden biri o. Bir adam, yani mamandık men, kay mamandık bolsa son men aynalası kerek. Başka cumus istemeye kerek. Düşünüyorsunuz mu? Misali ben muallim bolsam, iyi muallim. Tek kana muallimlik cumusuymen aynalasığım kerek. Başka nerse jasamam kerek. İşte business jasao, kıdırı jasao, siyahtı nerseler köp байланыс болмауы керек. Мұғалімлік мамандығының занлары не? Соны жасау керек. Мысалы, мұғалімлік мамандығының бірінші заны не? Бірінші зан. Мұғалімлік мамандығының бірінші заны. Жанар апай? Мұғалімлік мамандығының бірінші заны. Ha? Yok, onlar birinci emez. Onlar 2, 3, 4, 5. Birinci, muhallim birinci zat. Tamam, jaksı köredi. Jaksı düşündürü ya. Sabah düşündürü gerek. Lesson bolu gerek. Sabah jaksılap düşündürü gerek. Birinci zan bu. Da. Sol için muhallim sabah düşündürün jaksı körü gerek. Misali keşke jatadı koy. Tanerten Turgan kezge deyin oylar gerek. Ben jaksı sabah düşündüremin. Sabah düşündürgende ben lezzet alamın dep bolu gerek negizinde. Solay izleyu gerek. Solay bolmasa jaksı muhallim bolmaydı. Sol jaksı muhallim bolu işinde pastayanın mamandık men aynalası gerek. Misali kalay bunlardan bir yolu olimpiyada. Yani pastayanın soraklar men, temay men, temanın işinde bolu gerek. Prostatak oturup davaytimiz mınanı dayındayık yemez. Ona izleniyor gerek. Başka mamandıkları karasanız misali maşinalar var ya, maşina masterları, maşina isteyen adamlar. Onlar ne istedi? İli vraç. Onlar ne istedi? Bir avurgan kişi keledi. Onu yemdeydi koy. Bırak yemdegen aldın da karaydı. Bunun probleması ne? Ben bunu kalay yemdeyi alamın. Dep oylaydı. Onu izlenedi. Mocit internetten karaydı. İli başka bir vraçka soraydı. Jaksı aytıp atır mı? Onu izlemesen de kalay boladı. O jaksı bir vraç bolmaydı. Adam ölüp ketedi olsun. Kelgen kişi. Yani jaksı deri vermese, jaksı ne vermese. Sol siyahı izleniyor gerek. Pastayanı izleniyor gerek. Pastayanı oylağı gerek. Pastayanı işinde bolu gerek. Mamandığın işinde. Ya bizler de misali muallim mamanın işinde bolumuz gerek. Sırtka çıkmamız gerek. Misali günde bir muallim sorak şeşiyor gerek. Abi zaten sorak şeşiyor gerek. Kıyın soraklar bolmasa da ortaşa soraklar bolsa şeşiyor gerek. İyi sorak şeşkende 3 sorak, 5 sorak, 10 sorak ondan lezzet alıyor gerek. Hani master var koy maşina jöndeydin. Köp adamlar, köp masterlar, jaksı masterlar. Maşina jöndegende ondan lezzet aladı. Toştu lezzet aladı. Lezzet almaytın adam jaksı bir master yemez. O jaksı istey almaydı. Sünüktü da. Vraç da solay. Vraç misali avurgan kişiyi jaksılap istegende ondan lezzet aladı. İsteydi. Da bunu düşünüp atırız da. İşte bunlardan bir yolu olimpiyada diyen. Olimpiyada. Muallimin aynalasının nerse osu bolu gerek. Ha olimpiyada result, netice boladı, bolmaydı o baska nerse o köp gerekemez. Result işin dayındık jasamağı gerek. Tek kana muallim özü işin olimpiyatmen aynalası gerek. Mamandık men aynalası gerek. Jaksa da yani bunu jasaganda da münajerde aytkan siyahtı sabır bolu gerek. Потому что sizin ömrünüz sonmen ötüp jatır. Ömrünüzün sonuna değin sizin mamandınız osu men jumus isteyesiniz. Yani sabrınız bolu gerek. Da? Bilmiyorum düşündünüz mü? Biraz baskaca ayttım. Olimpiyadın paydaları turalı hazır aytayım. Yani basında oldu da nige biz olimpiyada dayanayımız. Olimpiyadın paydaları osulay, benefits of Olympias diyen. Münajerde var misali olimpiyadın paydalarından bu portföy var koy biz bilemiz üniversite. Jaksı üniversite su için bir paydası var. İkinci paydası ne var bunda? İmtihanlar jasaydı, yani özüne senünü artıradı, özünün bir adam bolganını senedi, olimpiyatına aynalaskan bala iyi muallim. Üçüncüsü thinking growth dedi, bu critical thinking değil mi koy? Yani oylağı kabiliyeti pastayanı artadı. Bu turalı ben bulay aytayım. Olimpiyada negizinde misal balalar men nige biz olimpiyada dayandayımız digende mına 3 neyden baska en mağızısı osu. Onu aytayım. Dördüncüsü en mağızısı. Münajerde var. Okuyunuz buna. Teenage is extremely important time for the development of the brain dedi koy. Yani jas balaların en mağızı nerse brain'in Brain'in ne bolu? Progress bolu mu kalay? Onu damutu siyahtı da. Вот, bizler misali ömür sürüp жатырмыз ғой, er адамзат. Doğan kezden başlayıp ölgen vakte değin mına brain'in içinde sel var, sel. Biyologiya biletinler var mı? Biyologi. Ha. Onda dürüst aytayım da katep olmasın. Sizin etmeyiniz. Mına brain'deki seller künde köbeytedi. Köbeydi adamda. Keybir seller köbeydi, keybirleri öledi. Solay mı? Dürüst mü? Dürüst de aytsanız. Tamam, dürüst. Yani brain'deki seller künde köbeydi. Künde de azaydı. Keybir misal köbeykenler köp boladı. Azaykanlar az boladı. Bulay ketedi. Potom bir jastan keyin onlar ikul boladı. Potom ölgenler köp boladı. Potom ölemiz. Bırak balalarda bizlerde yer bala kız bala bir 12 jasmen 18 jas arasında bu brain'deki seller köbeydi. Solay bir mümkünçülük var. 18 jastan keyin de boladı. Bırak az boladı. 12-18 maksimum bolgan kes. Ot, balaları yesti biz balaları 12-18 jas arasında buna brain mi'nin cumus isteği turalı cumuslarla aynalaştırsak balaları onların brain ötejaksı boladı 18 jastan keyin. O tek gana olimpiyada yemez. Yani olimpiyadadan boladı diye aytıva olmaydı. Misal kitap okusa da boladı. İli misali suret sürse de boladı. Yani mini cumus istesin, oylasın. Hani biz kitap okuğanda oylaymız koy. Prostata karamayımız. Oylaymız. Yani kitabı okuğanda oylaymız. O sosun ne boladı? Buna brain jaksı bolsa bir adamda 18 jaska deyin ayttık o köbürek boladı. İyi jaksı boldu. Bu brain'ini cumus isteyetin kişi 18 yaştan keyin misali X boladı. X brain adam. İstemeyetin bala Y bolsun. Düşündünüz mü? Arasında kanday ayırmaşlık boladı. Osulay boladı. Mi ötejaksı isteyetin adam ömürdeki bütün nerselerden maksimum lezzet aladı. Bir kino karasa maksimum düşünedi onu. Maksimum. Futbol oynasa ondan maksimum jasaydı. Kabiliyeti olsa. Tamak jise tamak. Tamak jegende maksimum aladı buna kişi. Brain'i köp progres jasamaytın adam bolsa, ortaşa bolsa bizler siyahtı. Onlar az aladı. Neyden az aladı? Şın bu. Bu başka yerlerde aytıp durum ben. Hani bu başka balalar var koy. Buna brain'i toğandan köp ne bolmaytın. Damıtmayatın balalar boladı koy. Ona kalay aytıladı çok biliyor musunuz? Düşününüz. Sol balları misali karasanız, tamak jigenini karasanız, ben karadım patamışta. Karasanız, onlar tamak jigende, tek kana tamak jidi, buna betinde ne yok. Emorsiyaz yok. Şınımen yok. Karayınız sizde. Bırak normal adamı karasanız o emosiyon var. Ondan lezzet alganı körünü atırsınız. Biri kop aladı, biri azaladı. Bırak göresiniz. Sol siyahtı yani olimpiyatanın en mağızlı neyi? Paydası osu. Adam zatın braininin jaksı damutuğuna kömek veredi. Sünüktü mü? Bununla kim aynalaşsa paydasını köredi. Bu abizatını yemez. Jana ayttım koy tekkan olimpiyat yemez. Başka nerselerde de jasa o boladı. Bırak balaları solay jasatuğu gerek. Yani bir nerseymen aynalaştırığı gerek. Bu olimpiyata abizatını yemez. Yani katep olmasın. Bir nerseymen aynalaştırığı gerek. Sünüktü jaksa. Burada benim vakit varmış ya. Potom ben olimpiyatanın neyine avusam hazır? Stage'leri var. Bu olimpiyatın hani ömürdeki stage siyahtı. Toğamız, ülken bolamız olsun, ölemiz siyahtı stage'ler var. Bu etaplar. Olimpiyada da etaplar var. Olimpiyata olsun etaplar. Olimpiyada en maksatımız halkaralık, international olimpiyata barı koy. Sonra etapları Osulay. Bu kışkine Kazakistan boyunca da başka yerlerde de benim Premier Lig yakın. Neyden bahsediyoruz? Regional, national, selection, potom international olimpiyat diyen etaplar var. Regional diyen bizde kalada oblastnoy olimpiyat deymiz koy. Bir kalada bolatın jarıs. Sol jarısta kirip orun aluu kerek. Potom Respublika National olimpiyata katışu kerek. Sol yerden de absolut birinci, ikinci orunlar alganlar selection'a keledi, zbor. Например, mesela Kazakistan'da bir matematikayı alsak 12 balan işine kürü kerek. Kazakistan'daki например 9 ve 11. klaslar arasında en jaksı 12 balan arasına kürü kerek etap. Potom da 6 balada halkaralık olimpiyata Kazakistan atıymen katsadı. Bu etapları da bilүү kerek negizinde. Bulay jasama o kerek. Sırazu Respublika olimpiyatına baram dep olmaydı. İli sırazu ben halkaralık olimpiyata barıp jazamın solay yok. Etaptan ötüğümüz gerek. Ablasnoy ötmeden Respublika öte almayımız. Respublika ötmeden Zborga bar almayımız. Zborda bolmasak anajerge bar almayımız. Sol etap ötü gerek. Yani biz sırazı toğup jügürmeyimiz. Sol siyahta. Doğamız, kışkine jerde jüremiz. Solsun turamız, jüremiz. Siyahtı bir nesi. Yani bir etaptan ötü gerek. İyi bunu sabırmen ötü gerek. Solsun munajerge keleyik. Birinci ne boldu? Jana aytkanım. Olimpiyatın neyini ayttım? Janara paketi mi? Birinci etap dedim, etap. Da ikincisi weekly degen study, dayındık. Dayındık turalı aytamın. Dayındık osulay jasau kerek. Yani olimpiyadada osulay hafta sayın, weekly, hafta sayın osulay dayındık kerek. Ömür siyahtı, künde ömür süremiz koy. Sol siyahtı, bulay dayındık jasau kerek. Ne jasayımız? Birincide imtihan jasayımız. Her hafta sayın bir imtihan jasayımız gerek. Balalarla. Misali например panidenlik günü bir imtihan jasayımız. İli sırada, ili subota ver bir. Minimum 1-2 imtihan jasayımız. Her hafta sayın. İmtihan jasağından keyin ikincisi discussion, razbor deyimiz biz Rusça, razbor jasayımız gerek, abizatinli. Yani imtihanı karağımız gerek. İmtihanda kim kalaj yazdı, kayda dürüst yemez. Onları bir razbor jasağı gerek. Diskas jasağı gerek. Yesti bizim muallim bolup küşümüz bolmasa, olimpiyada turalı neyimiz bolmasa, level'ımız jaksı yemez bolsa, balaları arasında jasatı gerek. Balalar arasında. Yani bir balanın kağızını, solution'ını ana balaya, anana birbirlerini onlar ne isteydi? Karaydı, razbor jasaydı. Kimde kate onu aytadı, siyahtı. Diskas jasaydı. Mümkün bulay bolu da mümkün. Misal 5 balaya siz imtihan jasadınız. Beride 0 jasadı. Hiç kim hiç denge şeşmedi. Onda ne isteyimiz? Vapşe problem yemez. Biz kağızları avusturduk. O onu karaganda o oylaydı. Prosta özünü damıtadı. Yani sorakın rişeniyesini bile almasa da o bu brain'i cumus istetedi. Düşünüyorsunuz mu? Tek paydası sol boladı. Sonrasında üçüncüsü sabahlar. Sabahlar bolu kerek. Yani sabah bolmadan bala jaksı bir olimpiyat çık bolmaydı. Muallim de solay. Misal muallim, kalay muallim boldu. Sabahlara kirdi, sabah gördü. Sabahlar okudu. İşte münajerde de yesti muallimin kuşu tağda bolmasa sabah berüye, olimpiyada sabah berüye kuşu bolmasa ne istiyor gerek? İnternet, YouTube'da köp sabahlar var. Kanday tema dayındık keledi. Например, matematika, например, geometriya. İşte circumference of circle misal. Sol tema jassa köp sabah çıkadı. Ben siyah adamlara çıkadı. Solsan onu tındaydı. Misal o sabahlar 2 saat, 1,5 saat boladı. 2 saat, 1,5 saat oturuu kerek. Muallimmen bala oturuu kerek. Sabah birge karağı kerek. Düşünüz mü? İli klasta, ili bir yerde. Burası bulay bolmaydı. Balaya davaytın mına sabahı sen özün kara deseniz bolmaydı. 10 adama aytsak benim bir adam tek kana jasaya aladı. Kalganı köp jasamaydı. Bizler birge bolumuz gerek. Düşünüz mü? En mağızlısı bu benim aytkarım ne? Olimpiyata dayındık. En mağızlısı motivation. Motivasyon gerek. Yani bu imtihanlardan, sabahlarından dağı da mağızlısı motivation. Balaları kalay motivation jasayımız. Aytatın var mı? Ya aktivite jasayımız siyahı siz. Sohbet. Çay. Kola olmaydı mı? Kola, kofi. Bu adı. Давайте sizge onda kaytadan. Sohbet. Kanday sohbet. Yok, düşündüm. Tema turalı. Yani mına kişinin aytkanı dürüst. En jaksı motivation sohbet жасау. Yani әңгімелесу. Değil mi Kazakça әңгімелесу. Bırak, kanday tamamen әңгімелесу. Вот, süper. Olimpiyadadan başka nerselerмен әңгімелесу керек. Olimpiyadadan әңгімелессек bu болмайды. Bu постоянно дайындық жасай батырсың, o olimpiyada болып жатыр. Siz sohbet жасағанда, motivation жасағанда, onun ben başka temalarda, mojit balanın hobileri var, sol hobileri turalı. Misal bir bala futbol jaksı göredi, futbol turalı söyleşi gerek. Bir o müzika turalı. İli mesela bir balanın probleması var, üyünde probleması var. Sol turalı söyleşi gerek, ona kömek berüye tırsu gerek. Bükül problemler şeşirmeydi. Bırak ne boladı solay jasaganda bala sizi jaksı köredi. O oylaydı. O benim problemamı bu ne isteyvatır. Könül bölüp жатыр. Bu benim dostum siyahtı dep oylaydı. Soğusun sizin aytkanınızı sıraz tınlaydı. İşte dayında desen dayınaydı. Düşündünüz mü? Bu öte mağızdı. Потому что bizlerde solay yemez mi? Kimi jaksı körsek onun aytkanını tınlayımız. Onunla birge bolağını tırsamız pastı yani. Solay yemez mi? Sol sebepten bu motivation öte gerek. Bu motivation er hafta sayın жасау gerek. Er hafta sayın. Yani minimum 1. 2 bolsa, 3 bolsa jaksı. 3'ten keyin de köp gerek emez. O da вообще ne bolup ketedi. Yani 2-3 ortaşa жасау gerek. Kışkına şarşadım ya. Potom bu üçüncüsü bu oldu. Bu üçüncüsü. Birincisini bir kaytalayık. Birincisi ne oldu basında? Birincisi ne ayttık? Yok, birinci stage, etap ayttık. İkincisi jana gana öttük. Dayındık, weekly. Üçüncüsü kamp deyimiz. Üçüncüsü kamp. Kamp degen lager diye aytayık biz. Kamp öte mağızdı dayındıkta. Kamp жасау gerek. Yani biz ömürde misali ömür sürüp жатырмыз ғой. Күнде belgili nerseler жасай батырмыз. Таңертең турамыз, тамақ ішеміз, işte жұмысқа барамыз, сияқты істейміз. Бірақ кейбір кездерде biz kamp жасаймыз негізінде. Kalay kamp olsun. Mesela bir imtihan bolsa, imtihanı aldığında 2-3 gün biz neye kiremiz? Bir жерге kiremiz, sol jerde dayındayımız сияқты. Misali neyler turalı? Futbolistler var ғой, futbol. Onları düşünsek, onlar misali pastayanı futbolmen aynalasa da koy. Trenovkalar жасайды. Bırak trenovkalardan başka oyun boladı. Oyunun aldığında kampka kiredi. Например, 2 gün kampka kiredi. O kampta ne boladı? O kampta если o kampa kirmese mesela fizikal nerseler. Например, misali dürüst uyuktamayı mümkün. Jüredi köşelerde. İli misali köp tamak jiydi, ili köp işedi. Köp nerseler boladı koy normal günlerde. Kampka alganda ne boladı? Onları jasamaydı, o kaladı. Belgili nerseler jasaydı. Sol siyahtı bizler kamp jasamamız gerek. Kamp kalay jasaymız. Buna jerde 3 neye böldüm ben. Birincisi weekends deyimiz. Yani er hafta sonu var koy. Er hafta sonu. Subota vaskırseni günü. Er hafta sonundan 2 rette 1 ret. Yani 2 haftada 1 ret. Kamp jasayız. Er hafta jasau kıyım boladı. Şarşaydı adam. 2 haftada 1 ret kamp jasamamız gerek. Misali kalay kamp cuma günü sabahlardan keyin bastayımız. Kış bolsa vaskırseniye abetke deyin 2 gün. Bolmasa subota günü keşke deyin. Yani 1,5 gün kamp jasayımız. Kamp degende dayındık jasayımız. Bunun kalay bir faydası var o solay. Например, sizler günde dayındık jasasanız, günde. Понедельник, вторник, среда, четверг dayındaysınız koy balalarмен. Dayındık jasasanız bu öte efektif yani tiyimli bolmaydı. Потому что bala sabahtan keledi. Şarşaydı, fizikalini şarşaydı, mental de şarşaydı. Bir probleması kaladı klasta. Sonmen keledi kasınıza dayınlaysınız. O sizi köp tınlamaydı. Sizi tınlağı da gerekemez negizinde. Hani deep thinking de ayttık koy. Terin oyla jasay almaydı. Terin kire almaydı. Günde solay jasaysınız. Onda вообще sizge ne bolmaydı, result bolmaydı. Если kampa aitsanız, misali например, panedelik günü aitsanız, osu cuma günü kamp jasayımız. dep aytsanız bala cuma günge deyin sizi oylaydı. Kampı oylaydı. Panedelik ne oylaydı? Ha, cuma günü bende kamp oladı. Okey. Vtornik mi oldu? Yok, vtornik ikinci gün. Ta da oylaydı. Ha, cuma günü var. Yani cuma günü kelgen, kampka kelgen kezge deyin özünü mental dayınaydı. Yani bunun ne siyahı? Misali bir tanısını size aytsa, kelesi hafta osu günde bende toğan günü var. Seni çağırıp atırmın. Siz osu bir hafta onu oylaysınız. O bu toyda ne jasayım, ne toy yemez. Toğan günde ne, kanday kiyinmen barayım, kanday sıyıklık alayım, kalay bolamın, şaşımı aldırayım, aldırmayayım, bulay köp nerseler. Sol vakte deyin siz özünüzü daynaysınız. Neye kelgende toyga yok. Toğan güne kelgende vapşe siz dayınsınız. Jaksı. Solay bolmasa, prosta bulay bolsa, sırazı aytsalar size. Hazır benim toğan günü kel dep aytsanız. Kala kelesiniz vapşe işten geç yok. Neyiz yok, işte almayasınız da. Yani ondan bir moralmen de neyiniz bolmaydı. Yani ondan lezzet alalmaysınız. Da sol siyahtı. Dayınlıkta solay. Aldığından ayıttınız. O bir hafta boyu özünü dayınlaydı. Mental. Kelgesin boldu. Başka işlerse oylamaydı. Tek kana cumusteydi. Dayınlaydı. Kamp osulay. Birinci kamp osulay. Yani subota baskısına 2 haftada bir ret. İkincisi holiday isteğimiz. Birinci 90, ikinci 90, üçüncü 90 diye bölemiz var biz. Oku. Er 90'da kanikul boladı. 9 gün. 8-9 gün kanikul boladı. Sol kanikulun 4-5 gün abizatinli kamp jasamak gerek. Yesi jasamasak ne boladı? Bulay boladı. Aytayım. İli üçüncüsünü aytayım, sosumunu aytayım. Jaz var go jaz. Jazda 3 ay var. Değil mi? Jun, Julay, Ağustos. 3 ay. 3 ayın, 3 ayın birinci 10 günü küş bolsa. Bolmasa bir haftası, birinci haftasını dayınlık jasamak gerek. Misali iyul var go. İyulda köp balalar mektebe kel almaydı. Başka yerge baratınlar boladı, ile avuga baratınlar boladı. Bolu versin. Kay yerge barsa da iyulda da bir hafta ili 10 gün olimpiyatmen aynala sökerek. Gününe 3-4 saat aynala sökerek. Özüne. Mınaları jasamasa ne boladı? Napirmer 3 ay boldu. Hiç denge aynalasmadı. 3 aydan keyin keldi dayındıkka. O sırazu problem boladı. Travma aladı, travma. Yani buna futbolistlerden misal vereyim. Futbolistlerde solay. Misal bir futbolistin bir yıl boyu kanikulu maksimum 25 gün. Yani düşündünüz mü? Jaksı futbolistlerin 25 günde dahi yemez. 2 hafta. Yıl boyu onlar aynalasıp jatır futbol menajesi. Trenovka jasaydı, oyun oynadı, trenovka jasaydı, oyun oynadı. Onun ömrü solay. Tek kanı 25 gün aladı. Misal 2 ay neyse bir futbolist dem alsa, yok ben 2 ay dem alam dese, 2 aydan keyin kelse oyunduğuna bastağında o sırası travma aladı. Travma alsa 1-2 ay daha ketedi. Sosun kedip kaladı. Sol sebepten biz araya bölük ne koymamız gerek. Ömür siyahtı. Yani biz azdan dayındık pastayını jasamamız gerek. Şarşadınız mı? Normal mi? Normal mi? Sorak birazdan boladı mı? Bitkesin sorak. Yaksa. Kayda gitti ya. Olimpiyat kamptan keyin bu olimpiyat kamp neşinci boldu? Üçüncü boldu da. Üçüncü boldu. Bundan keyin mınanı da ben bir gösterteyim. Hani olimpiyat dayınlayımız, nige dayınlayımız, osulay dayınlayımız dep aytık. Mınajlerde de öğreni turalı. Yani kalay öğrenemiz diyen. Buna söz benim söz yemez. Anajerde var. William Glasser diyen kişinin. Biz negizinde tek kana okuan nerseler bolsa, tek kana okuyumuz, tındamayımız. Okuanda 10% biz öğrenemiz. Öğreni diyen de osulay. Kazır okuanda, kazır karaganda biz erina öğrenemiz köp nerse. Mesela kitap okuanda öğrenemiz. Bırak bir günden keyin, 2 günden keyin biz ne öğrendik de bulay bir körsek bizde 10% kaladı münajirde. Yeste biz tınlasak 20%, körsek 30%. Misal kebirleri beni körüp jatır. Bu bir şey tınlamaydı. Tek kana köredi. Onlar 30%. Sınız mı? Yesli beni kördü, tınladı bolsa 50% boladı. 50%. 70% discuss. Ben hazır sorak koyamın kebirleri sorak cevap veredi ya. Bu şey discuss boladı. 70% öğreniyor boladı de olayımız. Potom 80% biz ne jasadık? Mesela olsun seminer boldu, biz ne boldu, ne öğrendik siyahtı. Jasadık 80%. What we show dedi 95%. Onu hazır aytamın. Bunu aldığında bulay aytayım. Misali siz bir futbol oyun var, sonu tek kana özünüz karaysınız. Üyde oturdunuz, özünüz karayıp yatırsınız. Sol futbol oyununda ili futbol oyunu aytmayık, apaylar köp. Ne bolsun? Kino bolsun, kino. Kino vardık. Kinoda tek kana özümüz karadık. Ne boladı bilesiniz mi? 50% biz öğrenemiz boldu. Köp olmaydı. Yani bir günden keyin biz sorarsa kalay boldu kino. 50% maksimum ayt alamız. Dep aytadı münakisi. William Glasser. Ben aytmayımın. Katep olsa bana soramayınız. Yesli kasınızda dostunuz bolsa, dostunuzla birge bolsanız 70% vardı. Patamış da onu karagan kezde diskas yasaysınız. Ya bunu niye öldürdü? Niye vurdu? Diye sorarsınız. İli futbol oynaganda niye bu pas vergen yok? İfteme adam diye aytasınız. Bulay siyahtı. Diskas yasaysınız. Sosun o pointler sizde köp kaladı. 70% solay boladı. Olimpiyada dayındıkta 95% kalay boladı. Misali bir bala muallimden sabah tındaydı. Sabah. Köredi, tındaydı. İyi sorak koyadı. Maksimum 80%'e kel aladı. Yani muallim sosun kaytalı da jasasa 80%. Muallim 95% jasay almaydı toşna. Hiç muallim jasay almaydı. Bu benim oyum. Toşna aytayım. Kim 95% jasay aladı onda? Kim jasay aladı? Hakan Bey. Kim jasaydı? Ha? Okuşu. Kanday okuşu? Ülken okuşu değil mi? Ülken. Ne yapıyorum ben 7. klas okuşumun. 10. klas okuşu yemez bıraktı. Biraz normal okuşu bolu gerek. Yani biletin okuşu. Tamam. Burası okuşu ne aytadı? O tek engime. 10. klas olsa 7. klasım ben bana onun sabahı 95% akeledi. Niye o boladı? Cevabı osulay. Misali muallim sabah düşünürgende bala sorak koyu mümkün de koyadı. Normal sorak koysa caksı. Kişkine baskaca sorak koysa bala muallim sırazı jındaladı. O apişte senin basın istemeydi mi? Kanday bu kanday sorak bu değilsin. Boldu o ketti. Baskaların kasında namusu kalkan yok onu. Boldu bitti. Tağda hiç kim sorak koyalmadı. Korkadı. Bırak bala sabah düşünürgende bala ona sorak koyganda o ona sen vapşe basın istemeye aytsa da o vapşe onu ne etmeydi. Yani düşünürüz mü? O da bala negizinde. Ona köp tismedi. Mugallim aytkanı ötecek tisedi. Bana 40 yıl burunda, 40 yıl, jasım da çıktı. 40 yılında bir mugallim bir nerse ayttı. Ben Ali klasın içinde bir nerse ayttı. Ben Ali onu unutmayımın. Sol muallimi görsem ben vapşe sıraz onu başka neye jiberemin. Sıraz. Ali bak neşe yıl bak 40 yıl ötken Ali yesimde var. Mümkün jaksı muallimler var, jaksı nerseleri var. Ben onlar köp yesimde kalkan çok. O kaldı. Da kaldı. Niye o bana benim vapşe kınam bolmaganda oturgan kezdi Ali. Bir başka bir dostum bana bir sorak koydu münacirde ne dedi diye. Ben de ona ayttım bulay. O geldi surazı urdu. Ot ketti. Ben vapşe unutkan yokum. Sol için aytıp atkanım yani ülken balanın sabah düşündürüğü muallimden tağı jaksı boladı. Yani ne boladı yani efektif boladı. Yani bu nazarda muallimin düşündürüğü zaman diye aytıp olmaydı. Ben prosta neyi aytıp atırım maksimum yerge. Bu niye bak bunu bir misaller aytayım. Bu futbolda misali futbolcular var, trainerlar var koy. Trainerları karasanız en jaksı trainerlar, dünya yüzündeki en jaksı trainerlar, en jaksı futbolistler yemez. Da yemez. Yani futboldan aylanısı bolganlar biletin çıkar. Kanday ya ortaş adamlar, ili başka cumusmen aylanıskan adamlar. Mesela benim biletin ötecekse Jose Mourinho diyen kişi var. O vapşe futbol yani futbol meşke bulay istegen yok o. Bilmeydi vapşe. Başka cumus onun. Encindirin mi ne? Bırak o en jaksı trainer. Niye? O jaksı karayıp jatır. Yani jaksı oyundastırıp jatır adamları. Tek kana onların oyun jakından yemez. Onun mental jaktan da. Jana aytdım koy, sohbet, motivation. Yani o futbolistlerмен әңгімелеседі, onların neyleriyle жұмыс істейді o kişi. Bu жақсы қарайды. Yani kimde kanday kate var, kay futboliste kanday kate var, kimde plus var. Onları жақсы analiz жасайып, sonu kasındaki kişilerle жұмыс істетеді. Özü yemez. Hani jügüredi koy onlar. Özü jügürmeydi. Onun kömekçileri var. O kömekçileri jügüredi bulay futbolistlerle. Da karasanız. Söyleyemez mi? Yani özü ne istemeydi. Sol siyahtı yani balaların, ülken balaların paydası öte köp. Mına cumusta. 19 minut kalmış. Bu dördüncüsü. İli beşincisi. 5. O süper. Siz жақсы. Ben bilmedim. Mına jerde de olimpiyat metot tips diye yazdık. O negizinde metodikalar. Metodika da bolu gerek. Tek kana prosa söyleşesin, işte terin oyla değilsin, anamını bolmaydı. Yani metot da bolu gerek. Bir metot bolu gerek. Prosa jatıp bolmaydı. Mına metotları tez öteyim. Birincisi en mağızısı taking notes, visualization yani жазу. Bir adam любой жұмыс жасағанда, любой жұмыста жазу керек. Потому что жазганда köp kiredi mına жерге. Unutkan az boladı. Da? Bunu kelisesini çıkar. Hazırki vaktimizde жазу az. Da, telefon var. Davos aladı. Da sonra. Yani hazır az. Bırak burunda köp oldu. Mesela ben burundaki okuşlarıma, hazırki okuşları salыстырganda solay. Burundaki okuşlar köp yazdı. Hazırkiler az yazadı. Ne mesela kompütür aşağıda, kompütüre yazadı. Kompütüre жазу da жақсы емес негізінде. Kompütüre жазу жақсы емес. Da, kolmen жазу керек. Ya, обязательно. Yani birincisi bu metot. En жақсы metot. İkincisi one topic from different source деген. Yani balaya ile ülken bir cumusta bir kitabı verip al bu kitabı sonuna değin bunu oku. Dayında işte 1 ay 2 ay yemez. Bu жақсы yemez. Kalay jasak gerek topik. Tema. Mesela o hafta biz bir maksat koyumuz gerek. Mesela gruppamız var da 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. klas diye gruppalarımız bolsa balalar. 7. klas gruppamız. Sizmen bizim osu hafta maksatımız 2 tema var. İşte geometriden mına 2 temayı ötemiz. Жақсы mı? Жақсы. Okey. A temasını misali A kitabından kara. Bu bitse B kitabından sol temayı kara bulay. Yani tek kana tema. Düşünüyorsunuz mu? Bölük. Mesela kinolarda da var koy. Mesela bir film boladı. 2,5 saat, 3 saat. Barasınız onu karaysınız. Mesela ben bir kino yani bir film diyeyim de filmi sonuna denk gelgen yok mu ya? Ya ili uyuktayımın, ili başka nerse boladı. Bırak seriyalar var, seriyalar. Her hafta sayın seriyalar жақсы karaysınız. Kıska. Wow, Sosun kelesi seri kütesiniz ya. Kaşan boladı. Solay bolası. Sol siyat yani. Tema dayında o gerek. Jay. Üçüncüsü aytıp gittim burada sabah, video sabah. İşte YouTube'dan sabah alı o gerek. Dördüncüsü solving problems. Sorak şeşiyor gerek. Olimpiyadada mağızısı sorak şeşiyor. Prosta bilu, neşe saat dayınladın, neşe gün dayınladın, neşe ay dayınladın yemez. Sana bir sorak veredi. Sol sorağa sen dakazat yasaysın. Proof yasaysın. Delil deyi gerek. Misal olsun misal. Mına zalda misali X adam var da X adam. Mına X adam mına zalda bar mı, yok mu? Dep sorak koyadı. Siz aytasınız bar, ili biri aytadı yok. Şans yani bar olsa bar ben dürüst ayttım dep olmaydı. Siz mınanı jasaysınız. Bu zaldaki toçkiler var koy. Beskoneечно, infinitif toçki var. Bükül toçkileri göstertiniz gerek. İli kay toçkide var onu göstertiniz gerek. Buna toçkide var göstertiniz boldu. Kalganlar yemez. Yani dakazat jasak gerek. Dakazat. Düşünüyorsunuz mu? Bunu niye ayttım? Yani sorak şeşiyor gerek. Toçna. Beşincisi discussion onu ayttık. Yani sorak şeşesin onu discuss jasaysın. Bu жазу turalı bir nerse daha aytayım. Siz misali bir kitaba dayınlaysınız, ili bir bala dayınlaydı. Bu kitap siyahtı, ne bolu gerek onda? Tetrat bolu gerek. Yani copy paste jasağı gerek negizinde bir bala. Misali bizde bolay boladı. 7. klasta bala boladı, dayındığa bastağıdı. 7. klas dayınlaydı, 8 dayınlaydı, 9 dayınlaydı, 10 dayınlaydı. И 11 dayınladı. 5 yıl misal dayınlaydı da bir adam. Üniversitede barıp da dayınlaytınlar da var da. Bırak bu 5 yıl içinde ketkesin keybir balalar ülken sumkalar men tetratlar akeledi. Keybir balalar. Yani o pastenin dayındagan nerselerini yazgan. Yazıp dayındagan. Bırak o sulay balalar da var. Hiç denge yazmaytın balalar da var. Niço. Dayındıka keledi. Karaysın bir kağızman keledi. Ziloni tetrat var koy bizde. 12 betlik mi? 18, 16 betlik tetrat. Sonman keledi. Eğer sabahta başka bir tetrat keledi. Yani o var bir şey. Yani sünesin bunda olmaydı. Da. Ne sürüyorsun da yani bu olmaydı. O ya padamışta senin burunda dayındağın nerseleri yazasın koy. Soğusun onlar jinaldı. Napirmer olimpiyada var. Misal 2 haftadan keyin bir olimpiyada var da. 2 haftanın aldığında onları alasın. Onları okuyusun. Biri sorak bulay koyu mümkün. Ya kitabı alsam da okusam boladı dedi de. Kitabı alsam solay da solay yemez. Sen tetratı okuan da sen onu yazdın. Sen yazganda neyine geldi onu tüsünesin. Okuan da sırası neyine yesine keledi. Mesela bir başka adam bana yazıp bir kağıt verse, bir ili özüm yazsa ben onun yazganı tüsünmeyimin. Kışkine oylayımın. Biraz vakit ötedi. Münacerde sırası oylayımın. Sol siyahta. Yani yazgan tetratını kaytalamam gerek. ...13 minut kaldı. Ben tez yeteyim. Münacerede bir karayınız. 6.'sı değil mi? 6. 6.'sı. Little but continental diyen söz yani az bırak pastayanı. Az bırak pastayanı bolu gerek. Buna matematika boyunca the power of tiny gains diyen nerse de misali biz günde 1 saat dayandık yasasak. Günde. 365 günde yani bir yılda 365 saat dayandık yasagan boladı. Dürüst mü? Yese biz günde 1 minut koysak. Yani bugün 60 minut dayandık. Yerten 61 minut, kelese 62 minut, 63 bulay ketsek. Bir yıldan keyin ne boladı? Bir yıldan keyin anajerde boladı. 1% better every day diyen. 1.01 365 derecesi power. 37-78 gain boladı yani ne boladı gain? Payda boladı payda. Neçe percent boladı bu? Siz aytalasınız mı? Sizin de rapı. Çok problem yok bir karayınız. Yani günde biz 1 minut koskanda neçe percent payda alamız. Sonra kosu. 37-78 mi? Yok. 37 yemez. Var mı başka atvet? Matematika var mı matematika? Ha? Yok o sanlardan baylanız. 37-78 var ya 3-7-7-8 ben baylanız boladı percent. Var mı? Bası isteyetinler ansın. Kalay? Yok öte onay ya. Bulay karasanız da ili 37-78, ili 377.8, ili 3778 toçkun dolu neyse bu. Üçünden biri o. Kaysı? 3.000. Yok 3777. 3.000. Niye 3.000? Biz anajerde birden 37'ye kelgen jokpuz. Biz birden 37'ye kelmedik. Biz 0.01'den keldik anajerge. Düşündünüz mü? Bizim basic nersemiz 0.01, 1 minut. 1 saat yemez. 0.01 diyen ananı 100 men köbeytiniz gerek. Düşündünüz mü? 0.01 equal to 37.78. Onda bir ne boladı? X. Bilal uravne neyseniz 3778 red köp boladı. Bak bu öte kuşlu nerse. Ben başkaca misal vereyim. Misal bir yılkı var mı at? Bir atın kuşu var. Kuş. Power. 3778 yılkının kuşu var. Salıstıra alasız mı? Öte köp da. Bir yılkı köp nerse şasa almadı. Bırak 3778 yılkı ülken bir zdaniyeyi aparıp kededi. Bu tek kana 1 minut kosamız ya. Tek kana 1 minut. Öte az. Bırak. Pastayanı bolu gerek. Günde bolu gerek. Yani 2 gün yaşamadık, 3 gün o bolmadı. O kuş vapşet onun jartısını aslında söyledi. Söylüyorsunuz mu? Bu öte mağazda. Azdan köp. Naborot kürek. Günde 1 minut azaysak. 1 minut azaysak. 60, 59, 58 bula. Bir yılda ne boladı? 0.99, 365 derecesi. 0.0000 degan söz. Yani nol degan söz. Hiç denge kalmaydı. Gördünüz mü? Yani kichkintoy narsenin öte köp paydası var. Bırak onu pastayanı jasao kerek. Ömür siyahtı, ömür sürüp jatırmız oy. Kaçan bizim ömür toktasa bitti. Solay oylayınız. Yani ömürden hep aytıp atırım da korkmayınız ya. İnşallah köp ömür süresiniz beğerimiz. Vakit az bolup jatır. Ben mınaları köp aytmayımın. Bunlar researchler, dayınlık nerseleri. Bu köp aytığa kerek emez. Prosta karaytın bolsa karasın. Okey. Ötüp atırmın. Okey. Buna de yazdım ben. Take small incremental steps diyordu. Kışkıntay bırak pasta yani. Biz bala kezinde bir ne ayıttılar da ben Kazakça ayıt alsam ayıtayım hazır. Jarıs dedi bir zayt tavşan ne o? Düşünüz da koyan what? Bir koyan men bir tosbağa, kaplumbağa, tasbağa. İkinin jarısını aytıp atırlar bizge. Da onlar jarıska ketken. Koyan dedi ben mınanı bir yerde jenemdi ya bu kalaydı ben bunu kalay jarısam deyip o vapşek kışkına jüredi uyuktaydı. Tamak jeydi anamın hocasıydı. Ana kışkınta jüredi vapşe turmaydı. Kışkına jüredi. Sosun ne boladı tosbağa jendi dedi. Ya negizinde bu mümkün yemez de. Bırak solay bir misal oldu. Yani münacerde azdan bırak pastayanı bolganın küşünün köp bolganı aytıp atır. Ana kişi sorak koydu da sonunu karadım. Ekranda sorak var. 750 minus 13. Sorak. Öte onay sorak bırak da. Münazerede bir körek. Children yani balalar learn more from what you learn falan. Yani balalar neyi öğrenedi? Bizim istegenimizden öğrenedi. Yani bizim aytkanımızdan köp yemez. Bu da benim mağaza nerse. Boy isteyen adamın neyi? Ben kışkına sozup zatırmın da. Yani. Sorak. Sonki sorak. Can anyone become an Olympiad trainer? Yani Lüboy adam olimpiyat trainer, muallim yemez, trainer bolaladı mı degen sorak. Boladı mı bolmaydı mı? Boladı, ili bolmaydı. Ya, bolu da mümkün, bolma da mümkün degizinde. Ya ben onda atlet ayettim, benim boladı. Jana aytkan nerseleri icaz ayettim bolsa boladı. Trainer boladı, muallim yemez, trainer. Trainer, jana ayettim koy, futbolist, trainer, futbolun baylanısı yok, bırak trainer, öte kuşu trainer. Bir kinoda da var Rocky Balboa diye. Karaytınlar var mı? Boks. Rocky. Pamumu Rocky 1'de boldu. Sylvester Stallone, İtalyan aygırı diye Türkçe aytıdı. Onun traineri boldu. Şal bir ağay, şal böyle. Da şal. Şapka var, şal. Bırak o Rocky'ye onun köp kömeği boldu. O mümkün özü ne yemez, boksör yemez. Ya boksör bolsa da bitti o şal. Yani o istey almaydı. Bırak onun jaksı traineri oldu. Jaksı karadı onu. Tek kana prosta bılayca saysın yemez. Ömründe de karadı. Yani oyunun aldığında da onun problemaları boldu. O kinoyu karaytınlar. Onun kız neyi boldu, dostu siyahtı. Problem onlar turalı. Yani düşündünüz mü? O işte trainer. Karaytın kişi. Öte jaksı bolu gerek. Sol sebepten Lüboy adam olimpiyada trainer boladı. Degen söz. Dep aytamın. Münacerde de mekteplerde koordinatör diyemiz değil mi? Mekteplerde. Bizim basında temamız ne oldu? Tema ne oldu? Tema. Mekteplerde olimpiyat hareketi. Buna mekteplerde olimpiyat koordinatörü de bulay bolu gerek. Ben tez aytayım buna. Mesela birinci study effectively greater than study elat dedi. Yani efektif dayındık, akıllı dayındık, köp dayındıktan jaksıdır. Düşünüz mü? Yani münacede köp dayındık kere kemez. Köp dayındasan şarşaysın. Bitedi. Akıllı dayındığa gerek. Misali benim yerten imtihanım var. Yerten egzemi yazamın. Mesela ben okuyuşumun yerten benim bir egzemim var. Kanda işte matematik hesabı. Okey. Kay temalar var, buna temalar. Ben bağırlığını dayındık bana gerekemez. Vakit ejetmeydi. Bitti oturdu. 1 minut. Ne jasayman ben? Akıllı dayındayım. Ya mugallim bana kanday soraklar koyu mümkün. Ha, mına teoremi soru mümkün. Mına definition'ı bilum gerek siyahtı. Akıllı dayınlasam ben onda abizatinleyecekse. Yani toşki. İkincisi different social events degen aktivite jasao gerek. Tek kana dayındık bolmaydı. Şunu ben. Bir aktivite jasao gerek. Kanday aktivite? Jaksı köretin aktivite jasao gerek. Yani aktivite gerek deyip de davay aktivite jasayımızda yemez. Ya, o da dürüst yemez. Jaksı köretin aktivite jasao gerek. Sport işte aktiviteye kiredi. Sport abizatını jasao gerek. Patamuşta adam sportla aynalasmasa jası ülken şal bolup ketkende fizikalini tüşedi, oturadı, pastı yani. Da? Bunu veriniz düşünesiniz. Bunu ayıta gerek emez. Get to know the family degen nerse öte mağızdı. Semyasıyla baylanış bolu gerek. Balanın, mugallimin, berin semyasıyla ne bolu gerek. Onu bilü gerek. Papam kim, mamam kim, kalay benim semyam. Bunlar bolu gerek. Patamuşta semya o zatka, adamga pastayanı ne beredi? Küş beredi. Düşünüz mü? Semyası bolmaytın adamlar ömürde jaksı, bolu, öte kıyın. Şın. Karasanız bunu. Sol değir problems degen jana aytıp kettim. Balaların probleması onları şeşu gerek. Patom olimpiyatlarda balalar barganda jarıslarga bilet alığı gerek siyahtı. Gazetenizde kalsa siyahtı. Solar için sponsor tabu gerek. Kim tabu gerek? Olimpiyada koordinatörü ili olimpiyat traineri. Mugallimlerмен kelisим şart bolu gerek. Mektep direktör anamını işte administration'da bolu gerek. Patom jaksı tamak alığı gerek. Köp yemez. Jaksı tamak yiyor gerek. Normal uyuktayı gerek. Jaksı uyuktayı gerek. Jaksı uyuktayı gerek. Jaksı. Şu ben bitirdim. Sorak olsa. Bunu onda alınız.
Үлкен рахмет сізге. Уақытымыз өте шектеулі. Сол себептен бір ғана сұрақ күтеміз аудиториядан.
Или вообще болмаса да болады.
Өкінішке орай.
Гульмайамер, добрый день. Мы гордимся вашими достижениями в области олимпиадного движения. Вы говорили о том, что у вас есть своя методика. Ее нам продемонстрировали. Каждый учитель в нашей стране и в других странах тоже готовит учеников к Олимпиаде. Но все-таки хотелось бы узнать ваше мнение. Какие основные составляющие, по вашему мнению, что ваш ученик готов к результативному участию к Олимпиаде? Потому что мы все знаем ваши достижения, ими гордимся. И у вас действительно колоссальный результат в олимпиадном движении. У вас, как у специалиста, узнать 3 позиции. Ваше мнение. Вот вы смотрите на ребенка. 3 составляющие, что данный ребенок результативен будет в Олимпиаде. Спасибо.
Sorak beri tınlagan жоқ та сораға. Ben aytıp keteyim. Tınladınız mı? Olacaksa. Yani bu osulay. Ben jana aytkan nerselerde siz onu düşüngen çıkarsınız dep oylayman. Bence birinciden jaksı körü gerek. Jumusu jaksı körü gerek. Yani jumus jaksı körmesek вообще bolmaydı. Potom ikinciden bu jetistikler turalı. Bu bolgan bükül jetistikler benim özümün jetistikleri yemez nekizinde. Yani o kate. Yani benim jasagan nerse yemez. O balaların jetistikleri nekizinde. Yani tek kana biz balalara yol göstertemiz. Onlarla birge bolamız. Onu da bir koyamız. Bizde o vakte deyin 3000 jarım orun bolgan halkaralıkta. Bırak bunlar balalar, okuyuşular. Sol yani bence bulay ne yok yani bir secret nerse yok. Ben şunu aytamın. Kimler cumusunu jaksı körse, son ve aynalasını jaksı körse, sabır jasasa, pasta yani jetiskler jetedi, toşnu jetedi. İşte o bir aytım keledi. İkincisi, er nerseye pozitif karağı gerek. Түсіндіңіз бе? Pozitif қарау керек. Yani siz dayınlaysınız, mümkün кейде жақсы жасай алмайсınız, бала орын алмайды, солай болады өмірде. Бірақ siz солай болғанда да, ben неге орын almadım, işte жаман болды деп ойламау керек. Onu pozitif жақтан қарау керек. Бұлай ойлай керек. Biz dayındık жасадық, mümkün жетмеді. Mümkün biz işte akıllı dayınamadık. Давайте onu басқа жақтан dayındık жасаймыз деп, жолы кішкене ауыстырып, жұмысқа не істеу керек. Yani bir жерде тұрмау керек. Biz bilmeyimiz negizinde. Hani mesela su var ғой, su. Su 1 gradus, 2 gradus, 3 gradus ketedi. 99 gradus boladı da. 99 gradus men. Например, 50 gradus, 60 gradus bunlar bir değil. Bunlar ne yok, difference yok. 100 gradus bolsa ne boladı? Kaynaydı. Bak 99-100 arasında tek kana bir neyde kaynadı. 99 men, 98, 97, 90 bunlar bir değil. Şunu men. Kişkine ney var bırak bir değil. O bir yüzge kelgende o kaynadı. Baskaca neresi oldu. Sol bizde de solay. Dayındıkımız mümkün o yılda bolmadı. Kelesinde boladı. İli aldığında boladı, ili aldığında boladı. Prosta bir misal vereyim. Bizde bir bala boldu. 15-20 yıl burunda. Yıkımın bir yıllarında. Kazı 2023'temizde. Vakit bitti mi? 2023. Mesela bala bulay dayınladı. 8. klasta, 7. klasta dayınladı. 8'de dayınladı. 9'da dayınladı. Kanday olimpiyada barsa jaksı yemedi. Jaksı olmadı. Şunu ben yani Kanday olimpiyada dinginde ablası olimpiyatına erinde 1. 2. orun aladı. O beri bir Respublik olimpiyadına baradı. 3. orun aladı maksimum. Halkaralığa vardı. Orun yok. Bulay. Sosun ben niyetimin. Ya kanday adamsın. Bulay dayınlaysın. Niye result yok? Bırak ne bitken yok. Dayındık bitken yok. Sabır bitken yok. 11. klas son 2 yılında bala son 2 yıl bak 5 yıl dayınladı. Olimpiyada katıldı. Jaksı bir orun yok. 11. klasta o bala International Matematik Olimpiyat dediğimiz halkaralık olimpiyat matematik olimpiyat. Yani dünya yüzündeki bilimden en popüler olimpiyada o. Matematikadan 150 yıl katıldı. Fizika, kimya, biyolojiye var onlar az. En popüler matematika. 150 yıl katıldı en kıyını. Потому что olimpiyata birinci şıkkan matematikayla şıkkan. 1959 yılda Rusya, Vengeriya'yla bir jarыс ötküzü kelgen. Sol yıldan bastagan 1959 yıldan osu vakti deyin bolgan jarыс. Жылда yerler katıskan. Sol bala turu aytvadım buna halkaralık olimpiyata bardı. Sol yerde gold medal, altın medal aldı. Altın medal alı halkaralık olimpiyada öte kıyın nerse. Bulay aytayım düşünesiniz. Olimpiyada 6 sorak boladı. 6 sorak, er sorak 1,5 saat. Bir günde 3 sorak jasaysınız 4,5 saat. İkinci günde toşu 4,5 saat, 9 saat. Yani bir sorağa sizin şeşedin vaktiniz 1,5 saat. Bırak köp soraklar 1,5 saatte şeş almaysınız. Birinci, dördüncü soraklar normal sorak. Normal. Normal degende onay yemez. Normal. İkinci sorak kıyın. Üçüncü sorak öte kıyın. Yani üçüncü sorağı şeşetin bütün yerlerden öte az bala. Misali maksimum 3% bala şeş aladı. Altın medal aldığınız için ili üçüncü ili altın soraktan bir daha şeşiniz gerek. Yani öte kıyın yani. Bırak o bala şeşti. Bulay aldığını karasanız neşe yıldır vapşe zaman. Bırak o sabır kaldı. Hep pozitifjaktan karadı. Son 2 yılda en jogarı neticeye geldi bala. Kadrol bala misali tulağa etip kessem Amerika'da okudu, MIT bitirdi. Hazır onun ülkeyen bir neyi var, firması var. Sol firmanın direktörü, Cumhuriyet deyip jatır. Sol bala. Çok prosta o soruğa atvet bu. Yani sabır bolu gerek. Mümkün bizde sabır var, sol için bolup jatır dep oylayımız. Sol, jaksı körü birge Cumhuriyet deyip. Jaksı mı? Жақсы.
Спикерімізді қошеметпен қолдайық. Рахмет. And now, thank you so much. And now, without further ado, I would like to introduce you. We continue our Nobel Fest, our Teacher Summit. And without further ado, I would like to invite to the stage our next moderator, dear Dr. Trisha Thorpe, please welcome. The stage is yours, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to continue our session. And our next speaker that I am going to invite is Miss Kirsten Kupen. She is a top 50 Teacher Prize finalist and the 2021 Teacher of the Year in Netherlands. She started as a primary school teacher and worked in primary school for 7 years. After that, she was a teacher in high school for 2 years and then followed all her students to vocational college, and she teaches Dutch and career guidance and citizenship to mechanical students for 6 years. Now, she's as a teacher, she teaches at a teacher college, teaching teachers. And her students are teachers, and now, besides that, she has her own foundation that she started just for teachers. She helps and guides them to prevent dropout and helps them to maintain good job satisfaction and happiness. Today, she is going to talk to you about global teaching strategies to motivate students, a focus on talent and qualities versus grade and numbers. So please welcome to the stage, Miss Kirsten Koopin.
Thank you. Well, hello everybody. Nice to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. Who in this room is a teacher? Nice. Who of you has been working as a teacher for over 5 years? Who has been working for over 10 years? 15 years? 20 years? More than 20 years? More than 25 years? Oh my God. More than 30 years? Okay, people who is raising their hands, please stand up. If you work for over 30 years, please stand up. Please give them an applause. Thank you so much. We are really happy that you stayed in education for over 30 years because the students really need you. So thank you very much. To start off, I have a riddle. And the riddle is, it doesn't exist, but you can influence it. What is it? Think about it. Knowledge. Yeah, that's a good one. Well, actually the answer, that's a good one too, but actually the answer is the future. You can all influence the future with the kids and students you are teaching. But I have a few other questions, and raise your hand if you agree. Whoever looks at their own school grades, who still does that? Nobody. Whoever needs their own school grades anymore? For example, if you are trying to get a job or for something else, who uses it? Still nobody. So how do you feel about this? A person who had the best grades at school has more qualities than a person who had lower grades. Who agrees? Again, nobody. The last one. A person who had the best grades as a kid will be the best teacher. Who agrees on that one? I see one, I see two, I see a few. Okay. But I don't see many hands, and I'm going to tell you today why. And I'm going to start with a small story about myself. I was born in the Netherlands, in a small village close to Belgium, and the Netherlands has 17 million people, just as Kazakhstan. And when I was born with my mom and my dad, I was really happy. I was the only child there, so I got all the attention I needed. But when I was 2 years old, my mother died. So my father was alone with me. So as a kid, I was really shy, and if my father went somewhere, I walked with him. And I was really insecure and really shy. If you see me now, you won't believe it anymore, maybe. But as a kid, I was. So at primary school, everything went well. I was doing good. My grades are improving every year. But when I went to high school, I was bullied a lot because I was insecure, I was shy, I was quiet. So they were picking on me. You're ugly, you're stupid, I don't like your clothes, I don't like your hair, you're dumb. And then they were picking things off me and threw it away, or like put some notes on my back. So my self-esteem was really, really low. And I was really sad at school. I actually hated school. And when I was 14 years old, I tried to change myself. But if you're 14 years old, you don't know how to do it. So what I did was, I made new friends. And these friends were really cool. They sat in the back of the classroom, they didn't do their homework, they talked all the way through the lesson. They didn't pay attention, and I just tried to be like them. So I didn't pay attention, my grades went down, but the good thing was I didn't get bullied anymore. But teachers really didn't like me. I was that annoying kid at the back of the classroom. So every day I heard, Kirsten, stop talking, Kirsten, act normal, Kirsten, I want to punish you. Every day the same. So before I hated school, but after that I really, really, really hated school. I didn't like my teachers, my grades were getting down, and I just didn't know what I was doing at school. Until one time a teacher told me, Kirsten, you will never achieve anything in your life. And that hits me. I felt really, really insecure. Even until today, when I'm standing next to the stage, there's a voice in my mind that says, Kirsten, you will never achieve anything in your life. So sometimes still I'm that shy little girl inside, because when a teacher is telling you those kind of things, you start to believe it. So I believed that I couldn't achieve anything in my life. Until one teacher motivated me. He believed in me. He was asking questions, and for the first time I told a teacher my personal story about my mother, about why I was bullied, about what happened to me and why I felt that way about school. And for the first time he believed in me. So that motivated me. I was like, okay, if I have such a strong opinion about teachers, about schools, especially how not to be a teacher. And there's one teacher who did well with me. Maybe I should go and work as a teacher by myself. So that one teacher that believed in me motivated me to be a teacher. So I started to work at a primary school, and I was there with my lesson plans and my theories, and I had it all figured out, and I was really ready for it. Maybe you don't see it, I'm with the black jacket on next to the kid with the red shirt on. I was really young at the time. And I was ready to teach. But then something terrible happened to this class. The kid next to me with the gray sweater on, he was on a holiday in South Africa. And I was watching the television and I saw there was a plane crash from South Africa in Tripoli. And I immediately knew he was in there. So I called my colleague and she said, yeah, I just talked to his aunt. They were in there. So all of a sudden, it didn't matter anymore that I had my lesson plans, that I had my methods, that I had my theories. It didn't matter anymore, because that evening I had to call every single kid with this terrible news. Hi, this is Kirsten, your teacher. Maybe you've seen the news. Enzo, that's his name. Enzo was in the plane, and he didn't make it. So I heard 28 parents and children cry at the phone. And the day after, I stood there as their teacher. And I immediately knew, I don't care about mathematics, I don't care about language. The only thing I care about is how you feel. How are you today? How can I help you? How can I make you feel better? How can I let you learn step by step? And in a really harsh and difficult way, that year, I've learned what teaching was all about. But this is what we normally do. This is what we learn at school. We learn at school that every kid is the same. We have to get good grades. And you're a good kid when you get good grades. But I think there's so much more than grades. You can compare all the kids with each other. You can't compare an elephant with a fish, so why do we compare all the children? And it's not the same, it's even the same if you work in business. If you're a leader in business, you can't compare all your employees at the same, because they're all different. So we have to do things different. So next, I was working at a vocational college. These kids next to me are 3 vocational engineers. They're studying to be an engineer. And the guy next to me, he said, well, the woman with the curly hair was the minister. And she visited school, she wanted to see what we are doing. So I invited her to come and watch at my class. And the guy next to me, he said, well, I would like to help, but I can't do anything. Because I'm autistic, I have ADHD, so people think I'm really annoying, I'm really hyperactive, and some people call me dumb. But because I like you, I really want to help you. So I started talking with him. So I was like, but what do you do in your free time? He said, well, I really like music. And I even play in a band. So I was like, okay, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm a guitar, I play the guitar. And I actually started my own band. So I told him, oh my God, that's really impressive. You have to work together to start a band. But you also have to improvise a lot. So those are really good qualities. So I think you're also really good at presentations. He said, well, yeah, I can do that. So I said, please help me. Are you afraid of giving a presentation? Can you do it? He said, yes, of course I can do it. So I let him do the presentation in front of the Minister of Education. And he nailed it. He gave the best presentation ever. I just sat in the back of the classroom watching him doing it. And I just didn't even need to help him. It was perfect. But all because I believed in him. And I looked further than his grades because his grades weren't that good. So that class, they signed me up for the Teacher Prize in the Netherlands and for the Global Teacher Prize. So that was really an honor because that year I became Teacher of the Year in the Netherlands. I became finalist of the Global Teacher Prize. And I was so proud of that because the voice, you will never achieve anything in your life, is constantly in my head. And this was for the first time that I thought, oh my God, I achieved something in my life. I actually do good for my students. Because I think I do good, but I was also really, really insecure every day. I just tried my best. But this was really, really good for my self-esteem. Oh. So that kept me thinking about, what is it that I do? What is it that I do that works? Because I have no idea. I just do the things because it feels that way. I just do the things that feels good that day. But I have actually no idea because I don't follow my lesson plans every day. I make tons of mistakes. Sometimes I have a terrible class and I really don't know what to do with them. But I guess because all the students come up to me with their stories, ask me questions, I think I do something good. So I came up with 3 things, and I would like to share them with you today. The first thing is the relationship. And I think that's the most important thing. And I don't know, I didn't learn that on school. I had lesson plans, I had methods, I had all kind of other things, but they didn't teach me how to build a relationship. So even with the classes that were the worst, they didn't listen, they didn't care, they were not interested and motivated, I started to build up a relationship. So when they came in, I didn't teach at all. I just asked them, how was your weekend? I heard you had a football match. Did you win? How was your guitar playing? Is it improving? Hey, I see you're friends with each other. How come? Oh, you're going to the cinema. What movie did you watch? And they asked me, well, Kirsten, there's a really important football game on today. Can we please watch? So I told them, sure. If you make 3 assignments and you're all done, we can put on the football match. No problem, because I know you really love to see football. So that was my focus point. My other focus point was the positive sides, because it's easy to see where people are not good at. It's easy if they are talking through your class, if they fail, if they don't know the answer, it's easy. We all see it. But sometimes we have to look further than that. We have to look further than the grades, further than the numbers, further than the behavior they show us. Because sometimes their behavior is terrible. They come in late. They don't make their homework. They just don't get it. They don't pay attention. But there's something good in everybody. And there is always something behind that behavior. They don't come to your classroom to ruin your day. There's something wrong, maybe in their private sector, or maybe with their friends, maybe you just had a fight. And I think it's your job to figure it out, to figure out what's wrong, and to focus on that and help somebody, and not judge on the behavior you see. Because in my own experience, I know what it does. I know what it does when people judge you. I know what it feels like when people focus on the negative things. But I also know how it feels like when you focus on the positive things. So that's a really important thing. Think about the teacher that inspired you. What kind of teacher is that? Is that the teacher who was all about grades and number and told you that you're a failure and that you couldn't do it? Or was that the teacher that believed in you and saw your talents and didn't judge you? I think it's the last one. So relationship, positive sides, belief in talents. I think that is the basics to be a teacher. Even before you start school, even before you start to work as a teacher. I think you should do that with your friends, with your colleagues as well, because that's the way to motivate each other. You don't motivate someone if you tell them you can't do it. You motivate someone when you say, okay, you're almost there, I believe in you. So you can do a few things. I always work with these kind of cards in my classroom, but you can also do it with your colleagues. Because I always ask my students, what are your qualities? And that's a really, really difficult question. Because we always know what we are not good at. But it's really difficult to say about yourself what your qualities are. So this is a schedule that will help you. Because if you know what you're not good at, and you pick the opposite from that, that are your qualities. So you can fill in the schedule. And it also makes you help to understand why you think some coworkers are a little bit annoying. Because they're exactly the opposite from you. So it helps kids, but also your coworkers understand how the mixture, how the classroom is. Why is there a fight? How come? Why do these two kids work together very well? What happened? So every week or every month, I let them fill in a new one. So I let them think about, where are you good at? What are your challenges? Where are you not good at? And everybody is failing. Everybody's terrible at something. But is that a point? Is that a terrible thing? I don't think so. My failure is I forget everything. I forget names. Last year I even forgot to go to an exam for a student. That was like the worst mistake ever. It was terrible. But I said, I'm really, really, really, really sorry, and I'm trying to fix it as soon as possible. I will do anything for you. But that's just not what I'm good at. So I have to remind myself every day and help myself. And that's for each and every one of you. It's not terrible that you fail at something, but the point is that you have to learn and improve every day. So if you do this assignment, you will focus on the good things and not on the bad things. So what I also use are the Belbin team roles. Maybe you know it. I always tell my students, well, if every teacher was like me, you will be getting crazy at the end of the day. You will be so tired. Because I'm really active and energetic. So if every teacher was like me, the kids will get crazy. You need a calm teacher. You need a relaxed teacher. You need a teacher with a lot of structure. I don't have structure. But you need them. And I like to work with somebody who has the structure and who is maybe a little bit shy, because I can help that teacher to open up a little bit more, and that teacher can help me to build in a little bit more structure. And you can also do it in class to help them understand each other. So what is your role if you work together? So you can give them a lot of assignments to work together, and then just observe, or let them observe each other and talk about, what do you see? Who is taking the leader role? Who is thinking a little bit more and comes up with the solutions afterwards? And then they need each other. So if you let them work together, they can make better groups to improve themselves. Because if you have 10 leaders together, nothing will happen. They will probably fight. So the Belbin team rules is really cool to use in your classroom, to let them see how it works. And I want to let you experience this. So look at the person next to you. If you know the person next to you, I want you to give them a compliment and really mean it about that person. If you don't know the person next to you, please give them a compliment about your first impression. But not like, if you think, oh my God, that t-shirt is really ugly, please don't tell them your t-shirt is really beautiful. You have to mean it. So I give you a few seconds to give each other a really compliment and really mean it. And the cool thing is, who likes getting a compliment? Who likes that? I think almost everybody. But sometimes we forget it, because we focus on the grades, we focus on the things that we're not good at. But if you give another person a sincere compliment, you can make another one's day better. But you have to mean it. And what I do in my classroom, after I let them work together, and this is a really cool assignment, you should try it in your classroom. You put a piece of paper and you put it at someone's back with like a sticking note, so it stays on their back. And you let them walk around and you let them write a compliment on each and everyone's back, but without your name. So nobody knows which compliment is from who. And the thing is, you really have to mean it. And the rule is, if you see the same compliment twice, you have to figure out another one. Please try that in your classroom. Because at the end, you let everybody sit back at their chairs and put a piece of paper from their back and let them read it. And you will see the same thing as that I saw when I gave you the assignment. Only smiles. It's so cool to read all the compliments and qualities and to see how other people think of you. And it gives you such a nice feeling, and it helps you grow your self-esteem. It's the same thing as what happened with you. I all saw you smiling. I saw you all with a happy face, because compliments actually mean something. The same as the other way around. Insults actually mean something. The teacher who told me, you will never achieve anything in your life, that's still in my mind. But a teacher that says, I believe in you, I believe in your talents, that's also in my mind. And I wish the other one wasn't in my mind, but that's a constant fight. So it actually matters what you say to your students. And it actually matters what they say to each other. The other thing is autonomy and communication. We're used to giving kids assignments. So we just tell them for like 30 minutes, some theories, we tell them what they have to do, and then we give them 10 assignments to do. So for example, if I ask you, 5 plus 3 is 8. It's easy. You don't even have to think. So what we normally do is we give them like 10 pages with these kind of assignments. For some kids it's easy, for some kids it's difficult, but it's for everybody it's the same. if you change it. So if you change it and ask the kids, come up with 5 ways to get to 8. It's not 3 plus 5, because there are many ways to get to 8. 2 times 4, 1 times 8. And that makes sure that they will think about the solutions, that they can choose by themselves. And think about, if your principal tells you, you have to do that. Well, if you like it, it's pretty nice. But if you don't like it, you will really hate it because the principal tells you you have to do it. But if the principal asks you, okay, you have 3 options, A, B, and C, and you can decide, you will choose the option that fits better with you. The option where you're good at, or the option where you can learn from. So it feels good to have the control. And you will learn better if you have that control. And that's the same for kids. They like to be in control. They like to make decisions. They like to do things by themselves and learn by themselves and make mistakes and learn from them. So you have to think in possibilities. You have to let them choose. You have to let them work together. Who was at the conference 2 days before at the school? A few. Maybe you saw the lesson Keisha and Trisha gave, and they let the kids work together and made a project out of it. And for the people who were there, you saw the kids improving, learning, working together. And that's a really important thing, because it's proven that people learn together when you give better, when you let them work together, give them freedom, give them options, and let them experience things by themselves. Even for today, who is actually a little bit tired of listening to all of the stories? You can be honest. Okay, not too much. Okay, I'm proud of you. I would be tired, but I have a problem with focus. That's not my talent. I can maybe focus for 15 minutes and then I'm out. I just can't do it. So imagine how it is for kids. It's really difficult to focus for 60 minutes. It's impossible. But if you just let them go, give them some freedom, give them some options, they will take it. Because every kid wants to learn. Give them freedom. The third and last thing is competence. Let them believe in themselves and let them grow and learn. So the teacher that said, you will never achieve anything in your life, he was actually a German teacher. Who thinks my grades were really good with that German teacher? A few. Well, no, my grades were terrible. I failed. I don't know how I even managed to get my exam, and I can't talk German. Because he told me he didn't believe in me. And I believed that. So I didn't believe in myself. I thought I could never speak German in my life. So I just didn't do anything. I was just sitting there. I was a little bit afraid of him. I was just pretend to listen, and I didn't do anything. I didn't learn. How do you think my grades were with the teacher who believed in me, who thinks my grades were good? My grades were the best. My best grades were from the teacher that believed in me. And that's how to feel. If you know, or if you think that you can do something, you want to learn it. If you think you can't do it, you don't want to learn it, especially when you're young. So these are a few sentences we're used to say. We say to people, well, I explained it, so I assume that everyone understands. Well, if you tell that to a kid and they have a question or they didn't understand, they will never ask you a question because they feel dumb. If I ask people, do you have any questions? It can also make people dumb. Because I assume that nobody has questions, because I already told you. So if I say, do you have any questions? Well, maybe we are adults, so we just are strong enough to raise our hands and ask questions. But kids, they don't like it. Or if I say to kids, are you still not finished? So I actually let them know that it's stupid that he didn't finish. So they will not be motivated. If they have a question and I say to them, I'm sorry, I don't have time, they don't feel like I take them seriously. And if I tell them that answer is wrong, they also feel stupid because they don't know why it's wrong. They don't know what happened. They only think, oh my God, it's wrong. So please never use these sentences anymore. Because if you use these sentences, you tell them, actually, I don't believe in you. I'm not sure about you. I don't think you can do it. So what you can do is this. You ask them, did I explain myself correctly? Because then when they don't understand, they can ask because it's actually my fault because I didn't explain correctly. So it's way easier to ask a question. If they're not finished, I can ask them, how much time do you need to finish it? Or I see that you worked really, really hard, it's okay, just leave the last question, it's okay. You did a hard job. If I don't have time, sometimes I really don't have time, the next class is waiting for me, I just tell them, well, I have no time today, but I really want to make time later this day. Can you please see me at 2 or 3 or whenever you have time, I will make time for you. So I let them know I want to help them, I take them seriously. And if they don't know the answer, I tell them, okay, the answer is close. Can someone help? Or is it totally wrong answer? I tell them, well, I know why you think that way, but it's a little bit different than your answer. Who can help? So I always try to focus on the positive things. Because even if you have a wrong answer, you were thinking about it. And maybe the way you thought was really good, but the answer wasn't good. So if you use these sentences, you show them you believe in them. And then people always ask me, so what about kids who have problems, learning problems or behavior problems? What do you do? For example, I had a kid, he had ADHD, like way worse than the example I just showed you. He just couldn't focus for 5 minutes. He couldn't sit still for 1 minute. So I was talking with him, I'm like, oh my God, your energy is amazing. If I was like you, I will be tired in 1 hour. So it's really impressive that you have that energy, please use it. So if you have energy, please stand up, walk to the board, help me out with this lesson because I really need your help because I think you're good at it. So that kid, he stood up because he was taking seriously and he was working with me on the board and writing everything down. And then I asked, please, can you go to my colleague and ask some paper, because I forgot. I didn't forget my paper. I just want to let him out of the classroom, let him do something, so he has his focus back when he came back in the classroom. I also had the kid who was really autistic, and he said, I just can't concentrate with all the people around me, but I really can focus for one thing for about an hour. So I said to him, that's really, really, really impressive because I can focus for 10 minutes and then I'm out. So how can I help you? He said, please, give me the assignments, let me do it by myself, and if I don't get it, I will just skip it and ask you later. So I just gave him the assignments and just let him do everything by himself. So the thing is, I wasn't focusing on the things he couldn't do, I was focusing on his talents and on the things he can do. And I think that's really important because we are used to people saying to us, oh, you're ADHD, you're annoying, you're too much. But people with ADHD have a lot of energy. That's really powerful. So please, if you have a kid like that in your classroom, turn it around and look at the qualities they have. And the most important thing, try to see it all. Don't judge on their behavior. Try to see who they really are, what their talents are, what their qualities are, what they're good at. Because if you focus on that, you will see that they will learn and grow more and more each and every day. Oh. So please think about, if you go to class on Monday, if you see your students, think about, what will you do different? What can you do with your class? What can you do with your students? How would you talk to them? So please keep in mind at least one thing you will try. And if you find me on LinkedIn or Instagram, please let me know if it worked. Because I really want to hear all of your stories. So I have a question to you. I won't ask you, do you have any questions? Of course. I ask you, did I explain everything well? Or what else would you like to know from me? Ah. Thank you. Sorry. I think the mic is running. Is there a mic?
I hope you enjoyed.
It's not on.
It's not working. If you can hear me, raise your hand.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Okay, great. I hope you enjoyed Ms. Koopin's presentation. Now we're going to open the floor for some questions. And we'll ask our volunteers, if you'll see them, they'll come around with a microphone.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
And my first question, what can you say about bullying at schools? It's a very difficult problem at
Very
schools
difficult,
for
yeah.
parents and for teachers. And as you said, you had this problem at school too, yeah?
Yeah.
And as a teacher, how teacher can help to this student, pupil?
That's a really good question. We normally focus on the kid who is being bullied. So when I was at school, the focus was on me. And the kid who was bullying, he was punished. So what happened was that kid never stopped bullying because he got all the negative energy. So when I look back at that kid who was bullying me, I know now he had a terrible home situation. His parents were away all the time. He has some problems with his brother, so he was hanging on the street, and he hasn't someone to fall back on. So what I always do is focus on the kid that is bullying. I won't forget the kid that's bullied, of course. I will help them as well. But I try to not to be too negative to the bullied kid, because there's always a story behind it. And I think if you focus on the story and try to help that kid and try to let that kid see what his behavior causes with the bullied kid, then he will change his mind. But it will not be fast. It will be step by step by step. But please give positive energy. Because actually bullying is like a scream for attention. That's nothing more. They really want the attention. And if they want attention, most of the time those kids ask it on a negative way. So if you focus on the story behind it, and of course, if he hits someone, you have to do something about it, of course, because you can never do that. So it's not that you can never punish kids, but please remember that there's always a story behind it. Nobody is born to be a bully. Nobody. It's always a story behind it. So please focus on that. Did I answer the question for you? Okay, thank you.
So welcome to Kazakhstan. Just my question is that you said about importance of seeing abilities and talents in students, but you know we have in traditional class we have over 20 students, and it's really hard to focus on the abilities and to notice them especially. So how you like the ways you manage, you notice, and how it's possible to focus on knowledge as well as on abilities and talents. So it's like how to make balance between them.
Well, the first thing I focus on is the relationship. So sometimes the first lesson I don't even teach. I just talk with my kids. How are you? Especially the first years, the students. I just ask them, how was your school before? Do you like school? How were your grades? Did you like the kids? So I just start talking with them. And then I also ask them, what do you need? What did you miss in your previous school? And what do you need? How can I help you? And the kids always think that's a really strange question. Like, how can I help you? You're a teacher. You have to just tell me what to do and I will do it. So it's a really good question to ask your students, how can I help you? What can I do for you? I was a teacher in Dutch language, and I was teaching the mechanical engineers. So I asked them, do you like Dutch, like the language? And nobody responded. They said, well, I'm going to be an engineer. I don't need Dutch. I can speak Dutch. Why do I have to do an exam? I don't care. I said, why? He said, well, we're not good at it. That's why we chose to be an engineer, because we don't need it. So I talked to him. So when do you need Dutch in your working life? So together we came up a lot of things where they needed Dutch. So I just totally switched my program. I made a lot of other assignments just to combine the working life where they are heading off with the things they had to learn in Dutch. So they felt taken seriously. And some kids said, well, I really don't understand. Can I please work together? I said, please work together. I actually don't even care if you look it up on Google. Because if you don't know anything and you look it up on Google, you'll learn as well. So you can let everybody learn in a different way, together, by yourself, with the help of Google. So if you ask the kids that question, they know. They will be scared at first. They tell you that I don't know, but they really know. Even kids from 6 years old told me what they need from me and how I can help them. Thanks.
Excuse me, can you listen?
Over here?
Can I ask, yes? Excuse me, I'm a math teacher. My name is Oljaz. Thank you. Glad to see you. And I have a question. I have been working with talented, like these gifted children for 2 years, and I don't have a big experience like you, but I want to ask you how we can direct them, how I say, positively to work with them, firstly, and secondly, of course, how we can do what we can do for them, that they in the future will be the great person, will be great the people in our country, for example, yes, maybe the great teachers, because of when I look at them, I look at some talents, I look at abilities, and what we should do, like teachers, that connect this. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good question as well. Well, I think because you said that there are talented students, because they know a lot of things already. And maybe some know a lot about mathematics, the other one knows more about the language. So I think you should give them like a really free assignment, like a project. So you choose one subject, and within that subject you can choose a lot of things and let them work together about the subject that they choose. And of course you have to say to them, well, okay, you have to put this in it, and you have to make like a short presentation of 5 or 10 minutes. And you have to make it like on a piece of paper. You have to show it, but give them the freedom to develop by themselves, to search the information by themselves, because then they will pick the right stuff. And then you can also see, that's also really nice for a teacher to see what they do, what they can. And if you see that in the next lesson, you can use that for your own class. So that's a really good thing.
Thank you so much.
Сәлеметсіздер ме? Қазақстанға қош келдіңіз. Мен көркем еңбек пәнінің мұғалімімін. Менде бір бала бар, проблемасы бар. Ол бала менің сабағымнан қашады. Яғни ол баламен контакт құру өте қиын. Даже администрацияның өзі ол баламен сөйлесе алмайды. Сынып жетекшісі ол үшін мүлдем авторитет емес. Енді маған ол баламен қалай тіл табысу керек, менің сабағыма қызығып, менімен жұмыс жасай алатындай.
Thank you. I had the same kid in my classroom. He actually didn't like me, he said at first. He just went out of my classroom, didn't pay attention, didn't make his homework. So what I did was, when I had a coffee break, I was just walking around the hallways looking for him, and I just started talking with him. How are you? How was your holiday? How was your weekend? Just make a connection and show really interest. And then after that, about a week, I asked him, well, don't you like my lesson? Did I do something wrong? And he told me the story about, like the same as my teacher, he also told me a story about his teaching experience. Because he had a really bad experience with another teacher. And that teacher actually looked like me. So when I came into class and he saw me, he was like, ah, she looks like my old teacher, so she's probably not good. So I won't listen to her. He judged me. So I told him, okay, I understand. I totally understand your story. I would have the same, but do you think I'm the same? He said, well, no, because you asked me questions about the weekend. Okay, so that's one difference. So do you see more differences? He said, well, yeah, you teach other classes and you teach on a different way. So I said, okay, maybe you can come to my class and try for 15 minutes. That's all. So if you want to leave after 15 minutes, please leave and I won't be mad at you. But check for me for 15 minutes if you see more differences. And he came in my class. He watched me teach for 15 minutes, and I let him do all the assignments like a project, like I just told him, like I just told you. And he was working, and then the alarm went off for the next class, and I told him, why didn't you leave? He said, yeah, well, I saw so many differences, and I could work, and I could think, and I have my freedom. I stayed. But if I was just angry with him and told him, you have to be here, and I punish you if you're gone, I will never see him again. But because I was interested in him first and just asked him questions and just motivated him like that to come in my classroom, he actually did it. And it took me a few weeks. So sometimes you have to put a lot of energy in your kids to motivate them to attend your lesson. And sometimes the steps are like baby steps. But you have to focus on every baby step you see. And just give them a compliment. If he stays in your classroom for 11 minutes, that's 1 minute more than the 10 minutes the lesson before. Maybe he will stay for 1 minute more the next lesson. So please tell him that. But first, focus on the relationship. Just talk to him. Don't be mad at him. Thanks.
Уважаемая Кристина, добрый день, публика. Меня зовут Калима, я являюсь членом Союза писателей, ваш поэт, писатель, философ, просветитель. Я провожу иногда мастер-классы в школах и вижу, что абсолютно не изменилось много у нас в Казахстане. В авторитарном стиле руководства где-то 50-70%, наверное, это так и есть. Я не хотела о негативном, но все-таки скажу, мы здесь собрались не чтобы только говорить о саморазвитии, какие мы все крутые. Низкий вам поклон, вы великие учителя современности, как и я поэт своей страны. И знаете, случилось недавно такое вот ЧП, скажем, да, с трагичным последствием. У нас международная школа есть в городе Алмате, про нее пишут в сетях, и я знаю этого директора в лицо. Я знаю, что такой авторитарный человек, без которого ни один учитель не скажет не то что предложение, ни одного слова. Я в этом уверена, у меня дети там учились, был другой директор. Сегодня изменилось руководство. И то, что там случилось, наверное, причина того, что вот такой авторитарный стиль. Ребенок подвергся сексуальному насилию и теперь буллингует кого? Родителей, представляете, которые отдали ребенка утром в школу и забирают, это частная школа, там охрана. С 8 до 5 был ребенок там, он никуда не мог выйти, ему 6 или 7 лет. И вот такое происходит. Что бы сделали в вашей стране и что вы рекомендуете? Я в своих постах рекомендую писать петицию, забрать аккредитацию этой школы, уволить директора вместе с администраторами, потому что это их упущение. Они не могут воспитывать и образовывать наших детей. И я считаю, что чужих детей нет, и поэтому для меня это тоже волнительный момент. Что бы сделали в вашей стране, что вы рекомендуете? Спасибо.
Well, wow, that's a really impressive story. But I think the same as you. He should get fired, first of all. In my country, we should definitely get fired. I never heard a story like this before. I saw you like with big eyes watching like, oh my God. I saw you the same. But I think you said a good thing because we are teachers and our job is to take care of the children. The principal has the same job. He has to take care of us as teachers. So I was just telling you 3 things, and that are the same things that the principals has to do. They have to motivate us. They have to believe in our talents. They have to give us our freedom. Okay, they have to give us a little bit more money, of course, but they have to take care of us. And if a principal doesn't do that, then the school will fail. So, yeah, I would do exactly the same as you said. That's actually a really big problem. I'm so sorry.
So I just want to quickly add to that in the United States, that is not tolerated.
No.
Child abuse is not tolerated. I remember we had our Olympic athletes who were gymnasts who were molested by someone they trusted, who was their director and coach. And it took a while for them to stand up and report this level of sexual abuse that was happening within their camps. And when they stood up all together and supported each other. And they went to Congress and asked for laws to protect them. So there are ways that you can protect yourself by standing up together, right? Because together you are a stronger force. Single voices typically do not get heard. So as teachers, when you want change and you want to become change agent, you have to stand up together and fight for the same cause and go to your government, go to those who are the ones who are influential in making decisions and lobby for your rights.
Yeah, thank you so much, because this can never ever happen. I think we have room for one more question.
Сәлеметсіз бе? Құрметті Кристина ханым, жаңа сіз сөз сөйлеп жатқан кезде жаңағы бала туралы айтқан боласыз, сіздің сыныбыңыздағы қайтыс болған бала. Енді біздің мектепте де осындай жағдай болды. Енді біздің мектепте болған оқиға ол суицид жағдайы болды. Осыдан кейін қалған сыныптастарда постсуицидалды синдром болады деген сондай естіген болатынмын. Енді сұрақ, біздің мектепте ол жағдай өте ауыр жұмыс жасалды одан кейін. Сізде жаңағы айтып жатқан тәжірибеңізге байланысты одан кейін сіз қалай жұмыс жасадыңыз, қандай бір жақсы тәжірибеңізбен бөлісе аласыз?
Yes, first of all, I'm really, really sorry for you that you experienced such a thing. I can totally imagine that they're like damaged, that there are a lot of things going on. So what I did was I just stopped teaching. I didn't teach at all. I was just talking with my kids, playing with my kids, doing some nice things. And then I got help because I don't know how to deal with this. If somebody in my family would die, I don't even know how to deal with that. So I didn't even know how to deal with a class full of kids. So I just did everything what felt right. I just talked with them. I got some help from someone who was specialized in that. So I don't know if you have that here in Kazakhstan, but I think that's really helpful to ask help from an experienced person who can help you deal with that classroom and help them deal with their emotion and their issues. Because it's really important to do that on time so they can, how do you say it, they can cope with their emotions and they don't leave it in their head. So please ask for help and don't deal with it by yourself, because that's too much, it's too big, it's too much.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you so much for your questions. Could you give her a round of applause? And thank you for being such a great audience and participating. So we have our next speaker who is going to come up. His name is Mr. Olivier Couzet. He's the head of pedagogy at School 42, which is Paris-based, and it is a digital learning school. With a scientific background, Mr. Olivier Couzet got a master's degree as an IT engineer. During scholarship, he acted as a technical assistant and teaching assistant. After 2 years as a system administrator for the third French internet service provider in France, he developed during 13 years a well-known IT school which became a French major institution. He designed a pedagogical model and made it evolve. Based on his educational success, a new IT School 42 was created in 2013, promoting an even more advanced training methodology called peer learning. Mr. Olivier Couzet designed the model 100% project-based without any teacher, lecture, nor knowledge transfer. Students debate, exchange ideas, try, fail, try again to reach the goal and finally evaluate their peers. Today, Mr. Olivier will be speaking about what school of the future will look like and he'll also be sharing his School 42 experience. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Olivier Couzet.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Such a nice audience this afternoon. I'm very glad to be here. I'm very honored to be here with you. I am Olivier Crouzet. I'm the head of pedagogy of School 42. And I'm going to explain and get into details about what is 42 and what is our peer learning pedagogy. Well, as Tricia just said, we are an ICT school. But why 42? Well, if some of you are a little bit aware of the famous Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's a novel sci-fi book from a British author from the 70s. Well, 42 stands for the answer for life, universe, and everything. And it's something that has a real meaning in the ICT community for a very, very, very long time. So it's something that made completely sense to have a school that is named 42. So 42 is an ICT school. It's an ICT school where students are learning how to code. It's an ICT school that has been created in Paris back 10 years ago in 2013. Our founder is owning a telecom company, and he decided to create 42, a school for people with in higher education and people above 18 years old. There is no age limit. Anyone above 18 years old can apply. Usually, we are training people to get directly into the labor market. But why this school have been created 10 years ago? Well, there was two main reasons. The first reason was to reduce the gap of ICT skills that our founder was facing. As owner of a telecom company, he has a lot of technical teams, and he was needing a lot of innovation. He was requiring a lot of ICT professionals. And it was very complicated for him to find ICT professional people who can manage all his entire ICT infrastructure. And he was not alone in this situation. He had a lot of relationships, and all his friends from many other famous French companies were telling him, well, we are also looking for ICT professional, and it's still a problem. We are still struggling with that. So how can we do that? Looking a little bit further, we did actually realize that, well, we were not alone in France. And at that time, back in 2013, we also had a look at what was happening all over Europe. And it appeared that there was a huge lack of ICT professionals all over Europe in every different countries. And the European Commission was forecasting for 2020 a lack of 1 million of ICT professionals. Fortunately, with a lot of resource engaged, with a lot of lobbying from the European Commission, a lot of stuff have been done by many countries. A lot of initiatives have been started by many countries. And today, well, we only have a shortage of 500,000, which is way better than the forecast of 10 years ago, but it's still an issue, and we still need to have way more ICT developers all around Europe. As I will mention a few slides later, 42 is not just one school in Paris, but it's actually 52 schools all over the world. And from all the feedbacks we are collecting from all the planets, well, we do realize that this shortage of ICT professionals is completely global. So it's a real issue that we definitely need to tackle. The second reason of the creation of 42 was a complete disconnection between the French public education system and the need of the companies and the need of the society. On one side, the public education system was providing a very individualistic approach of learning. At the opposite, in companies nowadays, everyone talks about collaboration.
if you want to create a successful product on the market, you can't have all the information fit into one unique brain. What you need to do is from the very beginning of your project to start collaborating with the law department, with the sales department, with the finance department, of course inside your ICT or R&D team as well. It's something that is completely needed. And unfortunately, collaboration is not yet part of the standards skills of public education in many countries. At least it's still the case in France. The second element regarding public education was the fact that everyone with the same diploma, with the same degree, usually brings the same solution in front of a problem, use the same recipe. And that's also something that does not suit the companies these days. Because the company nowadays, well, they are looking for innovation. They want to have new ideas. They want to have people who can think out of the box. And it's something that needs to be trained before being inside a company. Having a better, more generic picture of the situation, maybe it's a little bit caricatural, but we could say that the current French education system, and it's a very classic one that we can find in most countries all over the world, it's something that has been designed from the previous industrial revolution, where you had to have this scientific division of work with Mr. Henry Ford, and a lot of people working in factories, and where the hierarchy was very important also. At the opposite, today we are in the middle of the digital revolution. And the digital revolution is expecting different skills and different relationships with employees inside a company. Digging a little bit deeper inside the digital revolution. You all know these famous brands, Uber, Airbnb, Facebook, sorry, Twitter. I need to replace this by X. From my perspective, these companies have been born in the second stage of digital revolution. I think that the first stage of digital revolution was back in the 80s and the 90s, when ICT was an automation support for productivity. You had a chain of value inside your company, and this chain of value have been empowered with ICT. Instead of having paper files moving from one desk to another, you started to have floppy disk between computers, and then you have got network cables. But the chain of added value inside your company was the same. If you wanted to have a new product inside a company, let's say you've got a shoe company, and you want to sell a new product on the market, you will have the main decision at the main board of the company, then it goes through the R&D team, then it goes through the different administrative offices, it ends in the factory, and a couple of weeks later, your new pair of shoes, your new model, is in a store, a physical store, where people can buy that. With the second step of digitalization came with internet and mobile devices. Nowadays, imagine you can have on your own mobile phone an app where you choose the model of shoe you want to buy, the color of their shoe, eventually if you want to add a sticker or logo on it, and then it's directly sent to the factory and you get back your own unique model with your parameters, with your preferences, directly into your mailbox. ICT, in the second stage of digital revolution, has a more strategic position inside a company because it can create new way of making money. Because when you are using your app and the factory is directly creating your shoe, you are in direct relationship with the factory. And it's a different way of making money. It's a different added value chain inside the company. So ICT became way more strategic, and we're able to develop different approach for your brand or for your market. If we are considering what happened in education, sorry. Well, okay, how is digitalization in education. Well, maybe you can have immediately those famous names that comes to your mind, like edX or Coursera. 10 years ago, the first MOOCs appeared. But these MOOCs were actually, well, an automation of what is happening in the classroom. I remember the first time I heard about the Khan Academy. It was just video of a teacher doing a lecture in front of students inside a classroom. Hopefully, it started evolving faster. And now a lot of MOOCs and online learning platforms are offering different approach and different ways of learning. It's not just having a web page replacing a book. It's not just having a blackboard replaced by an electronic board. It's something where online now you can have more asynchronous learning. You can also have different peer session and evaluation. You can have debate, you can have chat, and there are a lot of tools that are now empowering all these online platforms. But unfortunately, it's not something that drive changes in real classrooms. So there are still a strong splits from my perspective between all these new online models and what is still happening in classroom, where ICT is definitely very few used, not so much. Sorry. So all in all, the lack of ICT professional, this huge gap of ICT professional, and the fact that public education, from our perspective, was disconnected from the needs of the company. That's how 42 have been created. Here you've got a nice picture of one of our computer rooms. They are open 24/7. Our students can just come and go. They have no associated seats. They can take any seat they want. And students are working through our peer learning model, and they're spending most of their time in this very big classroom that are fundamental for our peer learning and everything related to collaboration between students. But before stepping into the learning model itself, just a few extra elements. As I told you earlier, 42 is not just one single campus in Paris, but it's also a huge network of 52 schools. And right now, more than 18,000 students. All the schools are following exactly the same curriculum with the same pedagogical approach. We want to have a unique model that ensures that every student reaches the same quality level at the end of the training. So it's very important for us to deploy all around the globe in every campus the same approach and the same content and the same pedagogical model. Two other important elements that have been strong choices at the very beginning of 42. Oops, sorry, I need to get back. I've got a couple of sentences not displaying here. We have got two strong elements. The first one is to apply to 42, there is no degree requirement. Anyone can apply to 42. Why that? Well, if, just like I said earlier, we take into consideration the fact that public school is disconnected from the needs of the company and the society, well, why should we rely on, for example, French high school degree or any other high school degree in other country? Why should we rely on this degree if it does not reveal all the skills and the talents that we are looking for our students? Our goal here is to find ICT talent, and we want to do this regardless of the school background. Someone who has a high school degree, well, it does not tell me that he has an ICT talent I'm looking for. So I don't want to rely on that. So anyone above 18 years old can apply. Then the second element is the school is completely free for students. There is no tuition. Students do not have to pay any money to study at 42. It's something that also very important because for us, there is a strong link between coming from poor social backgrounds and reaching higher education. Some countries are doing good, more or less. Some countries, like France, are doing very bad, unfortunately, about that. So we wanted to be able to give this chance to students who do not even think it would be possible for them to access higher education. So that's why the school is completely free for the students. But in this context, how should we select our students? Well, we have maybe a little bit longer selection process that have been designed to find ICT talent or latent ICT talent. Our selection process is in two different parts. The first part are online games. Students apply online when they want. They are doing some online games, mostly games that will reveal some logic capacities, some logic skills. And then we've got a second part of the selection process, which is called piscine. It's a French word for swimming pool. It's a 4 weeks long immersion on campus. So the applicants come to the campus and spend 4 weeks inside the campus. Why? Well, we want them to taste if they like coding. We are a coding school. So maybe they will realize at some point that they don't like coding. Or maybe the opposite. Some people are just doing the application process for fun because they have heard from friends that it's an interesting experience. But they do realize that they actually like coding. So we want them to be able to taste during these full months if it's something that is interesting for them or not. We also want them to taste if they do like the peer learning model. It's a different way of working. It's a different way of learning. Some students are completely afraid. Some students do realize that it's something that is completely extraordinary for them. And they completely fit into this pedagogical model. So let's deep dive a little bit more into this pedagogical model. First, well, Tricia already spoiled a little bit at the beginning of the session. Well, 42 is a school with no teacher. So it can sound a little bit strange. It's also a school with no lecture, with no MOOCs. And today, in front of you, I'm doing kind of a lecture in front of, well, teacher for most of you. So it's a little bit strange situation for me. Why that? Well, because we think that knowledge transfer has become irrelevant. Today, everyone is facing this very huge amount of data that you can find online. And you can't hide from it. It comes from everywhere. And you need to be able to deal with it. And we think that it's important for every citizen to be able to face this data and to know how to filter this data correctly. So that's why we say to our students, well, there is no need for us to make you to transfer some knowledge because you already have all this knowledge available online, especially in ICT and in coding. There are really a lot of resources. So what are our students doing? They are facing software development challenges. Our curriculum is a 100% hands-on and project-based. It means that students, from the very beginning, they start with very small projects. They have to create a real piece of code that is actually working. And then, piece of code and project becomes bigger and more complex through time. But at the beginning, you can start, even with absolutely no knowledge of ICT, no coding knowledge, you can start the curriculum of 42, you can start doing the very first projects. So, with no lecture, they are in front of a challenge with absolutely no clue on how they can solve this challenge. And we tell them, okay, now it's up to you. You have to drive, and you have to gather information, you have to look for information, and after that, you have to test this information. because maybe online, well, you will find 10 years outdated blogs. Maybe you will find something that is completely irrelevant for the project you are currently doing. Maybe online you will find something that is completely false. There is not only true stuff online. So it's important for the students to verify, to test each elementary brick they need to use to solve the problem. They will have to try many stuff, many different things. They will fail, and they will try again. We definitely have this experimental approach that let them explore what can be done. At some point, they are stuck. At some point, they can find any new idea or any new information, because the way you are looking for information online, it's usually focusing on specific topic, depending what kind of vocabulary you use, depending on how you understand the problem so far. So at some point, you will need to use your neighbors. You will need to collaborate with your peers. That's why it's called peer learning. Our curriculum needs a high collaboration to succeed for the students. So the students will debate between themselves. They will explain, how do you understand the project? Well, I think the project can be completed like that. Oh, no, if you are doing that, well, maybe you will lose this corner case and you will not successfully complete all the feature or all the constraints asked by the project. What we want here is to have people all together finding new ideas, creating collective intelligence. So all together, they can have new hypotheses to test, new paths to explore. After this debate, well, they go back, everyone on its own computer, and make them test, make new tests to verify if it's something that led them to the completion of the project. It's definitely an experimental approach with a lot of try and fail. When the project is over, students will ask for peer evaluations. Each student will be evaluated usually from 3 to 5 times for each project. He will be evaluated by other students, usually almost at the same level. And every student will also have to evaluate others' projects. Every student will have, in a balanced way, as much evaluation as an evaluated student for its own project, and as much as a number of evaluation of others' projects. So it places them in this difficult situation to be judged by someone, by multiple other students, but to have a more relative vision of all the different feedbacks they can have, and also to take their own responsibility to judge someone else. It's also something that can be a little bit frightening at the beginning. When the project is a success, it unlocks the next project inside the curriculum. If at the opposite the project is a failure, the student has to try again the same project. It means that at some point, some students will move forward, some students will be stuck on the same project. To allow that, we have a full individual pace in all the entire curriculum. Every student is free to progress at its own pace. This is something that is very interesting for the students who are slow learners. This is very interesting for students who are stuck on a specific concept. Maybe their friends won't be stuck on the same concept, but will be on the next one, and it will not be the case of the first student. Some students have a part-time job, because in some countries, housing, eating every day, it's something that is also an issue, and some students need to have a part-time job. So we are bringing this flexibility into our curriculum, so our students will be able to manage eventually with some personal issue. Up to some point, of course, our students will at least need to spend half time on campus if they want to succeed, or at some point they will be completely out of the curriculum because they are not progressing fast enough. There is flexibility, but there are also deadlines for our students. This individual pace is actually embedded in something a little bit more global. It's our gamification system on our curriculum. These cryptic graphics that you can see here on the screen, it's what we call our holy graph. It represents the entire curriculum of the school. Students start from the centers. All the concentric circles in the middle represent the common core, the first half of the curriculum. And then you've got all the radial branches all over the last circles that represent specializations. The students will get the minimum set of skills during the common core, and then during the specialization, they will have way more choices. They can get deeper into one specific specialization, for example, in AI or security. And then they can also have a different approach. They want to pick up a little bit of everything because they want to have a more generalistic profile, ICT profile on the market. It can be useful sometimes when you are working in a very small company and that you need to have different ICT hats at the same time. All the gamification process is using the classic and usual video games vocabulary. We've got experience point. You earn experience point when you validate a project. You've got levels. As much as you've got, you increase your grand total of experience point, you go through different levels. We have a local currency and a local shop where a student can spend their currency for community activities. We've got some challenges. We've got some coalitions. It's our name for the houses, just like in Harry Potter. Our students are split in 4 different coalitions inside the school, and they have some reward and some challenge between coalitions. We also have a lot of teamwork and collaboration. Collaboration is needed. Even if you are doing a solo project, you need to debate with others. But of course, when you will be in a company as an employee, well, you will also have your own team, and you will have to learn how to manage your own team and to run one project created by a team. So there are a lot of projects where students will have to work in teams. And as I mentioned earlier, there is this individual path and individual pace for our students. Why are we using this gamification? Oops. First, it's a motivation lever for geeks. Well, everyone who is playing a video game usually likes this ambience, like using all this vocabulary, and is proud to retrieve and to earn coalition points, etc. It's one motivation lever among many others, but it's always interesting to have this one. Some students absolutely don't care about the gamification, but it's okay. It depends on how old you are, what is your previous experiences or not, if you are just out of high school, or if you already had a professional experience before, what's your goal in 42, making some fun project, or maybe just having a very quick and fast training to be able to launch your startup after that, or whatever. It's something that is different through time, and that is different for each student as well. The second reason for the gamification is the fact that we want to legitimate the try and fail approach. We think it's very important for the students to be confident in, okay, I don't know what to do, but I will try something, I will fail, there is no consequence on that. And we absolutely want them to be at ease with this approach. And to do that, the gamification was very interesting, because if you go into a video store or a video game store, and buy a video game, well, you will probably never buy a video game if you are 100% sure that you will succeed all the level at the very first time. You know, and you won't fail the first level maybe 2 or 3 times. You want to fail the second level maybe 10 times, etc., until having a strong need for developing very difficult and big strategies to fight the final boss in the final level. So this way, we want to tell the students, hey, if you fail, it's okay. There is time for you to fail. It's part of the individual pace. It's part of the normal flexibility that we give to our students, the freedom we give to our students to have time to fail. And we think it's very important to fail to learn better. If we are back to the main component of our model, well, actually, this model is not 10 years old, when 42 have been created 10 years ago, but it's a longer story. It's a 30 years long story where 2 other ICT schools in France and Paris were involved. And it became as a very, it became initially as from a very academic way of learning in one of the ICT schools. And the change started when we asked ourselves, okay, what our students will face when they will be employed inside a company. And then we started to have more projects embedded in the curriculum. And step by step, we made a lot of different experiences. Some of them were successful, some of them were a failure. And we still try to keep in mind the fact that we are preparing our students to be employed in ICT companies in the labor market. And I think that our current model is still sticking to this need. When you are employed inside a company, well, usually you don't have a teacher telling you what to do or offering you a recipe for your problem. These days, with ICT evolving very fast, well, you need to be able to create new piece of software. You need to be able to solve new problem and new projects. If you want to sell a software to the customer, you need to have a real piece of software. You don't need to theoretically explain to the customer what kind of software you could have completed for him. He doesn't care. What he wants is to have a real software working for his own employees. The try and fail approach is something that is very common in a lot of startups, from what we can see among our alumni students. The peer evaluation, or at least the peer review inside the same R&D team or the same development team, is also part of the very common process and the very common practice that we can see nowadays in many companies. If we try to have a step back and try to analyze a little bit more our pedagogical model, it definitely has connection with very famous previous pedagogical experience from the past century. Here we've got several famous faces. Maybe you know a little bit about Maria Montessori. She was an Italian doctor, and she thought that the brain of each learner is not ready at the same time to learn a specific concept. So you need to leave people learn at their own pace when their own brain is ready. You also have a picture of Célestin Freinet, who had a primary school in France more than 100 years ago with a very specific pedagogical approach. You have Jean Piaget, well-known Swiss doctor and specialist in pedagogy. The 3 of them are, well, let's say, more or less connected with the social constructivist approach of learning. And it's exactly what we are doing. We consider that the brain of a learner is not an empty jar that should be filled from outside by someone who knows. We think that the brain of a learner should be a personal construct through practice and social interactions. So that's why we are creating this learning context. At the top, you've got 2 pictures, one of Sugata Mitra, and the other one, his famous experience, the hole in the wall. If you don't know about Sugata Mitra and his experience, I suggest you have a look at his famous TED Talk he made back in 2008, if I'm correct, explaining what he did and how he created a learning context where students were able to learn on their own without any adult supervision. He replicated this in UK primary school a few years later, and it was definitely something that was completely successful. All of them are clearly bringing a lot of freedom. This morning on stage, we had this wonderful panel, and all these principles were explaining that they should give more freedom to the teacher. From my perspective, I think that teacher also need to give more freedom to the students and the children they can have in front of them. During many different conferences I attend, I had a lot of feedbacks, a lot of comments, and I decided to add one of them to my presentation because I think it's something that was actually very interesting. Someone once told me, hey, what you are doing is recreating the normal learning context for the brain. And he told me the example of a baby who is learning how to talk, or a baby who is learning how to walk. A baby who is learning how to walk, we don't tell him, do not try before 1 year old. When you will be 1 year old, I will give you a lecture of gravity, your muscles in your legs, something like that. And after that, you will have all the needed information to walk. And you will have to stand up and walk perfectly after that. Or I will yell at you, or I will give you a very bad mark. Fortunately, it's not happening like this. And indeed, a boy or a girl, sorry, a baby who is learning how to walk, well, he's seeing adults walking, he tries to imitate, he tries to replicate what he's seeing, but there is a lot of try and fail. And there is always support from any adults that are around him. So it's definitely the natural brain, the natural way of learning for the brain, and we try to replicate the same kind of environment when people can try, fail, maybe imitate a little bit, and then make their own skills, really develop their own skills on coding. What are our results so far? Well, if you know a little bit of the ICT labor market, or the need of ICT professionals on the labor market, you know that there is a huge lack of ICT professionals, so there are many jobs and internship offers. We have very good feedbacks from companies because they are so needing ICT professionals that almost anyone would fit into any open position. Well, of course, obviously, depending on how much the students involve inside the curriculum, it's the same for any training, for any curriculum, you won't have exactly the same results. But right now, the status of the labor market is so that everyone is usually very happy with what our students can produce. They are even so happy that, well, we have students who are actually quitting the curriculum before the end because they have very good job opportunities. We are also trying to get all the feedbacks we can from companies, and it's very important for us. We want to be sure that the skills that we are developing are exactly the skills that are needed for the company for the digital revolutions. When talking about those skills, what are we talking about exactly? Well, obviously, we are a coding school, so we do have technical skills. Our students will develop technical skills in artificial intelligence, security, AI, object-oriented programming, etc. There are a lot of different specializations that are possible for our students. But that's definitely not our end game here. We are actually lying a little bit to our students. They think that they will develop their ICT skills, the technical skills, but our real goal is here. We want to develop metacognitive skills, social and emotional skills. We want our students to be able to adapt. We want our students to develop their problem-solving skills. We want our students to collaborate. Well, they have to do this from day one. If they don't develop this skill, they won't last for long in the curriculum. We want them to develop creativity and to be able to have this critical thinking in front of this huge amount of data that every citizen is facing today. So the goal here is to have students who can learn how to learn, to develop an agile state of mind to face an unknown future. I already told you that, well, what will be ICT in the future? It evolves very fast. I don't know. What should I have inside my curriculum today? What content should I have in my curriculum to face a 40 years long career? It's completely impossible to know that. So what I can do is to try to develop among my students all these soft skills so they will be able to adapt, always adapt through the entire career and have a sustainable career. I don't want my students to get back in 10 years, okay, I'm outdated, I need to be trained again. No, that's not the point. To do that, there are way shorter boot camps that are definitely more efficient for that. We are aiming all these soft skills because we think that is really, really important. But it's something that takes time. Our curriculum is designed to be up to a master degree, so it's designed to be up to 5 years. Some students can do it a little bit faster. Some students can stop at a bachelor equivalent level, but we want our students to spend as much time as possible into our learning context to fully develop all these skills. Of course, they will have even better technical skills, but what is more important for us is to be sure that they fully develop all these soft skills that are very important for their career. All these soft skills, well, we are developing them for more than 10 years now. And luckily for us, it's a skill that have been, most of them have been noted as the skill for the future by many famous NGOs, like United Nations and UNESCO, like OECD, famous consulting companies like Deloitte or McKinsey, and all these companies, when you ask them, okay, what should be the school for 2030 or the school for the future, well, they all focus on the same soft skills and metacognitive skills, being able to solve problems on one side, and on the other side, to be able to adapt, to be able to learn something new, and all these human interaction and relationship skills for the upcoming of the labor market. And if we think that a little bit about that, what the future of labor will be, well, usually we think about robotics that have and machines that have replaced and are still replacing physical forces from a human. We've got more and more advanced machines that are replacing us for physical tasks. And we start to have AI that is replacing brains for some of the intellectual tasks. What will remain for the human being in such kind of context? Well, from my point of view, you will have human relationship and human interaction. That will be a strong focus here. And also, you will have creativity. Right now, I see still no creativity among AI. I can see complexity sometimes, making some combination that have never been before, but I don't see any creativity so far in AI. So from my perspective, we still need humans to interact with other humans and to be creative and to be innovative. And that's also why we want to develop all these soft skills among our curriculum. Finally, and maybe more classically, I would say, just like a lot of higher education institutions, we are definitely trying to connect our students to our local environment, making conferences, hackathons, a lot of events, a lot of co-working projects, not only with local companies for each campus, but also with other schools in higher education. And we try to mix and to make hackathons, for example, with ICT students from 42, but also with business students from business schools, students from law schools, students from art and design schools. And having all these students together is something that is very interesting for them. They are creating their own network, and they are also in a good shape, I would say. It's a good melting pot to foster creation of startups and to foster entrepreneurship. We do have also in many campuses local partnerships with unemployment offices because we think that it's something that is also important. We try to offer a specific path for people who are 50 years plus, unemployed for almost 2 years, and usually, at least in France, I don't know here, and it's probably different from many countries, after 2 years you start to have any funding as an unemployed people, and you need to get a job. So through this special partnership, we have a small batch of people in this situation who are mixed with regular students. And what is very important for them, they tell us after the end of this training, is the fact that they were able to discuss with newer generation and to have a real understanding of what ICT has become. If you remember, I talked about the first step of digital transformation and then the second step of digital transformation. Most of these people are still stuck in and seeing ICT as just an automation process, and they don't see ICT as this more strategic tool that is used nowadays by the companies. And I already talked about entrepreneurship. We do have a special entrepreneurship program, not in all campuses. It depends how close we are from a local incubator. But for example, the campus in Paris is in touch with one of the biggest incubators in the world. It's called Station F, and it has more than 1,000 startups. Every 3 months, this incubator starts a special program for newcomers people who want to create their startup. So we have reserved seats for our students in 42. They can go and create their own company. And we do have between 10 and 15% of students that are currently creating their company, which is a very high rate, actually. To conclude, I would say that 42 provides on the input strong openness and has a real social impact because of its openness on the academic and social diversity, with people from who did drop out of public education at 16 years old, and on the other side, people who get 1 or even 2 master degrees. People with very poor social background mixed with people with a higher social background. On the output, we are a possible answer to support the economic growth, and it's usually why Campus 42 are open to support locally the e-economy. And in the middle, we offer a different path, an alternate educational model for students that is powered by digital revolution, because if ICT is our learning topic, well, ICT is also supporting our pedagogical model with a full intranet that make our students completely autonomous, and that allow, for example, in Paris to have 3,000 students with just 30 people as part of the crew. So that was a simple presentation of 42. I wish I would have more time for you to get even deeper into details, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olivier, for sharing your experience. Now we're going to turn to the audience for a couple questions. And we have time for maybe about 1 or 2 questions.
Здравствуйте. И благодарен организаторам за возможность услышать. Когда-то я прочитал о школе в книге Александра Мурашева «Другая школа о вас», а теперь имею возможность в виде директора у нас в Астане. Спасибо организаторам. Мой вопрос в следующем. Ваш опыт, он может быть распространен, масштабирован только на сферу информационных технологий? Такой необычный подход без преподавателей, без программы какой-то стандартной, или же на другие сферы тоже, ну, по типу там журналистики или медицины? Спасибо.
Thank you very much for the question. My answer is I'm pretty sure that it's something that could be translated or at least shifted to another topic of learning. Personally, I'm an ICT engineer, so I've in my mind probably mixed up ICT as a learning topic, ICT as support for the pedagogical infrastructure, and the pedagogy, the pure theoretical pedagogical part. So we probably need some strong theoretical pedagogic experts to split this correctly and to be able to adapt to other programs. I probably myself would not be capable of doing such thing like that, but I'm pretty convinced it's possible. And I think it's possible because nowadays, also with ICT, we can offer a lot of sandboxes for a lot of training. I mean that, for example, ICT is easy. A computer is a sandbox, and you can type whatever you want. You can make programs that are completely wrong and that will crash. There is no harm. You can just reboot the computer, and everything is back okay. But if you all want to train as a specialist in chemistry, you can go every day in a room with different bottles, with different fluids, with unlabeled bottle, and mix them just to see what is happening. One day you will have one mixture that will blow up at your face, and you won't be there tomorrow to do that. But nowadays, I think it's possible to do that, to have this experimental approach because of a lot of simulation programs, because of virtual reality. It should be possible now to simulate a lot of realistic situations. For example, for a business school, you can have a program that will simulate, I don't know, some stuff happening on the market, or maybe some problem in your when managing your own company, or when making your business model, or something like that. I think it's today possible for business students to just try opening a virtual company, seeing what is happening, using a slide to speed fast in time when, I don't know, after 2 years, after 4 years, you have growth, but you start to have competitors, but you have to start to have some, I don't know, a strike among your employees, or whatever you want to imagine. And I think it's possible today to have more experimental training because of all this simulation and virtual reality possibilities. So yes, from my perspective, it's something that should be can be adapted to another topic.
Okay, one more question.
Можно вопрос? Спасибо огромное, что приехали в Казахстан. Вы не упомянули, но есть тут ваши партнеры, школа Алем и The Academy в Алмате. Я почему знаю, моя супруга там учится, это просто, ну я сам учитель информатики в школе, и вот эта методика просто она невероятная. И вот сейчас, я думаю, на заметку просто взять всем присутствующим, потому что здесь большинство учителя, возможно, я предполагаю, и посмотреть, может быть, применить у себя на практике методику от peer-to-peer. И мой вопрос в следующем. Есть ли у вас программы для школьников? Потому что вы говорили больше про взрослых людей, которые уже давно закончили школу, может, где-то не учились и просто переобучаются. И насколько это применимо вот, в стенах школы для детей. И также я слышал отзыв одного из инвесторов из Кремниевой долины, и он в своей речи один раз сказал, что образование, ИКТ именно, ну и вообще образование нужно срочно прям переводить на эти рельсы по вашей методике. Что вы об этом думаете? То есть, насколько это вот прям будет крутая идея, если школы начнут применять вашу методику?
Thank you very much for your question. I think it's a model that can be shifted in some way to younger students. Today, what we are currently doing already with high school students is trying to have them discover what is peer learning. And we offer, during usually holidays, we offer a 1 week long training, very simple, just to create a web page. Some of them might already know how to do that. But what we want is them to discover what is peer learning actually. Our goal here definitely is to have the school more famous and to have more students the year after. But it's still something that is intriguing them, and it's something that makes them discover that, well, maybe they were not good in math because often ICT is connected with math, and we think it's only connected with logic and not necessarily with math. And some of them reveal themselves that, hey, actually, I like doing this. I never tried, and it could be a valid career path for us. It's also something that we are doing for girls to make them understand that usually there is a cultural bias in many countries that prevent girls to go to STEM in general and not only in ICT. And we want them to to realize that it's possible. If we are talking about even younger children, let's say in primary school, we are currently doing with the French Ministry of Education a special experiment. Today it's just with 300 schools, but this next spring it will be with almost 1,000 schools. The idea is to provide to primary teachers a self-sustainable bundle for the children to be able to go through the official ICT program, because most primary schools, unfortunately in France, do not have ICT skills to be able to create this program on their own. So we want to provide a self-sustainable bundle that teachers can operate. But it's also for us a Trojan horse. It's also for us the occasion to create a learning context that is different from what they usually have. And our students, well, the children in this context are also using a learning platform with individual activities. They can progress at their own pace. They can help each other through the platform. They can ask for help and they can answer for help. They can also make the evaluation each other. And the teacher is here to supervise, to verify that everything is progressing correctly, to encourage some children. And so far we have very interesting feedbacks of teachers explaining that in this different learning context, some students who are very shy suddenly appears to be completely at ease, and and they are helping a lot and discussing a lot with other students. Right now, the experience with 300 classroom, it was with volunteer teachers who were usually familiar with Montessori approaches and stuff like that. So maybe it was a little bit easier. The 1,000 scale experiment will be very more interesting regarding the results. And of course, in parallel, we have ways to verify that the tech skills for primary schools is indeed increasing, but also that the soft skills, the collaboration, and the metacognitive skills, the problem-solving skills, are also evolving through different kind of tests.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Olivier.
Correct.
May you please give him a round of applause? Thank you so much for sharing. Now, our last speaker for the day. His name is Dr. Carlos Beato. He is a co-director of Next Generation Learning Challenges, and he's also a former principal of International High School at Langley Park in Maryland in the United States. As co-director of Next Learning Challenges, or NGLC, Dr. Beato leads efforts to ensure excellence in program delivery, tool development, internal flow, and organizational learning, and serves as the NGLC Practice Ambassador. Prior to joining NGLC, Dr. Beato served as a founding principal at International High School at Langley Park in Maryland, a school that serves 100% emergent bilingual students. The school earned high national and metro area rankings in 2021 and 2022, Best High Schools in the U.S. News and World Report. Today, Dr. Beato will be discussing developing the teacher as a leader and teaching for social justice. Let's welcome Dr. Beato.
Thank you very much. I'm going to situate myself. And is this the clicker? Yes, it is. All right. So I'm going to speak from the podium. But before I start, I think we've had a very long day here. So I want everyone to get up. We're going to do a 1-minute stretch so that we can come back alive, so that we can have some spare brain to listen to my presentation. So we're going to elevate our feet 5 times. 2, 3, 4, 5. Stretch to the side. All right. The other side. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So my name is Dr. Carlos Beato, co-executive director at an organization called Next Generation Learning Challenges, short for NGLC. Today's objectives will be to develop an understanding of NGLC's vision for next-gen model for teaching and learning, to introduce educators to the concepts of teacher leadership and social justice through the lens of culturally responsive teaching, to identify practical strategies to incorporate teacher leadership and social justice into your own practice, and we will come back and close with some key takeaways. I was born in the Dominican Republic, and I emigrated to the United States when I was 5 years old. In the United States, I was considered an English language learner. And what that meant for me at that time was that research says if you look a certain way in the US, if you are classified as a certain type of student, that you are likely not going to graduate high school or go to college. And that was sort of the reality for a lot of my friends growing up. But I said, I'm going to be different. I'm going to do life differently. And I approach life that way. So I've had many roles in education. I actually wanted to be an architect. And in some ways, I was joking earlier that I became an architect, but in education. In designing a school for English learners that function for them. And one of the things that I'm proud of in starting International High School at Langley Park is the fact that we created an innovative school for students who are often the last students to get impacted by innovation. It was a competency-based model, no traditional grading. We're learning content and language at the same time. And that was very important to me. In our first graduating class, students won over $7 million in scholarships and grants to college. We're talking about students who were newcomers to the US, students who were learning English as a second language, winning that much money to go to college. And as Dr. Thorpe said, we were recognized by the US News World Report. And we were actually recognized in 2019 with our first graduating class as the #4 high school in our district out of 32 high schools. So imagine that. So let's talk a little bit about teacher leadership and culturally responsive teaching. This is NGLC's through line and belief around the vision for learning. We believe that the reimagined vision for kids should be the through line for everything else that happens in a school building. We believe that we cannot build a future where we build student skills and competencies without first building our own capacities as educators. And you have to live these skills so that we understand how to live and breathe them so that we can then develop our students. In our school, many teachers translated work, for example, in order to make learning accessible to students. So today, you're going to see that here as a representation of me trying to understand your culture and trying to engage you in a way that I know you can access in your own language. And by the way, I forgot to say saliem. That was the first thing I was supposed to say. In order for us to enact the vision and become model teachers, we should be able to be culturally responsive teachers. It is not enough to model, but we must also acknowledge the variety of voices in our classrooms. And diversity comes in many shapes and forms, and each and every one of our students is very different. And we must be able to use what we know about our students to build the best possible classroom experience for them. Being a culturally responsive teacher means, and I quote, using the cultural knowledge, prior experiences, frames of reference, and performance styles of ethnically diverse students to make learning encounters more relevant to and effective for them. And this is Geneva Gay, and she established this definition in 2010. Why is this relevant to Kazakhstan? 71% of your country is ethnic Kazakhs, 15% ethnic Russian, and then you have a multitude of other ethnicities represented in your countries. Ukrainian, Uzbeks, Germans, Tatars. And I'm gonna offer you today this framework for becoming a culturally responsive educator as a way of seeing and understanding the different components that should be true in any classroom environment to ensure that you're leading a culturally responsive classroom. The first, leading with care and curiosity. You have a sense of awareness of both yourself and others in the classroom. You might be coming from a different ethnicity than some of your students. So you have to be aware of that, but also be curious about where they're coming from, what their background is. It's not just about the content. At the same time, you're building student-centered, purposeful teaching and learning opportunities for your students. That means that rigor does not take a back seat. Your classrooms have to always be rigorous, no matter who the student is, no matter where they come from, no matter who they are. But the learning has to be purposeful. Third, elevating student voice to enhance the classroom experience. One of the things that we're coming to understand now as we're surveying students, at least in the US, but I imagine this is true around the world, is that students are not happy with what they're experiencing in classrooms. They're bored. They're not being prepared for the future. And yes, learning content is one thing, but school is the primary place where we become socialized. It is the first place where we become socialized. So we must take that into consideration. And you'll have access to the presentation, I imagine, so you will see it in Kazakh as well. All right, so before I move forward, I want you to raise your hand if you think you are you lead your classroom with care and curiosity. Raise your hand if you think you lead your classroom with care and curiosity. All right, thank you. Raise your hand if you build student-centered, purposeful teaching and learning in your classroom. Okay, we need to improve that. Raise your hand if you are an expert at elevating student voice in your classroom. All right, awesome. So the data you see here is from Prince George's County Public Schools. These are some high schools that I studied in my dissertation in building culturally responsive classrooms. And I focused on English and math as my focal areas and focused specifically on English learners. I wanted to understand how English learners, teachers, were explaining instruction to English learners. And one of the things that I found was that people were thinking that because they were eating our ethnic food, that they were playing our ethnic music, that they were reaching the kids and being instructional experts for them. But that is not what's going to get a student to learn or to do better instructionally. What that did was it built a culture for the students where they saw that the teachers were appreciating their culture. But it didn't impact learning in any way, okay? So as you can see from this data, the blue on the left-hand side for each high school was the graduation rate for Hispanic and Latino English language learners in this county. The green on the other end was the graduation data for the state of Maryland, 87.12 at the time that this data was collected in 2018. Look at the huge difference in graduation rates. I knew that we had to do something about it. The district knew they had to do something about it. And this is why International High School at Langley Park came to be. It was a one-of-a-kind type of school because students were graded on their skills and not through traditional grading methods used in the other county schools. We saw students from the lens of four overarching areas: critical thinking skills, content skills, language, and social and emotional skills. Language and social and emotional skills were not factored into the overall grade, and that was very important to us. We were not going to penalize our students for not knowing English. We wanted to know that they knew content. Some of our students had more experience in math than some of the other students in the classroom that had been in the US all of their lives. And so we had to find a way to make our learning system better for them. We had to build the systems and structures to support not only the language development of our students, but also this new way of seeing learning for both our students, our families, and our teachers. You can see Ms. Thorpe here on the top right, winner of the Varkey Foundation Global Teacher Prize in 2021, and co-leader of the GET Summit Conference. So IHSLP for me was a place of care and curiosity, a place where we taught students with purpose and rigor through projects. We engaged in project-based learning, and one where we elevated student voice. Albert Einstein once said, and I quote, "Curiosity is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas curiosity embraces the world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution." When you lead with care and curiosity, this means that you're understanding yourself and what you bring into the classroom. It also means that you have a deep sense of awareness of the students in your classroom. Every year you encounter new students with different abilities. And what this should do for a teacher leader is open up to receive this year and year again, and to create the spaces that those particular students need. No one year should look exactly the same, ever. Schools are places where kids learn to become citizens of the world, and it is up to us as educators to prepare them for that world, even when we do not know what the world is going to look like 10 years from now. But if nothing else, we focused on our shared humanity. At IHSLP, we got to know students and their families well. When they came into our building, we assessed them for academic knowledge, but we also asked them about their home life and their experiences growing up. It allowed us to know our students so deeply and to help make decisions about which courses and teachers to place them with. Through our advisory program, we help to model being in diverse communities and truly integrate one another into all school activities. And most importantly, we celebrated even the smallest of accomplishments. For our students, that could have meant celebrating birthdays, for example, because some of our families didn't even have money to purchase a cake every year for their birthday. So we created that equitable environment where they were all celebrated. But with all of the care and curiosity in the world, we must also remember that we have a responsibility to be teaching kids the content and standards, and not to water down our curriculum because of where a student might be coming from. The question becomes, what kinds of support are you building in so that students can learn the content you're trying to teach them? I do a lot of work with an organization called SpringPoint, and I go into schools, I observe them, I give them feedback on what's going really well and my recommendations for how they can improve their schools. One thing that SpringPoint said in a recent publication was, it's important to note that as critical as rigorous and purposeful learning experiences are for students, they have an equally significant impact on teachers. As students dig into projects, the role of the teacher transforms, becoming about facilitating learning, coaching students to support their efforts, offering meaningful feedback, and encouraging deeper thinking. And as students find meaning and purpose in what they're learning, teachers spend much less time managing behavior and attention. Consider this from my time at IHSLP as a school leader. At the height of our development of teacher leaders, we started looking into projects that teachers were putting in front of students. And we were realizing that we were not doing a great job of putting together culturally responsive assessments. We used the NYU Culturally Responsive Curriculum Scorecard to try and understand where we fit as a school. And then, based on what we learned, we created the systems and structures that we knew we needed, and started thinking about this as they created those projects to authentically assess students throughout the year. With this came a question of the purpose of these projects. Why did they exist? And how they connected students back to the changes they wanted to see directly implemented in their communities. The framework itself had about 8 areas around social justice and 9 around teacher materials that we looked at. But we only focused on 4 on the first year, because it's important not to make it a burden on teachers as well, as they are learning and gathering those competencies themselves. So we can't possibly do everything all at once. And this is a joke, right? We are human after all, not what our kids think of us, because they think we're robots and we can do everything. But that is not true. What this shift in mindset did for our teachers was that they began to create the meaningful projects that were making a difference. So during the pandemic, for example, our geometry teacher was having students right outside of their buildings study the infrastructures of the handles that were outside, if their places of living were handicap accessible for the people that live there. And so they used geometric factors and figures to figure out whether this was true or not. That's just one example of the many amazing projects that came out of our school. When you see yourself building more deeply culturally responsive classrooms for your students, they naturally become the leaders in your classroom. It's no longer about you being the center of attention. It is the students who become the center of attention. Because the projects and the learning experiences you're creating are deeply guided by your understanding of your students' experiences. When you elevate student voice in the classroom, it means that you're giving them the opportunity to reflect with you along the way on how learning is happening in your classroom. Of course, exam data is going to give you one perspective of how students are learning in your classroom, but that's not their full story. Are there other ways that you could be teaching in your classroom? Are there students who might not be experiencing learning in a way that works for them? At IHSLP, we created classrooms where students got to tie in what they were doing in the community to what they were learning in the classroom. They got to work on what we called passion projects, an idea that we took from Google, and giving them time in certain classes to explore some of the things they wanted to study with the lens of improving our world. Students also sat on committees, helping to shape the rubrics that were being used in the classroom to assess them. And ultimately, they got to inform what instruction looked like. Consider NGLC's Full Spectrum Project, where we use the full spectrum as a way to talk about the different degrees of intensity of both listening to students reflect on their own learning and active partnership of learning, which is the highest form of student-centered evidence that we found in our research. The NGLC's Full Spectrum of Evidence Toolkit helps schools and districts navigate complex student-centered innovation decisions and evaluate program success by centering student voices. At the core of our research was the understanding of the level of the risk that school communities take when centering youth voices, which ultimately is about being empathetic with learners while being constructive. Consider this example from a district in the United States, Northern Cass, where they developed a student ambassador program that took them from just listening to students to ways of involvement that had more richness and depth. They created the JAG ambassadors, is what they called them. They played a variety of roles in their district and having voting power in their committee meetings. The purpose of ambassadors was to share transparently what is working for students, what is not, and to share their perspective about the learning environment. The students intentionally represent a diverse sample of the school in both academic performance as well as traditional demographics. In this case, you're seeing more of a youth-adult partnership and less of the traditional ways that we engage students. Becoming teacher leaders in a culturally responsive way requires us to elevate that student voice to ensure the best classroom experience. And last but not least is this idea that you, as a teacher leader, create the conditions for all of the things that we have talked about to be true in a culturally responsive classroom. And I want you to think about this based on this quote from a friend who posted something on LinkedIn. And the quote read, "Excellence is a habit accelerated by high expectations and people who care." I want us to focus on that word, habit. Habits give us consistency in the form of systems and structures, with routines that learners become accustomed to. The kind of work we do with our kids in the classroom today matters for the type of world we want to live in tomorrow. Teachers are the models of social justice, and you do that by building culturally responsive classrooms where you introduce students to the topics that are most important for our world today and for the things that will be important for the future. Take, for instance, the environment. That's a really important topic. But if none of our students are studying it right now, where are we going to be by 2030? We could be dead, and we don't even know it. So it is our job to prepare the future leaders in a way that is actually helping us inform these current events in K-12. They cannot wait to go to college to learn about these things, to think about how to solve these problems. Those problems exist now, they exist today. And it's our job to create those authentic assessments, to build those authentic learning environments where they are going to be exposed to what is actually happening in the world. You, each and every one of you, are the primary models of what you teach. And I'll repeat that again. You are the primary models of what you teach. Imagine living in a world where all students feel safe, children feel safe, to take intellectual risks, where they can question everything around them, including their teachers, to create meaning of the world around them. What if our responsibility shifts to provide them with the tools they need to explore, instead of just simply lecturing them without any purpose? It is not an either or, but rather a matter of and with. How are we doing these things together? So if anything, I want you to leave today with a few takeaways. The reimagined vision for kids should be the through line for everything else in your school buildings. And we become those teacher leaders by modeling this in the classroom. In order for us to enact that vision and becoming model teachers, we should be culturally responsive teachers. You can do this by leading with care and curiosity, by building student-centered, purposeful teaching and learning opportunities, by elevating student voice in your classroom, as small or large as you want it to be, and creating the conditions for all of these things to be true. Don't you think all of your kids deserve that? I think they do. You are the primary models of what you teach. And I have put some resources on the slides that you will get to access once you have access to this PowerPoint. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. And I'll open up for questions. And
Hi, I'm a teacher of biology. Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
I'm gonna ask about like approach in class, because I try to ask from my students end of my class. Do you have any suggestion or any advice to next class? And after that, I try to create my lesson plan. However, I faced like this situation. One day, my students say me, I don't like biology class. I don't interested to this class because my future profession will be different. And then I interested, if you were in my place, what you do it, your first step or your first approach, how you interest to this class, to your class, and how you invite to this class. Thank you.
Great question. And I think for me, it starts with getting to know your students and what they love, right? So if I know my student loves basketball, and a majority of my students love basketball, I'm going to think about basketball as an opportunity to bring in biology concepts, right? And it might be something like how much germ is produced when different people are touching the basketball, right? So I might begin to think about the things that interest them. That is my first step. Remember, the first thing I said was curiosity, right? So in that curiosity, you're going to find things that kids are interested in, and you start from there. And every year, you're going to have different students. That basketball might turn into a soccer ball the following year, or cricket, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, it's about learning about them first, being curious enough about your students to open up to their worlds.
Жақсы, рахмет. Жаңа мен сізді мұқият тыңдадым. Сізде жаңа айтқан кезде мынадай не болды. Мазмұн үшін бағаладық дейтіңіздер. Ендеше сіздерде сабақтың оқу мақсатына жету қалай бағаланады? Бірінші сұрақ. Екінші сұрақ. Жалпы оқу стандарттары бар, тестілер бар, мемлекеттік талаптар бар. Бұлар сіздерде қалай бағаланады? Егер мазмұн үшін бағаланатын болса, рахмет.
Yes, great question. One of the things that I said, what was the second thing? Purposeful teaching and learning. We never went away from content and standards. That was the first thing we looked at as a school. So a teacher couldn't plan a lesson and say, the most important thing is collaboration. No, it was, we're going to learn Pythagorean theorem, but we're going to use it through the lens of a critical thinking skill of analyzing information, right? In order to get to Pythagorean theorem. So I think, and what I said, it's a both with. You cannot put the two things against each other. Just like social emotional learning. Some people think that by bringing in social emotional learning, you're doing something totally different. And that is just not the case. Everything has to be integrated. And this is what I mean with watering down curriculum. You cannot water down curriculum because you're integrating something else. It is an integration of critical thinking skills and content. So when I go into my classrooms, I'm looking for content, but I'm also looking at the ways that my teachers are approaching that content in order to understand whether they are actually preparing my kids for the future. And more often than not, because they're focused on skills, content skills, and critical thinking skills, they were doing much better work than they would have done in a traditional school building. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah.
Did that answer your question? Okay.
Sorry. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. No, I can speak in English.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
I can't hear you still.
Oh, okay. As a young generation, I just want to ask about learning the new language. We have some problems like the people and teachers don't have a time. Maybe some the young generation don't have a time, and social stuff and government stuff, and parents can say you don't have to learn the new languages. And I want to just ask how you think about how we can involve the people, the children, for the learning something new.
I think first and foremost, that eagerness has to come from the students. The change starts with our students. And I've mentioned earlier, it only takes one person. It only takes one person to make change happen. And you build a force of people behind that. I was telling some of our assistants earlier that they are the future of education in Kazakhstan. That they need to be starting to say, raising their hand and saying, we need to do things differently. Because once they start, Their voices are the most important voices in the room. The students who are currently in college, the students who are currently in your K-12 system, it has to start with them. And what I've been hearing from Dr. Thorpe's and Ms. Thorpe's presentation yesterday in the model classroom was that the kids were so enthusiastic about learning in the ways that they were collaboratively and about social justice issues around the world happening locally here in Kazakhstan. They are eager. They really want to do something different, to experience education in a different way. And I think that's what you're saying too, that you want it. And so I think it's up to us here in this audience, teachers, leaders, to be making that kind of change happen today. Start by asking your students how you can improve your classroom. It's okay to be vulnerable with your students. It's okay to open it up to your students, because at the end of the day, you're only improving your practice for the kids that you are serving. You are in this position because you want to make them better people. And if they are saying that they want something different, listen to them. This is a mistake we have made in the United States. We haven't listened to our kids. And you know what they're saying in our surveys now? School is boring. School is not engaging. School is meaningless for them in most schools. And they don't even know what the purpose of school is anymore. This is our job. We carry the why about education daily. And it's our job to say, this is why we're here. Let's talk to one another and make our classrooms better.
Hi, my name is Asem. I'm Russian language and literature teacher. So I have one question about social life and safety of children, and how to deal with bullying in among the students, how to protect emotional health, and how should I treat children who cross the personal boundaries of other children's?
That's so important, especially this day and age. I think one of the things that the pandemic has done to us is make us less social. And it has divided us in a lot of different ways. And one of the ways that kids deal with feeling that way is bullying others. I can honestly say bullying was not an issue in our school building, but it was because we built a culturally responsive school where we practice circles as part of restorative justice. So a kid who might bring drugs to school, this is a reality in the US, or they might bring alcohol to school. Normally, they get suspended in a traditional school building. Why would I suspend a student who is making a mistake for the first time and they haven't been taught to do it the right way yet? Why would I do that? I'm only taking them away from their education, and that's probably what they're asking for when they do these things. So I bring my kids in. What do they do differently? They write a letter apologizing. They reflect on what they have done. They sometimes have to present it in front of other students, like their advisory. Why? Because they're learning social responsibility in school. They're coming to school to learn social responsibility too. It's more than just about academics. And I cannot stress that enough. We have a framework at NGLC where it's called transformation design, and it's all about how change can effectively happen in schools. The top part of the framework is all about all of the social, human processes that need to take place. So you activate change agents. So for that question before, how do you do it? You activate your change agents. And who are those change agents? Your students, your parents, community members who want to see things being done differently. Teachers, administrators, everyone is involved in this process. The second part of it is build. So you activate, then you build. What does this new transformed education system look like? What does it mean for the country of Kazakhstan? Or for a particular school in Kazakhstan? And then you embed. And by embedding, I mean, how are you celebrating the small wins? How are you engaging people in a way that is going to make that change last? And I say this again, it comes back to everyone in this room.
Саламатсыз ба, Карлс мырза? Менің сұрағым қарапайым сұрақ. Біріншіден, сіздерде сыныптарда неше оқушы оқиды? Екінші сұрағым, біздерде мысалға сыныптарда 37-40 баладан оқиды. Осы сыныптағы балаларға, осы санына байланысты, қалай білім сапасын, көрсеткішін көтеруге болады? 45 минутта екенін ескере отырып. Және егерде сіздің алдыңызда сондай бала болатын болса, саны, сіз қандай әдістерді пайдаланар едіңіз?
Yes, the question about classroom size. So actually the research says that classroom size does not matter. That's what the research says. But I would say it does. I don't think they researched the right people. But I would say, depending on the types of students that go to your school, the class size topic matters more. For example, in our school, with English language learners, we capped our class sizes at 25 students. We did not go over 25 students in any of our classrooms. And that was a decision that we made together as a school community. And we said, our model of collaboration cannot work if there are more than 25 students in a classroom. But that was a decision that came collaboratively. The teachers, the other administrators, and myself, we decided we could not have more than 25 students in our classroom. So, no more than 25.
Жақсы рахмет. Жаңа сіздің сұрағыңызда тағы да бір ой туындады. Сіздерді жаңағы мен қойған сұраққа қатысты, сіз сын тұрғысынан ойлау арқылы біздер жаңағы оқу мақсаттары, бағалау дүниелерін біз жүзеге асыра аламыз. Оны бөліп қараудың қажеті жоқ дедіңіз. Иә, келісем, бірақ сіздер үшін сын тұрғысынан ойлау дегеніміз не? Философия ма, методология ма, әдіс тәсіл ме, инновациялық технология ма? Рахмет.
Good question. So critical thinking, so for example, analyze information was one of the skills under critical thinking. But it encompasses many different skills, not just one thing. Critical thinking is many things, and I would have to open up the different skills, which I don't have access to right now, but that was one of them, analyze information. So in English class, that may look like, I have read this book, and now I need to think critically about this book that's been put in front of me. So it's not just about the content that I finished reading, it's also about how I'm analyzing and interpreting what I just finished reading in that text. It's not just about the meaning that the author made of it, but also the meaning that I am making from my own perspective as a student and with my own background. And so critical thinking is many skills. There's so many skills that can go under that. That's just the overarching view of what students saw when they were looking at their report card. So they saw critical thinking skills, and then they saw a score under each one of the skills that they were being evaluated on, aside from the content. Does that make sense? Okay.
Hello. I would like to thank you, first of all, for your inspiring and useful speech. And I would like to ask you the question. I wonder, are there any schools in your country where both ordinary and disabled children learn together? And in that case, these children, disabled children, might face with some challenges and like bullying. And what would you do in that case? What would you do to avoid such problem? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. Yes, my school had students with exceptional abilities as well. It wasn't just a language differences. It was also special abilities that they had. And in our school, some students had not been to school since elementary school because they left school in 5th grade to help their parents work in their farms back in their countries. And so that means that they had 3 years without learning in a school. And then they came to the US and they went to our school all of a sudden, lacking literacy skills, and honestly with an opportunity to be learning a lot more than in their traditional schools. And so, yes, they coexist in every single school in America, maybe not so much in like a private school, but in our school, we built heterogeneous classrooms where all kids from different abilities, all kids with different language levels were in the same classrooms. We didn't pull students out of their classrooms for their learning to happen. Only in the most extreme cases where we couldn't service a student, for example, did they go to a school that actually had the services for them. So for example, we were in a very old elementary school building. We couldn't really take students that were on wheelchairs because we didn't have the capacity in our building for them to make it to the 2nd floor. So that was a reality of our school building, even though we might have wanted the student in our building. But we couldn't take care of them because some classes may be on the 2nd floor. But they exist in every school in the United States, every public school at least. We cannot exclude anyone because we have a Title IX law that doesn't allow exclusion because of disability, sex orientation, et cetera, et cetera. It's a federal law.
Карлос мырза. Карлос мырза. Сізге көп рахмет. Кешеден бері неше күн баяндама жасап жатырсыздар. Мен кешегі сіздің сабағыңызда болдым. Содан кейін соның жалғасына байланысты бір сұрақ қоя кетсем. Мектеп тарапынан, кеше мынандай сұрақ болды, мектеп тарапынан немесе үкімет тарапынан қаржыландыру болу керек па? Ата-аналар мен оқушыларды, ұстаздарды бірге бастарын біріктіріп бір жұмыс жасағанға деп. Өзіңіз байқағаныңыздай кеше айтылған дискуссия барысында бізде ондай қатты дамымаған. Сондай қоғамды, ортаны дамыту үшін үкімет тарапынан қаржыландыру бөлу үшін не істеуге болады? Себебі білесіз, қазір барлық ата-аналар таңертеңнен кешке дейін бос емес. Кешке келгенде жұмыстан кейін жұмыста ақша табумен бастар бос емес. Кешке келгеннен кейін шыны керек өз балаларына шамалары болмайды, телефон, гаджеттарды беріп қояды, мазамды алма дейді. Мектепте мұғалімдер тарапынан шамамыз келгенше сынып сағаттарын өткіземіз, бірақ басқа да іс-шаралар өтіп жатады, бірақ ата-аналар көп қатыса бермейді. Себебі оларды жұмыстарынан босатпайды, жұмыстарынан босатпағандықтан олар балалардың өмір жайында жаңағы жұмыстан келгеннен кейін де олар балалардың жағдайларын білмейді. Ең аяғы осы жақындағы бір мысалды ала кетейін. Менің ата-анам өз баласының ауырып жүргенін білмей, ең соңғы ситуацияда 3 күннен кейін температурит етіп, барлық уже асқынып кеткеннен бірақ біліп жатыр. Ал мен ол кісінің баланы білдім, жазып жердім, ол кісі жаңағы хатты оқи алмаған. Сондай, қалай істеуге болады? Сол қаржыландырып бөліп, жаңағыдай орта жасап, ата-ана, оқушы, ұстаз бірге жұмыс жасай алатындай. Онымен қоса ұстаздарды айтады кетейін, ұстаздарда жүктеме көп. Әрине бізде сабақтар көп, қосымша жүктеме алғымыз келмейді. Әрине ол төленбесе. Шамамыз келгенше сынып сағаттарында барлығын өзіміздің тарапымыздан беруге тырысамыз. Ал негізі артық жауапкершілік алғымыз келмейді. Не істеуге болады?
Yeah, that's why, thank you for your question, a very important one. I will not pit myself against your government here because I'm trying to get out of the country. But I will say that this is why we intentionally built a community school model for IHSLP. Because as a community school, we were thinking about more than just the academics. We're thinking about what resources do students have at home? What resources do parents have at home or not? And how can we build the spaces for them to come in? So I talked about a pantry. We built a pantry which Ms. Thorpe actually took care of as a teacher in charge of the food pantry in our school. And she built it from scratch as part of our community school model. And where did it come from? The $100,000 that our school received as part of community school that came from the state funding because they knew and saw that this was important for the community, especially communities like ours that serve kids who are in high need. And so my short answer to you is yes, 100%. The government should fund these community needs that your communities may have. Especially, I imagine that you have a lot of schools in rural areas where there is a higher need for families and students. So you bring the parents in by providing dinner so that they don't have to do dinner when they go back home. You provide them with clothes if they might not have certain access to clothes. You provide them with canned food, which doesn't go to waste, and they can take home with them. So you have an event at school, take advantage of that event, open up those resources, and then bring them in the innovation. And then take them to the side and have a conversation about how school could be different. And then you bring all of those things together. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, everyone. That's our last question for the afternoon. Thank you so much for your participation and your questions. Ladies, gentlemen, esteemed educators, passionate learners, education stakeholders, and our honored guests, as we close out all our sessions today, thank you so much for attending today and participating. Give yourselves a big round of applause for being here, and happy World Teachers Day again. Thanks also to all our illustrious speakers who spoke on all the different stages. Hopefully you were able to attend some of those other sessions and also gained a lot in those sessions. They definitely shared some innovative strategies as well as some innovative best practices that I'm sure you will be able to take back with you and implement in your classrooms, as also in your schools, so that you can help move education forward into the future for your children that attend your classes, as well as for your school in general. So continue to be the great teachers that you are, because the world needs teachers and teachers matter. Now I am going to invite our Nobel Fest organizer and founder, Maxat, so he could close out the ceremony.
Здравствуйте, всем спасибо, надеюсь, вам понравилось. Всех благодарю за участие, без каждого из вас этого бы не было бы события. Я хотел бы пригласить на сцену всех спикеров, кто участвовал сегодня в саммите. I want to invite all speakers of the Teachers Summit to join the scene. Please, the floor is yours. Please. Claire, please join. Please. I want to specially invite Dr. Claire Fernandez to join us as well. Please. Makoto, please. Yeah, please join. И также я хотел бы пригласить всю команду нашу, которая готовила этот фестиваль. Пожалуйста, ребят, всех прошу на сцену. Наша команда Nobel Fest. Выходите, пойдемте. Ребят, вот хотел бы пригласить отдельно режиссерскую команду, которая делала всю работу, технический блок. Захид, пойдемте. Все, теперь давайте всех бурно поприветствуем. Мы будем снимать Reels. Поэтому мы ждем от вас реакции, чтобы это все было на память. Мы все вместе кучкуемся и встаем. Все. А потом можно будет со всеми уже подойти, пофотографироваться. Всем спасибо.
you.